Turn illness into a weapon. For agitation by the Socialist Patients Collective at the University of Heidelberg. With a preface by Jean-Paul Sartre. Karim, self-publisher for illness. Program of agitation, for consumption only. Or means of production. This text, if it should result in being completely indigestible, not able to be consumed, then the consequence of this experience can only exist in negating it, negieren, which means to abolish it into practice dialectically, lhninderpras dialektisch aufheben. This text itself is the abolition, negation, representing the practicing of the SPK. IZRU, Information Center of Red People's University, in German, Informationszentrum Rote Volksinlverslo ULT, which is a socialist self-organization under the concept of illness. SPK, turn illness into a weapon for agitation by the Socialist Patients Collective at the University of Heidelberg with a preface by Jean-Paul Sartre. Beginning. 3. Contents. Preface concerning translation. Huber, SPK/PF, WD. Drive MED. 7. Socialistisches Patienten Collective, SPK. Patientenfront, PF, UST of dates. 13. Dear Comrades. Jean-Paul Sartre. 1. Immaterialistic explication of the contradictions in the Begriff, concept, of illness. 9. 2 Theses and Principles. 17. 1. 11x illness. 17. 2. 3 Starting points of practicing SPK. 18. 3. 10 Principles in practicing SPK. 20. 4. Towards a People's University, zum Begriff Volksuniversität. 22. 5. People's University SPK, das SPKALS Volksuniversität. 23. 3 Development of SPK history. 26. 6. The university's psychiatric polyclinic being a service of wrong science. 26. 7. The polyclinic as a service, treating 111 people. 27. 8. Organization by the patients themselves, die Selbstorganisierung der Patienten. 30. 9. The Sokla USD Patients Collective. 33. 10. The eviction sentence, Reilemung sur Thiel, and the Senate's order, Senatsbesklul 3. 37. 11. The eviction. 38. 12. The ruling outlaw condition, die Herrschendrechtlosigkeit, and the patients. 41. 4. 4 About the method of SPK. 52. 13. Agitation being the one cation of therapeutic, scientific, and political work. 52. 14. Loneliness, details, objectivity, opinions. 53. 15. Dyadic, personal, agitation and group agitation, Einzelagitation und Gruppenagitation. 55. 16. Functions in SPK, commonly called casework. 60. 17. Allen determination, Fremde Bestimmung, scientific study work groups, Wissenschaftliche Arbeitskreis, 62. 18. Agitation and action. 64. V. Dialectics. 67-19. Object, subject. 67-20. Aufhebung, cancellation, liberation, resolving, of the object role by collectivity, LM collective. 71-21. Multifocal expansionism, focus. 74-22. Dialectics of sexuality. 76. 6 Illness and capitalism. 83-23. Identity of illness and capitalism. 83-24. The proletariat, which is a revolutionary proletariat in the definition of Leibniz, unter der Bestimmung Krankheit. 85-25. About the healthy socialists and about the reactionary dogmatism of certain lefties. 8926. The capitalism and its agents belong to nature's violence, das Kapital und seine Sachwalter als Naturgewalt. 9527. All about physicians, lawyers, university professors, health system, judiciary, science. 9728. Physicians' way of function advocating capitalism and how to abolish it. 9929. The President of the University of Heidelberg as an advocate of capitalism. 10130. The institutions of capitalism. 102. v. 31. About the problem of violence, escalating of violence. 105. 32. Example persecution mania, progressive and reactionary moments of unlikeness. 108. 33. Aggressivity, aggression and defense. 112. 34. Being identified with capital 1 sm, for example success, idential.tmit dem Kapital M Beispiel Erfolg. 114. 35. Political identity. 118. 36. Instead of an agitation record. 119. 7 Documentary chapter. 134-37. About the political economy in the identity of suicide equals murder, zur politischen Ökonomie der Identität Selbstmord equals Mord. 134-3s. About the difference between a patient's self-organization and democratic centralism. 143. A2 correspondences I2 comparisons. 157-39. Correspondences I. 157-40. Correspondences 2. 165. Notes. 183. The Bibliography of the Writings of Illness, KRLL.Schriftenverzeichnis. 200. Comments on T.He Socialist Patients Collective, SPK, and on the Patients Front, PF. 205. Through Illness, Strength, the Patients Front, AUS Krankheitsstark Patientenfront. 20s. Patientenfront Tune. 216. 7. Preface concerning translation. There is no need to excuse or criticize bad English. Not unlike music, oneness is an international matter of fact. Music is derived from language, but language from oneness. In connection with oneness, words can only be a hint, German words for a German reader, English words for the English reader. But it should nevertheless be maintained in the reader's memory quite clearly that oneness in all parts of the world is rejected by an in this manner programmed common feeling for first of all illness, and all which is connected with it doesn't sound in any way better for German ears than for English ones. To practice illness in a revolutionary way is among all interpretations the only sufficient one. Nevertheless, this book has been translated yet in French, in Ital1an, in Greek and other languages as we know. And we often have been asked, why not in English? As we know, there existed and exists a translation in English. But it never appeared. The causes of this fact consist in the POL1TICAL situation during the years of our being in prison. They are taken down in a letter to the editors of a new Sartre edition which WLLL appear in 991. Unlike all other translations of this book into foreign languages, this translation into ENGL1SH is the first one, which is given by authentic protagonists and activists and by the founder of the SPK. Maybe, and we hope so, this fact is of more importance for the reader than the English words we use, and even the German ones, the latter, which we add in brackets. Last not least, it should be mentioned that the SPK never ceased to exist. The Patientenfront, Patients Front, of nowadays, confrontation to all medical power, iatrocapitalism, confrontation which has nothing to do with anti-psychiatry, confrontation developed from the SPK in 1970, has been proclaimed out of the German prison Stammheim in 1973, but namely by the SPK and by nobody else, and represents the real beginning of SPK in 1968 in spite and against student rebellion, the latter having always struggled against the patients and their contents, favoring only a better medical treatment which aims, as we know, to better prisons for illness, torture and tombs, not only for patients but for 8. everybody, since everyone as a body is a lonely body, either with illness to be turned into a weapon of collective liberation or of the whole breakdown, together with the LATRO1ST system in a chronic way from east to west as we can observe it since July 1989, Berlin Wall and so on. Beware the Ides of March which have, no question, not yet gone. West of Rome there exists another Philippi. Walt. And see. But turn illness into a weapon. Now. March 18, 1990, Neunstein. Finally. There existed in Germany from the early 70s and until now only the one Sozialistisches Patientenkollektiv, Socialist Patients Collective, which did, experienced, and worked out only this one kind of events we mention on the following pages. US American newspaper reports about madness freedom bans, music bans, and murderer bans in post-Hitler's Germany don't appear on the following pages. Reports like those, about which some American friends told us recently what they could remember, of course never had been up to date. If there should arise any disappointment in the one or in the OT. Her reader who expected details, favoring SPK up to the range of a Western story, it can't be our task to beg his pardon. August 3, 1991. Soon after its first appearance, Turn Illness into a Weapon became accounted more and more as the most important work of the SPK. Not without good reason. Never. Healus we believe that we are duty-bound to the readers to advise of two circumstances which possibly could put in perspective. Lve the reason for this preference. 1 St. While we were on remand in prison and already prejudged, vorverurteilt, we purposefully and carefully had to select the flonal draft of our materials and of our means of expressions in order to achieve on the one hand a crack in the very thick-skinned and nevertheless academically armored level of understanding of our enemies, on the 9. other hand it was important to hinder the still current investigations into the past history and into the personal data of all SPK patients who were under persecution, and not least the many others who suffered and now were suddenly more afraid of infection by SPK than of merely political persecution. Many things, but not by any means all of them, therefore are not to be found in this book, but they are available in others of our volumes, e.g. Ober das Anfangen, Krankheit, Die Ganzheit mit Zuckenfeet. 2dd, an important, but not vital complement to this book will be found in the SPK/PF Documentatlans, above all Iatrokratel 1m Weltmistab, Macht, Iatrarchel I Krankheit, Gewalt. Turn Illness into a Weapon, particularly History and Future of the Patient's Self-Organization, could not have been written without those core contents. Why? In those days there were still old communists, and when Turn Illness into a Weapon first appeared it therefore was the left-wing chief editor Ulrike Melnhof, RAF, who both within and out of the prison angrily abused us. You were always crazy, but now you have gone completely insane. No, still worse, you have betrayed communism. Withdraw that he book, at once. No worker could read that, nobody could understand it. You are forbidden to drag the party into your FLLT.H, and I never want to hear the name of Rosa Luxemburg in one of your FLLTHY mouths, for it was her who wrote, "Truth is simple. First learn to read before you write." Huber, very chivalrously, withdrew only the Sartre preface. Although, less is not always more. It seems that already even then we had come quite close to the widely missing difference between party and private capitalism. Truth is not only simple, it is even simpler, transphonation, Veranderung. To learn something new. Too complicated? Turn Illness into a Weapon is therefore perhaps after all one of the most important books? Sure, but in fact and with space, worldwide, for fulfillment. August 24, 1993. Plus to be up to date nowadays means quite her things. The biggest industry is no longer that which produces weapons, compute.ers, cars, or interspace crafts. The biggest industry from nowadays is that which fakes to produce health, that's to say, X. A thing which never has existed and which never will really exist, exceptly as a product of illusion nourishing Nazism in all its past and coming variations, Heil Wesen. Capitalism takes its biggest gains from this top industry and the day is not far, on which half of the population in the Western world every day will be either employed in the hospitals or will be exploited there as doctor-patients, the other half. Rotating system. For fun? Only for its respective planetary governors, for heaven's sake, or star governors. The reader of the following pages therefore is in no way asked to take the expression class antagonism for nothing but for a Marxist fossil. Forsooth, Hegel, the famous predecessor of Marx, looked forward to a disappearing of the class antagonism because of the colonization, done by the rising bourgeoisie in the 19th century. But for a long TLME since then, the class antagonism has returned from there, not to the factories, governed by the trade unions and by the bosses, but to the hospitals governed by the medical doctors, submitting and exploiting the patients, producing the illusionary commodity health altogether in those factories, regardless of all trade-union, regardless of all guerrilla activities. More commonly, specified units to create the human species or medical specialists to destroy it for all times. Dimension GATTUNG gegen Dierenzerswurungsund Endeltisungsklasse, that's the class antagonism of nowadays and the only real problem to be solved. Once more, specified patients instead of case-working specialists, Patienten mit Gattungsbezug gegen Fakultäten jeder Sort. Those who pretend that the class antagonism has disappeared long ago and that now, all of a sudden, the human species has to be saved, what has to be saved? Against whom and against what has what to be saved? Those like Gorbachev and Dutschke as well as Francis Fukuyama, while mentioning the word Gattung, species, occasionally, dealt neither with the problem nor with the solution, but old Hegel perhaps. Remember that for Hegel it is exclusively unus which represents species on the level of mankind and also, namely dialectically, the failure of the species. It is also quite clear from Hegel that the rising of a human species is joined to the how of communities while the failure of human species, suffered by the very person, der Elnzel person, is joined to the medical system which, Horlbildungschuh, itself is for all times damned to fall, up from its origins, for, in the words of Hegel, spelt in 11. My own manner, Krankheit, das Individuum, sich gleichsam mit sich selbst begottend, to add, unteilbar unheilbar. Imperialism continues also to exist. And how? And where? Meanwhile you can forget the geographical map, associated to this expression in the books of Marx and Lenin. And all about, Fukuyamatic end of history, freedom and totalitarism. Dictatorship and democracy. Take the medical map and see your brain colonized and governed by names, and by the correlated medical methods, like Parkinson, Alzheimer, Bleuler, and so on. Your stomach by Bullruth. Your neck with the thyroid gland by Bastow. Your muscles and your, perhaps so-called hysteroid, behavior by Charcot and Freud, and associate what Marx lands have taken down about imperialism, yet far away from a so-called free market. An imperialism done all around the transplant banks now. An imperialism dealing with the organs of e.g. children here and now just as far away with countries and peoples. As noted in the Marxian books. During the times more remote there existed astrological maps in which the governors of your brain took names like Moon, Luna, or Cancer. The governors of your muscles Mars and so on. Those oldie names which nevertheless represent still existing pathways and exchange banks for other demons and devils. Possessing and obsessing, interested in imperialism, but enemies of every kind of revolution concerning both, namely cosmic and social matters, for sure, cosmis sociale revolution. In future there will exist more and more groups formed by special forces of illness. Developing real individuation, MFE. A special force of Leonis's mania which, if developed collectively, works I a musical species, muscle k Gattungswesen nicht harmlos, KLLLJNG all dissipagen, by transcendence. The same about a collective which develops its self-chosen addictions, Klurpersucht, exercised body by body, for addiction then is a deadly weapon against drugs. While turning all bodies to a well-tempered species, WL1 Remi Klurper WL1D, thus by immanence. Did you ever divide a melody, a lot of warmth, an illness, or some other species? Of course not, for such individuals are either individuals or divisible, thus no individuals. Perhaps Plato and Bergson forgot to mention it in the completeness now necessary to enable the doing it. And Pluto, grouping the imponderable into weight. The weight into imponderable 1L1 tie, therefore now is mad at them and resorting to earthquakes. 12. Make use of your own experiences about illnesses and put fantasy into action. Those things are meant if there is he question about how to be up to date. Turn illness into a weapon is the first glance to a future to be done free of Endlösungs, names, governors, health factories, and so on. We call it utopathy. Well, that's my introduction meant as a help done for nothing, caring about nothing except for the real existing I-unus. Other front patients who asked me, also asked me to let it taken down, just like it is now. Be it so for joy. Eber besides all modesty there is no doubt, that, just in common for the species in preparation, perhaps for you as well as me, all quite helpful and therefore good things are also difficult as rare, omnia preclaritam difficilia quam rara sunt. Baruch Benedictus D. Espinoza, 1632–1677. April 15, 1992. H. Asterisk in full rest Jo, Sibility for the translation in doing, and all adrelevers like firstly Laura Frayward and Flo Nilfiel had Jer Restilsible Ooli for the good parts of the translation. 7k Karim. Selbslover lag lor k arbk. Postlach 103464. J. 69024 Heidelberg. SPK/PF Socialistisches Patienten Collective, SPK, Patientenfront, PF, List of dates. At the Psychiatric Hospital of the University of Heidelberg since 1964 there was employed a physician and scientist who took seriously the pretension of university to make science for human beings as a social task, Dr. Wolfgang Huber. Without reservation he devoted all his knowledge, skills, and the material equipment of the university CLLNLC to the interests of all the patients who came to him. By his total commitment to all basic matters he succeeded in stimulating a situation which in the view of the patients equaled the abolition of their role as objects to which the patients had been damned as being conditioned by the constraints of the system. This science for the ill people enabled the patients to counteract the context of exploitation, that means they were no longer passive guinea pigs and animals for slaughter sacrificed for doctors' careers and profit interests of research. It was inevitable that the so liberated patients and their doctor came into collusion with the profit interests and the mechanisms of oppression, as they actually exist at an university clinic. It became more and more obvious that since 1965 this psychiatric main clinic had eventually reached rock bottom, total occupation of beds and rooms was desired and at the same time there were rejections of patients one after the other and on a massive scale and clearing them off just depending on the mood of the respective doctor who accidentally had the power of disposal of them. 1967–70. 1968. Dr. J. Iuber expands his voluntarily undertaken work in the polyclinic of the Psychiatric University Clinic well beyond his personal duties. Development and foundation of the original Patients Collective by Dr. Huber, more outside of but also and increasing inside his new sphere of work. Clinic Chief Walter Ritter von Bayer makes Dr. Huber the offer of taking his postdoctoral lecturing qualification with him in exchange for Dr. Huber ceasing to write pamphlets. The new director of the Polyclinic, Dr. H. Kretz, dissolves several Huber therapy groups. After further intrigues against Huber and harassment of his patients by Dr. Kretz, a letter from the clinic director Professor von Bayer, Dr. Huber's contract will not be renewed as originally foreseen, 3 automatic renewals already. After the promise of postdoctoral lecturing qualification, see above, a permanent contract had been promised as well automatic acceptance to the status of permanent CIV1J servant. The patients defend themselves by examination of the circumstances at the psychiatric polyclinic by the patients collective by an opinion poll. Socialistisches Patienten Collective, Socialist Patients Collective. 520.2.70 First General Assembly of Patients and Patients Congress in the Clinic. 21.02.70 Dismissal without notice against Dr. Huber. Disbarment against him and the patients from all rooms in the clinic, inviolable precincts, Ban Mel. 2628.2.70 Dr. Huber and the Patients Collective occupy the office of the Administrative Director of the Clinical University Institution and begin hunger strike. Result, a compromise. The institutional conditions for the continued work of the SPK in the rooms of the University in Rohrbacher's Trial 3E12 are guaranteed and regular financial support and free prescriptions are agreed. The Socialist Patients Collective achieves, by its de facto institutionalization as an independent working group in the university rooms, the recognition of the entire university under the direction of the rector, the incompetence of the medical faculty for the care of the sick. The medical profession as a whole was forced to demonstrate their failure status before the eyes of the world. Occupation by the patients at risk of their LLVES of the hard-won rooms of the university in Rohrbacher Street 12. Go in by 30 SPK patents to the rector of the university about prescription blockade, brought about by the general medical faculty. Occupation of the arms of Professor von Beyer. The patients demand blank prescriptions. Instead of an answer, clinic chief von Beyer lets loose the waiting pulse on these patients. Namendigung and disbarment from the premises. The so-called Students' Parliament passes a motion condemning the SPK. Instead of the SPK, it wants a psychotherapeutic advice center at the University of Heidelberg. First Patients Info, SPK takes issue with the prohibition of the SDS, Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund, and makes its own position clear. Let's bury the silly hope for health. There must be no therapeutic act which has not been previously clearly and uniquely shown to be a revolutionary act. Occupation by the SPK of the rector's arms in the university. Decision of the University Administrative Council to establish the SPK as an independent institution of the university. The medical faculty tries to prevent the implementation of the judicial decision. Among OT.Hers Professor Hafner, in the SPK there is more sect or medieval crusader mentality than modern psychiatry. Result of T.He propaganda by the general medical faculty, the culture minister of Baden-Württemberg, Professor Wilhelm Hahn announces, the contract between the university and the SPK is T.O.T.He highest degree illegal. The 3 neutral RAL experts requested by the Universität.Y support. The establishing of T.He SPK as an independent part of the university, report from Professor Richter, Universität.Y of Gießen, April 7, 70, report from Professor Brockner, University of Hanover, 29.09.70. Report from Dr. Dieter Spazier, May 10, 70. SPK to 8 UBMLT report on its science tincture work, required by the University Administrative Council. On the January 9, 70 the medical faculty requires colleagues to take a position of rejection of the SPK. The medical colleagues submit the expected biases reports. A. So-called expert Professor Thomas, University of Ulm, previously Psychosomatic Clinic Heidelberg, neither psychiatrist nor even doctor, September 9, 70. B. So-called expert Professor von Beyer, personally involved and hostile to SPK, 15.09.70 c, private letter from so-called expert Professor H.J. Bachnick, Frankfurt, June 10, 70. Decree from the Culture Minister, Professor W. Hahn, tilkuldit the SPK. First. Temporary forcible evict.ion order against T.He SPK. Radio interview with 5 members of the SPK. Since the eviction order was formally directed at Dr. Huber alone, Dr. Huber with the agreement of the patients leaves the rooms of the SPK. 4 SPK members try to see Culture Minister Han at 5 p.m. during his consultation hour in order to request the withdrawal of his decree of 18.9.70. In the evening Rector Rend 1 Orf calls on the SPK. The Rector consents before witnesses and in writing to the minimum conditions of the SPK for the continuation of the SPK on the university, an agreement which he immediately broke as with all the others. SPK applies for a temporary injunction against the pogrom propaganda of the Culture Minister Han and a CLVU action, Verwaltungsklage, against the Culture Ministry. SPK teachen in the packed lecture hall 13 in the university, 200 people. Called by the decision of SPK, Dr. Huber comes again to the rooms in the Rarbacher 24.11.70 secret meeting of the Senate. The medical faculty applies to break the connection between the SPK and the university. Decision of the Senate, that the SPK can be no OMC part of the university within or without R. September 12, 70 eviction order against the SPK. 24.03.71 Patients Info NR 33, it concerns telephone death threats against Wolfgang Huber. 16.45.5.71 Patients Info NR 25-36. Suicide equals murder. Starvation equals murder. Concerning what the press describes as a so-called soul IDE of an SPK patient. On August 4, 71. 13.05.71 The SPK's appeal against T.He Evolked. Law and Order is dismissed by the Landgericht Heidelberg. 1820.6.71 SPK action at the Working Congress of the Evangelical Academy in Arnoldschauern. The Congress members pass a resolution for the continuation of the SPK. 24.06.71 Under pretext Dr. Huber's house is searched. During a mass search operation on 25/26.6.71 8 SPK members are arrested illegally. Dr. Wolfgang Huber and T.Wo further SPK members remain legally in custody. Huber is released one day lat.er without any conditions. The other two are, unsuccessfully, blackmailed to give informa. Loans against him. 26 plus 28.6.71 2 SPK agitational events and thereafter agitation and chorusing slogans in front of the jail. Huber present. Leaflet. Turn illness into a weapon. 27.06.71 Press release from Dr. Huber's lawyer. The same day the newspaper Tageblatt wrote, Stat.E prosecutor following investigations, denied yesterday that there was any contact between SPK and the Baader-Meinhof group. 30.06.71 Patients Info NR 47. Guerrillas in Heidelberg. We demand 500 weapons licenses for patients so that they can defend their often demanded right to self-defense, against the outbreak of unrestricted police terror, by these means. Note, today, 22 years later, patients described as cripples are requested hypocritically by the press and officials of interest groups to defend themselves with weapons, after many more patient.s through racist violence, Heilsgewalt, so-called Nazis, have come to their death, and this can no longer be hushed up. Patients Info Actual 1, to the people concerning violent ending of the agitation in front of Fallerpels, prison, by Pulsbatons on January 7, 71. Tageblatt, the SPK has brought a criminal action against the chief editor of the RNZ local newspaper concerning incitement to hatred. Patients Info NR 50, Victory in the People's War here. SPK agitational event. A students' demonstration for the SPK takes place in New York. Patients Info NR 51, Dialectics of Illness and Jail, TOT.AL refusal of speaking to and act.ing with every kind of authorities. Self-dissolution of the SPK for the protection of the patients, strategical withdrawal. Foundation of the Informationszentrum Rote Volksuniversität, Information Center of the Red People's University, IZRU, Planning and Organization, Huber WD 1920.7.71 New arrest warrants against 2 SPK Pat.ent.s. July 11, 72. July 11, 72. November 72. 19.12.72. Beginning of the trials against Drs. Wolfgang and Ursel Huber and others. Teach-in on the SPK trials with, among others, Professor Brockner. Inquest, enquête, of European patients on a meeting in Heidelberg organized by the IZRU of the International Information Group for Counter-Investigations into the SPK T.Real, supported, among others, by Jean-Paul Sartre. Dr. Wolfgang Huber and Dr. Ursel Huber are each sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. This was not the only sentence against SPK members. SPK/PF, state and government through numerous court decisions and court records have honored. 19. Our findings with, altogether, 22 years prison in particular on account of our findings, that revolution is therapy and therapy is revolution and it can be no other way. The SPK itself was never sentenced, let alone banned. And what has become of the persecutors of the SPK? Not one of them without a shattered career, and many of them, in the meantime, are dead. Curious? No, inevitable and generalizable, verallgemeinerbar. SPK/patient in front under conditions of imprisonment. The continuity of SPK/PF Huber in the following years 1971 to 1976 continued in prison. Subsequently it was distributed at all levels and in all continents. 1973. Patient in front as continuity of SPK and return to the roots of the SPK, proclaimed by Huber, SPK/PF, WD, Drive Med. In solitary confinement. Beginning of the unconditional and unmelted hunger strike by Dr. Wolfgang Huber and Dr. Ursel Huber. Beginning of the forced feeding torture against Drive. Huber, 82 times in 71 days. 2528.11. 752,000 participants TN. The Psychoanalytical Congress Sexualt.y and Polit.ics in Milan decide on a call for the immediate release of the hunger strikers. 13.12.75 Press statement signed among others by Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Maître de Felice, Movement d'Action Judicaire, Robert Castel, Felix Guattari, David Cooper, Franco Basaglia, Moni Elcom, Roger Gentis, Jean-Claude Polac, Michel Foucault, and 74 signatures from members of the Réseau International. 20/21.1.76 Release of Drs. Wolfgang and Ursel Huber. Remaining is the withdrawal for life of their licenses to practice, Approbationsentzug auf Lebenszeit. This is not least because Drs. Wolfgang and Ursel Huber through the SPK and the patient in front have in theoretical as well as in practical sense withdrawn the right of existence of doctors. They refuse now as then to ha.vel since tn common with doctors like the Auschwitz Mengels and the T4 Patent's euthanasia Hades. XX. The list of dates is interrupted at this point. Instead of presenting the large number of PP events singly in the following years, we continue here with an orientation overview. Patient in RONT, 1976 to 1993 RT. With the assault of the patient in RONT against the International Congress of Psychiatry, Paris, February 76, Huber WD after 4.5 years solitary confinement and 2.5 months of hunger strike immediately reappears to oppose the doctors also outside of prison. Since 1976 the patient in front has continued to apply illness as a weapon of collective liberation in a widest variety of fields, everyday life, philosophy, agriculture, religion, law, music, history, so-called occultism. To articulate illness, Krankheitsbegriff, through illness to reach the basic essentials of everything, Blopathic, to bring oneness to bear on everyone and everything, Pathopraktic, over all and at every time, each there where he is and that, since the beginning, by now over 25 years ago. External commentaries. The cultural and political newspaper in Varianti, Rome, has on the occasion of a publication in Italy of the texts of the SPK and the Patient in Front in 1992 in an interview said the following: "The genetics of today are the genocide of the third millennia Phi. Long before its time, since the 70s through the SPK and the PF, this war has been decided in favor of illness. No one else has advanced the revolutionary process, in fact, uncompromising front against all doctors, and in writing about illness in terms of illness, KRLL.Schriften. XXI. A part of the Patient in Front at present runs Krankheit 1M Recht, since 23.8.1985, in D68161 Mannheim. U5.18. Telephone 0621/25366. Office hours daily from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. At other times by telephone answering machine. No self-help group. No patient protection group, no refuge, Keenwego-Foss, no euthanasia help, Kane Sterbilf. No master human rights circle, Keen Herren Menschenrechtsverein, but the only pro-illness organization. What does this mean in a work technical view? Outside, hooray! Came off the tablets and syringes. Coming out of hospital tomorrow. The woman doctor, against your SPK Huber there is no medicine. May I then come at once? Do you write me something to be presented? Am in a hurry. He is doped with psychopharmaca and is standing upon the railing of my balcony. It's too much for me. Come and help. For heaven's sake. The flat is lost. Am 11, Ving in the forest since yesterday. I can't go to the authority personally. They'll lock me up otherwise. If I may not see my 11TUE girl, I'll KLLL them all. In the hospital they wanted to take off my leg. I struggled and I left. The inflammation now is also gone. How do I write my cancellation? To the extern. 14.000 Agitations. Hereby death averted, jab, clinic and Dali catastrophes the same. All areas of LLFE are there involved. Because all of them deal with illness, economic areas, those of society political ones, ideologic ones, all 11FE ages are concerned, to add those before being born and also those after having died, thus questions about how to plan descendants and also to write funeral orations. Nearly half a dozen lawyers and jurists have been proved by this work, not to mention the about 100 lawyers and defense lawyers who preferred stopping their work with us immediately after or even before the first beginnings. 700 criminal charges and processes against the medical power in all areas and from the low level of the first prosecutor up to the top of the highest court, making use of the national courts as well as of the international ones. All these proceedings were joint to all available and suitable institutions from the low level of communities up to the XXII. World organizations, e.g. European Community of States, EC, United Nations Organization, UNO, World Council of Churches, Weltkirchenrat, J. 60 assaults rejected, very heavy ones among them. All of the here quoted assaults have been directed against ourselves whole doing our work and some even again our youths all round. Campaigns and activities in international congresses. To the intern. Development and increase of our skills in everybody of us, techniques of anticipation, techniques of thinking, bodily technical skllls. Structures of hierarchy and working one against the other were to abolish in our context even before their arising, Dali liberation from the imperatives of repression, abolition of the separation of head and hand, abolishing also the separation of fantasies, feelings, will and thinking. Economical repression from outside had collectively to be overcome in order to gain and to keep independence from money and in order to avoid dependence created by money from outside. Personnel. There are collaborating within Krankheit 1M Recht, some 100 years of formation and being trained in practical work, trade and industry, and of course also our diplomas and titles in medicine, natural and human sciences and also in informatics, philology and pedagogy, 17 different professions altogether. For comparison, in the usual offices of doctors and lawyers, and also in court there only work some decades represented by the specialists, modern slaves just llk their helpers. Technical. There exist all tools which could be necessary for use in our work, as rooms, vehicles, computers with about 100 current programs, programmed by ourselves. Printing machines. 320 tapes for the computer printing machine have been consumed, 900.000 photocopies until now could have been done, etc. Summary. A whole load of action, some more details of which there have been taken down in our 1-week average action report from February 1993 as an example. XXIII. NB, what nowadays is Krankheit 1M Recht was then already SPK, case by case, Richtjug. Has the SPK not at that time already tactically pathopracticed each case, often enough from the outset and in addition? Compare. On whose side was and is thus, at all times, K.OTLSM. Not on the side of SPK/PF in any case. The writings of illness from the SPK and the patient in front, and also translations into the mostly used foreign languages, are published by Krim, Selbst Verlag zur Krankheit, P.O. Box 10, 3464, D69024 Heidelberg, from the original documents of the earliest days up to the philosophical systematic expositions of Huber, SPK/PF, WD, Drive Med. Which were worked out in prison, in addition to various lectures at international congresses since 1976. In the meantime there exist altogether more than 50 publications, and not only the few pamphlets the latters which Professor von Baer once had tried to suffocate, see above, August 69, by offering Huber chances to become one time a type like him, President of World Association of Psychiatry and MLL1TARY psychiatrist and what else. Not to mention the administrative director of the Clinical University Institution who, some days before the start of SPK, had offered Huber, officially but secretly, 7 months' salaries in order to achieve that Huber should stop his attacks and leave Heidelberg as soon as possible. Postscript, Huber. Up to now I have not read one single word of the judicial or medical sentences against me. What I got there about mainly from left-wing but also from other publications doesn't deal at any rate about illness as it was my doing and my thinking from all of the beginning of the here mentioned contexts. Thus, no concern to oneliness, bullshit. I experienced from those publishers for example that we were sentenced because of Gesellts Revolutionaries Handeln, nota bene Sime. As you can see in this formula there lacks completely the wordliness, both as basic matter and as the aim. They substituted it by the Verfassungsordnung der Bundesrepublik 1K, the latter which also lacks the word illness. Thus, no concern to illness, bullshit. I also remember from those publications, that I now was, told. XXIV. In my own words, a chief gangster, a manager of explosives and a falsificator of passports. Right or wrong, and besides of all modesty to be expected, I until now confess that I every time did all I could to forward and to protect Linus and all what there was involved collectively and by matter. But the named terms from which I myself HKE to make use if there is occasion to do also lack any hint to Linus. Thus, no concern to Linus, bullshit. Of course there arose from Ulnus our crime Gerla and even our magic sex workshops, Arbeitskreis Fiberstatgerla, Sexuutlet, etc., revolutionary ones, because not at all therapeutic, not at all medically recommendable, not mention the hygienic view. But 1 ton seems that those PUBL1SHERSWHUE writing about us mostly were practicating SP1RLT and dope workshops, AR1S1NG from what one's MED1CALLYL1 sensed and even recommended. And because there was a tremendous lack of dope in SP1R1TS1 and SPK, because those things didn't fit at all to our cranky Wunspegriff, sex and crime as HNKED to Ulnus S1NCE nowadays yet remain to be W1THOUT concern to Ulnus, REMA1N to be bullshit. It is true that even the US Army and the NATO German Army of course had sent representatives to the crises staffs when the persecutional investigations had started. Attracted by leanness as it was in the phototechnical workshop or by other fetishes, more fam 1L1AR to them than leanness? Indeed scarcely, wal kaum. For they withdrew as soon as possible, as I remember from the notes of some of the aforementioned PUBL1SHERS. Thus, no concern to oneliness, bullshit, regarding leanness, and regarding our doings and thinkings about it up to nowadays. 1. Dear comrades, with most great interest I have read your book. I found in your book not only the sole possibility to radicalize anti-psychiatry but also a consistent practice with the aim of abolishing, aufzuheben, the therapeutic methods of mental illness which are altogether only so-called ones. On the whole it seems that you have subsumed what Marx called alienation and what is made common property in a capitalist society under leanness and its very concept, begriff. This is well done. In 1845 Engels wrote in about the situation of the working class in England, zur Lage der arbeitenden Klasse in England, that by means of capitalist industrialization there has been created a world, in which only that species of mankind is able to feel at home, which is dehumanized, degraded, both in the intellectual as in the moral sense, sunken down and humiliated to the level of a beast, somatically 3, physical-ish morbid. As the atomizing violences systematically and permanently are crippling one class of human beings to subhumans, untermenschen, this both externally and internally, we all can see and understand that the sample in totality of these human beings Engels is referring to has been struck by this illness which can be conceived as one great damage which is inflicted at once on those who are depending on wages, Lohnarbeitlichen, and as rebellion of life against this damage, which had reduced them to the state of mere objects. The social relations having changed since 1845 profoundly, alienation, Entfremdung, is persisting up to now. And it W1LL remains so, as long as the capitalist system does, for this alienation is, as you express it, prerequisite and result, Voraussetzung und Resultat, of the economic production. Illness is, as you say, the only way, form, of youth in capitalism. It is true that the psychiatrist who is a wage-dependent, Lohnarbeitling is, as everybody and we ourselves are, an 3-man. But it is only to him that the ruling class offers the power to heal, heen, or to in turn, zuhellen oder zuwelsen. Curing, Heilung, that goes without saying, in the ruling system can never mean abolishing, Abschaffung, leanness, it, curing, healing, exclusively serves to restore your fitness to work, Arbeitsfähigkeit, whole you continue being 111. Therefore there exist in our society persons who are on the one hand either cured or healthy, two categories of persons being unconsciously LLL, the FRST1 is good for the doctors to fulfill, to prove, T.O. demonstrate and to establish the signs of production, and the second part also cannot but affirm those signs. See also Sloan-Elfland and SLGN1FLE or Sloan-Elfelkant and Sloan-Elfelkat by Lacan and others, and on the other hand those who are the three persons being registered, Anerkannt and Kranken, those who are enabled by an Unelmed revolt, Ungeslelt revolt, to produce wage work, Lohnarbeit zu leisten, and who therefore are delvered to the psychiatrist. This policeman at FLRST casts them out of law, refusing them the most elementary rights. Of course he is the accomplice of the atomizing violences, der Atomislehrend and Gewalten. He picks up individual cases in an isolating manner, so as if psychosomatic disturbances in a certain person would be this person's own lack and personal misfortune. Then he makes a sample out of those patients who seem to him to look like each other, be it in only one single manner, brought up by him from a phenomenon to a speckle floaty in diagnostics, and now he continues studying their different behaviors, having correlated all the effects here named so that they become a Umrikenslöst.lng in itself, ensemble, entity, L, and finally one IIS product, created by the doctor's skill itself, is treated by IF as the illnesses as such after having submitted them to a classification before. The three-person as such therefore is atomized and thrown back into a special category, schizophrenia, paranoia etc., a category in which also other three persons are situated who can be nevertheless in no way socially related to him, for every one of these persons has T.O be regarded by the psychiatrist.s as identical specimen, one dentalsk exemplar, of one and the same psychoneurosis. You, in contrary to this, have established to aim at the following end, the basic cause, which is a collective one looking down to the multiplicity of phenomena. Mental disease is indissolubly tied to the capitalist system, which turns working power, labor force, to a commodity, in elnware verwandelt, and in consequence of this turns wage slaves, loonapheil.engelsch, into fixed things, rolflocation, objectification, verdingelchung. It is quite clear for you that isolating diseased persons is nothing but a perpetuation of the atomization and the isolation which is caused and determined by the relations of production, Produktionsverhältnisse, and it is also quite clear to you that in the same measure in which patients in their revolt put the question to establish another society, in a manner which is not yet clear enough, that emerges the necessity to form a community, to agitate each other, briefly, T.Have.T.O. Create a socialist collective. 3. And because the psychiatrist is a sick man himself, you refuse to take a sick one and the physician as two different persons who were by nature different individuals, for indeed and in consequence of this differentiation it has been always the psychiatrist himself and he alone to become the only signifier, Singeber, tutor, betutor und, last not least, betutender. Meanwhile the patient in disease, outlawed and isolated, is turned into the only signified one, Sinelfelkat equals indifference ding, WLLK Orlichten belegbar, functionalsierbar dirk und mit betudungen, zwik und abslocht der SLG anifizierenden Person, NLLMLLCH de Arsts, BZW. Psychiaters. Enlhers bei Laken, seminarian, the patient being then nothing but a thing. In your view, quite on the contrary, the relation between physician and patient is a dialectic unit, Dialektische Einheit, to be found, rooted, in everybody. Once the patients have formed a group connection, there is, in the inner of this dialectic relation, related to the respective circumstances respectively at times the one, at other times the other moment, the determining one, and that in the measure, in which the patients either insist in the reactionary impetus, moment, of illness, or are becoming consciously aware of their revolt and of their true interests, bedilrfnisse, which are suppressed and deformed by society. Realizing that illness, beyond the different phenomena, is a basic Contradiction in everybody, allgemeine or Widerspruch, and as every individual is at the same time signifier and signified, it becomes necessary for the patients to form a collective, in order to enable themselves to regard each other, thus putting into light and separating on the one hand the reactionary impulses, moment, e.g. bourgeois ideology, and the progressive impulses on the other hand, demanding a different equals and other society, in which the most important aim is mankind but not profit any longer. There can be no doubt that collectives like those never can look for any kind of healing, because capitalism produces illness in everybody, and because psychiatric healing only means reintegration of sick people into our society, but that instead of this all those collectives have to struggle to the aim to bring illness to its whole evolution, that means to bring it up to that point where disease becomes a revolutionary power by means of becoming jointly aware by consciousness. For me the flabbergasting impression concerning SPK consists in that the patients without individual doctors, sans medicine individual, without an individuate.ed pole of significations, produce human relations and help one another to get aware of their situation, looking one another into T.Heal eyes, which means 4. That they act as being subjects in the sense signifier and signified. Meanwhile in all modern psychiatry, especially in the psychoanalysis, the sick person regards nobody, the doctor sitting behind him, occupied by making notes of the sick person's ideas, Elmfallet, to register them, to categorize them just in that manner which the doctor takes to be the right one, pour en regelster ses propos et pour les grouper comme igl entend. This spatial determination of the relation between doctor and patient, arst patient verhalten ls, turns the patient in the situation of being nothing but an object, turning the latter, that is the doctor, into an absolute signifier, who deciphers the language of Linus by means of hermeneutics, the secret of which he alone claims to know. I'm glad of having comprehended the true and real progress the SPK constitutes. After having appreciated your research work, also understand quite well that this work exposes you to the most evil repressions of capitalist society, not only to the violence of the representatives of culture, but your work also cannot but unchain, unleash, entfesseln, the violence of statesmen and policemen against you. You shall be forced to use all means of fight, because the imperialists in our society, die Herrskenden in unserer Gesellschaft, apply themselves to stop you continuing your practical work, be it merely by shabbily bringing up charges of conspiracy against you. But nevertheless you shall not be judged by the measure of feeblement detentions but by the measure of the results you have produced. A materialistic explication of the contradictions in the Begriff, concept, offeness. To resolve a problem firstly depends on being correctly aware of it. It is in no way sufficient to mention only the one or the other particular side of it, because all depends on including, begriffen, ai impulses, moment, of the problem, all its impulses in their interaction. There exists no other way to make sure that comprehending and resolving of a problem will be an inseparable unit, Einheit, identity. If we want to understand why a stone drops down to earth, it is not enough to find out that there are also other things which fall to earth, but what we have to do is to include, begriffen, the essential of the phenomenon of falling down to earth, which is the gravitation as a common law of matter, determined to be a bit of mass. Just as for Linus. From the origin it was quite clear for us that it is insufficient to look forward to definite physical causes as a natural scientific medicine does. But also we soon got it quite clear that it is also insufficient to deal with social determination of illness, that it is a too simple manner to make capitalism responsible for illness and suffering, and we got it clear that it is totally abstract and without any effect to assure each other only that society were ill. Empirically we started from only 3 facts. 1. There exists the capitalist society, there exists wage work, labor, Lohnarbeit, and capitalism. 2. There exists Linus and there exist unsatisfied needs and requirements, Bedürfnisse, i.e. the real need and the suffering single persons, die Einzelnen. 3. There exists the category of historicity, Geschichtlichkeit. The category production, or, in a yet more common way, there exist the categories of time, alteration, Verhaltensänderung, and of becoming, des Werdens. 10. Reducing it to a most simple formula, SPK was during the years of 1970-71 the greatest possible concretization of the contradictions, Widerspare, LCHE, in the idea, Begriff, of illness, including its highest possible generalization. Dialectics consist, last not least, in climbing a high scale of theoretical generalization in order to resolve concrete problems, and at the same time theoretical generalization is as well prerequisite, Voraussetzung, as result of practical work. Our beginning consisted therefore from the origin in comprehending the symptoms as being phenomena in the essence of illness, i.e. What is this being of illness? According to Marx, the history of mankind consists in being the history of its alienation and in abolishing, Aufhebung, of this alienation. Illness is neither a part nor merely the form of alienation, but illness is alienation, but it is that in a subjective sense, as the somatically and psychically lived need of the single persons, Einzelnen. We determined illness as life broken in itself, contradictory in itself. This, our determination of illness, is the result of investigations, historically done, so as we have done them in the working meetings, Arbeitskreis, in SPK by means of dialectic materialism. In the primal societies, ancient societies, Urgesellschaften, mankind is exposed to the forces of nature, which they experience as an overwhelming and blind violence. In order to survive against those powers they have to organize social communities, but this means that the violence of nature is penetrating into the inner of the social unit, becoming by that a social power. Since herder mankind is defined by defectiveness, Mlingelwesen, while modern anthropology explains the beginning of mankind's history as an effect of lacking sureness by instinct, Instinktsicherheit, cf. Nietzsche, common in animals. This lack of being protected by instinct. Hus determines mankind in an antagonistic relation to nature, als das Ende der Natur. If there shall be human history at all, life as a natural one, as a biologic one has to be broken. In National Economy and Philosophy, Marx has pointed out the aim of history very emphatically: communism, which is p0 sit ive abolition, positive Aufhebung, of privat. E pro per ty, which is hum ans elf, ai len a tion, and therefore is the real ap pro priat tion 0 f hum an essence, a Neinung des menschlichen Wesens, by and for man, therefore it is an all-including, conscious turn back of. 11. Mankind within all richness of development until nowadays, a turn back of man for oneself, für sich, as a sociai, that means mankind measured, menschlichen, man. This communism is as a completed, Vollendatur, naturalism equals humanism, as a completed humanism equals naturalism, t.hls, turn back, is the true solution, AUFL6SUNG, of the antagonism, Widerstreit, between man and nature and between man and man, the true solution of the fight, des Streits, between existence and essence, Excelstens und Wesen, between objective Outlawn, Verständstel, Endlichung, and self-affirmation, Selbstbestätigung, between liberty and necessity, Freiheit und Notwendigkeit, between single human being and species, Individuum und Gattung. This is the solved riddle of history and also the awareness of this solution. 2. By developing the Producitive for CES, Produktivkraft, by progressing domination of nature there were conquered possibilities and means able to assure mankind a youth free of need and repression, but the anarchischen, capitalist relations of production maintained by violence until now make it impossible to develop progressively those means further, which are contained in the high level of the forces of production, Produktivkraft, aiming at liberation of man with respect to the coercions of nature and society. The lonely one exposed to capitalist society is confronted with social violences which seem to him as well blind and primitive, nature watch slog, just as the immediate coercions of nature, Nadergewalten, do. And it is because of this that I use the term natural violence of capital 1 SM in this book. In a capitalist society in which He forces of production are developed in a progressing way, while the relations of production in capitalism are to be maintained, there results for the capitalist society the necessity to create non-reproductive values, nicht Produktivwerte schaffen, the creating of which are not determined for reproduction but only for destruction of social I1FE. 3. Weapon arsenals on the one hand, wear and tear built into the products, commodities, into their value of use on the other hand, in Spater Verschleil 3 in die Gebrauchsgeschichte änderer States. A simple example can. Remember, there truly don't exist individuals at all until now. To create life conditions for really existing individuals is one of the revolutionary tasks indeed. 12. Illustrate this. As everybody knows, car industry is one of the most powerful ones. To protect their profits from danger, there has to be guaranteed smooth marketing. In order to prevent demand becoming slack, a part of technical intelligence has to be occupied with producing commodities in such a manner that the products wear out as quickly as possible. MTLGLLCHST Verschlei 3 bar, often those manners are defined as pure research Grundlagenforschung. The state, representing the interests of all capitalism, die Interessen des Gesamtkapitals, a marketing crisis concerning car industry would automatically also throw steel, electric and gum industry into crisis. The state is thus coerced to build streets. In consequence of this, cities are to be burst open, for there is need of arterial roads and deserted satellite towns are coming up. In further consequence of all this crisis, there are no financial means available which should be important to satisfy most urgent needs in communities, schools, hospitals, children corners, kindergarten, etc. As a consequence of all these factors there results a desolation of all social life aiming at overcrowded regions soon becoming factors of new investment combined with the want of more industry. The entertainment industry amplifies this desert establishing game tables, music boxes, nightclubs etc., producing by this at the same time, prostitution, crimes of violence, rocker gangs and all kinds of dissociability, which the apologists of the system of course want to be taken not to be consequences of the capitalist way of production but resulting merely from industrialization. So the lonely one, der Einzelne, in capitalist society becomes an object of double expropriation, as well in the field of production as well as in that of consumption. You may compare him to the man in Greek mythology to whom the gods granted one certain wish, and everything he grasped instantly turned into gold and so he died of hunger and thirst. Not only the activity at the place of work, but also the activity in free time, striking the tennis racket, driving by car, to throw money into the music box, all this is turned into gold for the capitalist system. Requirements, bedilrfnissa we started from the fact, that any requirements we have are produced by capitalism. This means, that all requirements are nothing but phenomena, belonging to the basic requirement of capitalism which consists in producing surplus value, Mehrwert. Therefore production produces not only an object for the subject, but also a subject for the object, for capitalism is subject of all history until 13. Nowadays but in no way human beings are governors of the torques of production until now. But the requirement of capital to produce surplus value is antagonistic to the requirement the single persons, der Einzelnen, to use their uves, asymp tom, symptom, is not one n but the immediate unit of this contradiction, Widerspruch, which is sensorially perceivable. The SYMP tom is the elementary unit the contradiction ut, death. And capita ust manner of production is always directed to the destruction of labor forces, Arbeitskraft. Included in this contradiction, der Begriff dieses Widerspruchs, are those terms symptoms which they classify as schizophrenias and psychoses. Explicating the contradictions of this including, Begrultv, consists in the resistance as organized and practiced by SPK. It has to be seen quite clearly that those things, which are commonly defined as being schizophrenias or psychoses are only the simple result in which the antagonism, Widerspruch, between violence and LLFE is put to the top, but only in a form and way to grow existent in a peaceful unit, eine ruhige Einheit, each authentic human motion being answered by violence potentials. This peaceful unit of the antagonism violence, ut, becoming manifest in a schizophrenic person, or in all other kinds of oneness, in peaceful times, and the bourgeois society, Gesellschaft, knows well enough why it suppresses each of these antagonisms as soon as they become evident and explicit, suppressing them by means of the walls of mental and all the other hospitals, straitjackets, psychopharmaca, and electroshocks, in a state of emergency takes the form of an annihilation camp, first annihilated in the Nazi German KZs, patients, translator's note. This annihilation camp is, mediated by institutions like welfare center and trustee and bettering education, prisons, and psychiatric institutions, the top manifestation of conceptuality, Begriff, of the Family-type bourgeois, means, capitalist class, flowers in the inner yards of prisons and of psychiatric institutions and flowers, geraniums, at the windows and barracks of Auschwitz, which prison governor and which psychiatry professor has not yet announced on festive occasions, we are a great family. And on Christmas they played pious songs in the annihilation camps amplified by loudspeakers, isn't it? But in contrast to this in rebellion against the crowds Bruno Bettelheim tells from a girl who in one of the most awful situations of alienation of all mankind's history got aware of this situation in a moment of highest lucidity, and succeeded. 14. In Brilsing out. This girl belonged to a group of Jews and all of them had to wait naked in a queue in front of the Gash Amber. The watching SS officer was told that she had been a dancer and he ordered her to dance. And dancing she got more and more close to him. Suddenly she snatched his weapon and shot him down. Her destiny was sealed, and equally it was clear that she had not been able to change the situation in any way. The situation of the group was determined to be annihilated. But she had given her LLFE in a quite personal sense, and by this action also was expressed a possibility of history which during the annihilation of the masses in the camps had been lost in a tragic manner. 5. He who tackles symptoms in a serious way, has to face the violence of capitalist society, and he also has to look out to organize violence against this violence. All social relations transfer themselves into the substantial structure of body, in die materiator de corpus, and into the consciously performed representation of the body, und in die K6 Reperverstellung, equals psyche, the lonely one, der Einzelne, is producing his body and his psyche within the capitalist organized process of production. 6. A symptom is a phenomenon emerging out of the essential being of Illness, Erscheinung des Wesens Krankheit, being pro test and inhi bit ion 0f pro test. Agitation in SPK aimed at requiring the progressive impulse, moment, of Illness, of the protest and its collective organization. How far it was possible for the very person, für den Einzelnen, to use the progressive impulse, moment, of Illness for himself depended mostly on the economic situation and social position of the very person being in agitation. She or he who was privileged in a manner which offered him the possibility of acting out in the way of capitalist consumption supply, tourism, parties, etc., or if the social position permitted to him keeping healthy at the cost and expense of other persons, then agitation ended for him in being healthy again, and this in a thoroughly bourgeois, Burgerlichen, sense. For such a person it could seem to be enough that the most disturbing symptoms had disappeared, since apart from that he made use only of the reactionary side of Illness, inhibition of protest, as an organized form of violence against others and equally against himself, leaving SPK by his own free W1LL, that is, he had become healthy, but objectively he was again on the side of the capitalism. The possessing class and the proletarian class represent the same human self-alienation, Selbstentfremdung. But the former class feels well and wealthy, in this self-alienation, being 15. Conscious that alienation establishes its own power, possessing in alienation the appearance, den Schein, of a human existence, whui the latter class feels annihilated in alienation, regarding in alienation the own powerlessness and the reality of an inhuman existence. It is, to use an expression of Hegel, in its depravity, Verwerfenheit, the rebellion against its depravity, a rebellion to which it is driven by the necessity of contradiction in its own human nature and in its life situation, which is the frank, offenhertig, decisive, entscheiden, universal, umfassend, negation, Vernunft, of this nature. 7. Heai this a thoroughly bourgeois, bürgerlich, concept. Capitalism in its totality establishes an average norm of expropriating capacity concerning the commodity labor force, where Arbeitskraft. The health system on the one side has the task of raising this norm, and on the other side it has the task of selecting and disposing of the hands, workmen, which do no more fit to this norm, in a most cost-effective way, or respectively, as it was done in the Third Reich, to liquidate them frankly, or, as done nowadays, to remove them by differentiai, eut han asia. 8. To be healthy thus means to be expropriated and exploitable, ausbeutbar sein. By practicing the SPK we brought, last not least, to evidence what huge a mass of violence potentials was put in standby and was applied against our production of non-destructive necessities, Bedürfnisse, and was made ready against the realization of youth. Practicing SPK has made it clear that all the rights, guaranteed by the Constitution to everyone, equal1 habeas corpus, conceived as injury to the body, for no human body, if it were already a real free one, would endure any internment, Unversrecht, free development of personal one-tie, are nothing but abstract phantoms, and that even trying to use these constitutionally guaranteed rights is the same as committing crimes. The measure in which constitutionally guaranteed rights can be brought to concretization doesn't depend on independent judges, but on the higher or lower stage of the Rebellion, Gegengewalt, which the expropriated class is capable of applying against the youth-destroying violence of capitalism. And therefore the claim, fight against the cut-down of democratic rights, is nothing but a hollow catchphrase. The bourgeoisie doesn't hesitate to annihilate MILL10NS of labor forces, Arbeitskraft, in order to accumulate profits, if 16. They are not faced with substantial power originating from the struck ones. The right to life takes place in PE0 Pi is war, Volkskrieg. All power must originate from the people. He who is perplexed by hearing the word PE0 Pi is war has yet to get to a clear understanding about what is the violence of the capitalist system, what is class warfare from above, taking place in permanence, for each year there are killed 10,000 men by self-murder equals suicide, that every day 15 men are killed by so-called industrial accidents, that each year as many people, as Offenbach, German town near Frankfurt/M, has inhabitants, are annihilated by road accidents. There is always warfare in our cities. Brecht. 17. This text is but a beginning. 2 Theses and Principles. 1. 11x Illness. 1. Illness is condition and result, Voraussetzung und Resultat, of the relations of production, Produktionsvariationals, in capitalism. 9. 2. Illness being the totality of conditions of capitalist relations of production is the productive power, force of production, Produktivkraft, PAREXCEILENCE for capitalism. 3. As the result of capital-UST relations of production, illness in its developed form as protest of life against capitalism is the revolutionary productive power PAREXCEILENCE for all human beings. 4. Illness is the only form in which Hilfe in capitalism is possible. 5. Illness and capitalism are identical, in the same measure in which dead capital, Todeskapital, is accumulated, a process which runs parallel to the annihilation of human work, so-called capital annihilation, Kapitalvernichtung, becoming a common matter. Illness becomes more widespread and increasingly malign, Verbereltung und Intensiert von Krankheit nimmt zu. 6. Relations of production in capitalism involve that living work lebendige Arbeit, has to be turned into dead matter, Todmaterie, commodities, capital. Illness. 18. Expresses this process, which is in permanent progress and gaining ground. 7. Illness is the viewed unemployment and in the form of social security contributions being imposed, Sozialabgaben. Illness is crisis buffer, Krisenpuffer, PAREXCEILENCE in neo-capitalism, late capitalism, post-capitalism, Splitkapitalismus. 10. 8. Illness in its undeveloped form is inhibition and impediment and therefore the inner prison of the lonely ones, der Einzelnen. 9. If we get illness released from administration, exploitation, Verwertung, and the custody, Verwahrung, through the institutions of health, and if illness emerges in the form of collective resistance, there is the situation, that the state has to intervene in order to substitute the inner prison of the patients by external, real, Richtige, prisons. 10. The health system can get along with illness only on condition that patients are totally outlawed. 11. Health is nothing but an ideologisch figment of the mind, Gesundheit ist ein biologistisch-faschistisches Hirngespinst. 11. The function of this figment is to veil in the heads of the making stupids and of the made stupids, Verdummer und Verdummten dieser Erde, that oneness is conditioned by society and also to veil the social function of illness. 2-3 Starting points of practicing SPK. What we started from was, that all patients in this society must have a right to live, that means a requirement for treatment 1, because their illness is conditioned by society. 19. 2. Because the volume and capacity of treatment and the medical functions are institutionalized by society. 3. Because each person, be it a laborer, a housewife, a pensioner, a student, or a pupil has paid for every possible treatment, even before requiring it. This is so because social security contributions, Sozialabgaben, are imposed amounting up to 35% and more of the net income, which are confiscated automatically, Zwangswels, in order to maintain all health institutions. 2. The requirement of being treated, referred to under I, has to entail the necessity of THR0IBY PAT IENTS, patient control, of 1. The health institutions for treatment, domestic authority of the patients concerning all public institutions which have to do with illness. 2. Patients' control over all medical education and its application, praxis, by a governing Bestimmung, science according to the necessities, Bedürfnisse, of 111 people, that is the population as a proletarian one being determined by illness, der Bevölkerung als Proletariat unter der Bestimmung Krankheit, the principle of People's University socializing the means of production, Produktionsmittel, called science. b. Domestic authority and working conditions, control over the university's household through patients, who are treated at the university. c. Fulfillment of the patient's requirement, to determine themselves how and in which way they are treated or not. 3. Control of the way and of the manner in which social security contributions, Sozialabgaben, are levied and invested, control of the budget of the social insurances or services and of the social funds. 3. In the relation between physician and Patient, Arzt-Patient-Verhältnis, in the therapeutic situation, the patient is experiencing focally his role as a mere object and his deprivation of rights. 20. Rechtlosigkeit, in the confrontation with the social relations and being a part of them. The relation between physician and patient being only one of all these social relations. This relation is therefore the starting point parexcei to transform in clear consciousness and in a necessity-related, Bedürfnisbezogen, manner the existing social relations at all, the patient being their object. From this consciousness have to be deduced, abzuleiten, the following headlines of activity on which all depends: emancipation, cooperation, political identity. 3. 10 principles in practicing SPK. 1. The NADS, Bedürfnisse, of the patients are the starting point of our work. 2. Along the process of mutual self-control between patients as well in person AIAGE to TION as in that INGR0 ups, in Einzelund agitation, the needs are differentiated concerning their double role being as well products as productive powers, forces of production. 3. In personal and group agitation any kind of material offered by the patients is always worked on. 4. By means of personal and group agitation being act medium for this purpose the objective and external conditions of existence in the slongal patient as well as in the patient's collective as a whole get into collective practicing. 5. Only in connection with personal agitation. Group agitation. Scientific study groups in community, Arbeitskreisen, working out altogether a theory which is both useful and necessary, the needs or the single one and of the group can be worked on. 6. The needs of the patients brought into an objectivized form in this connection WLTH personal and group. 21. Agitation are to be concentrated in the, mentioned, study groups, in which they are also generalized in order to be turned into the collectivized need, collective Bedürfnisse, as a unit of need and political work, political identity, politische Identität. 7. Form and content of the study groups are to be determined by the needs of patients. To get it clear and to pull it forward the Method 0 FD1 AIEC TIC SINHE gel and the CR1 ton IK 0 F Paul I TIC AIE con 0 MYBY MAR-X have proved best. 8. Proceeding, LM Pros, in personal and group agitation and in the, named, study groups there has to be SOCIAIIZ special knowledge and trained skills as well concerning single patients as especially concerning knowledge and the SKLLS of those, who are able to practice medical functions in order to reduce differences in the level of education in the SPK caused by a lower or a higher education in order to achieve during a course of time also a common and equal level of education. 9. SPK products are as follow: Emancipation, cooperation, solidarity, political identity. 10. Aim and steps of our work: incorporation and the best possible development of the single persons in collectivity, Aufhebung und Optimale Entfaltung des Einzelnen. Foundation and development of more and more collectives elsewhere. The socialization of SPK methods in other organizations and groups which already exist, multifocaler expansionsmismus. The merging, Aufhebung, of all collectives in the SOCIAI first Rev 0 IUTI 0N as a common matter, die Aufhebung aller Kollektiven der Allgemeinheit S0 ZIAI first ISC Hen Rev 0 IUTI 0N. 22. 4. Towards a People's University, zum Begriff Volksuniversität. Science has to be released from its function, which is a thoroughly LLFedung and parasitic one. If 100 men are producing so many things that 101 men could live on the collective product, you can be quite sure that the 101st man becomes a scientist. That's to say that he soon will begin to rule and to govern the process of production, done by the 100 people who really produce something. Starting condition and final result of capitalist relations of production, Produktionsverhältnisse, is a science which always has to devise increasingly new and sophisticated methods for ruling and governing, kybernetic, the process of production in the way to maximize profits, Profitmaximierung. That means, that there are produced life-denying relations of production. The correct way to treat this social development consists in the struggle for socialization of the means of production, der Produktionsmittel, and this struggle is also the struggle which aims at a collective appropriation of science, an appropriation by the expropriated, a struggle therefore for a collective production of social relations, in which everybody, according to the collective needs of the single ones who form this society, has to be a scientist, the consciously clear owner of relations of production. The pretext of scientists to make science for men is not sufficient. They ought to make science for one human beings, for another mankind doesn't yet exist, while handing over this science to those who need science to satisfy their needs, that is, they have to lay their science into the hands of one PE0 pi, den Kranken. This can't be expected from scientists, for, as we were told from such scientific high lords, they are not W1LLINGA.T all to commit such a kind of self-prostitution. 12. To a BOL1SH their function orientated to Kapital TAL1SM, Lehre Kapitalorientiert Function zu negieren. That is why for them, belonging to the reactionary spearhead of capital, science is a means of production which they have at their disposal and will at any rate continue to have at their disposal. Therefore the owners of capital build ivory towers, Elfenbeinschirm, for them, universities. And the scientists take care that their science fits as well as possible for their purpose to remain always in their ivory towers and, what is 23. More, that they cannot escape from them, from the ivory towers, being created by the scientists themselves. And that is, why the IIIPE0 pi, die Kranken, themselves have to take science into their own hands. Consequently PE0 pi's UNIVER sit y, Volksuniversität, as a principle. For the IIIPE0 pi the owners of capital Buletten UD custody houses, Verwirrungsanstalten, hospitals and ambulances, mental hospitals, prisons, and 111 people don't want to be there and even must get off there. 5. People's University SPK, das SPKALS Volksuniversität. 1. It was not any matriculation or final examen, Reüberprüfung, and also it was not the purse, which were chosen by us as a criterion when somebody entered SPK. Nothing but the NADS, Bedürfnisse, were to be respected. 2. In contrary to the university which, following the university's law of Baden-Württemberg, relegates students, if they are taken for being by whoever it might be, or respectively cast them out of the university, just in contrary to that we started from the premise, that all are III, and for those who had, especially by their own body, grasped this fact we declared ourselves to be competent. 3. Instead of accumulating valuable knowledge, Verwertbareswissen, and SKLLLS, Können, of the single being, des Einzelnen, by and for capital, we aimed at socializing all scientific knowledge and methods as far as they were necessary for the population. 4. against isolation and alienation of science concerning practical needs of 111 people. We opposed science useful in order to insert a CRITIKBYPR actisin PRAKTIZIERTEKRITIK, arising from the social relations in which the struck one is situated. 24. 5. Instead of proclaiming liberty for investigation and teaching, freedom against what and for which purpose, we collectively learned and researched those matters which could be useful for the liberation from social repression, Gesellschaftlichen Zweidwilligen. 6. Instead of the principle of competition, examinations, and instead of alienated determination, Fremdbestimmung, by needs of capital to accumulate and to get profits, our guideline, Richtschnur, in scientific work was COLIECTIVEPR actisin G and collective self-determination. The Culture Minister, Kultusminister, Minister of Education and the Arts, of Baden-Württemberg, 13, by his decree of September 18, 1970, and the University's Senate of Heidelberg, by decision of November 24, 1970, refused to the patients, organized in SPK who wanted to continue their work at the university, every kind of financial support, the legality of which had been clear by self-evidence for everybody and which was recognized by everybody at all. This also in spite of the fact that there were 3 positively affirming reports done by recognized scientists and ordered by the university's chief and by his management office, Rektorat und Verwaltungsrat, 14. Done in a university which couldn't exist, if there was not the wage-dependent population and their surplus value, Mehrwert, confiscated by force, and if there did not exist permanently wage distraint, Lohnpfändung, executed as the expropriation by means of taxes. In a university with a faculty of Natura, Sciences and a faculty of medicine performing researches for military purposes, Kriegsforschung, and also for so-called pure research aiming at the mass and Leal-1 programs of capita, imperialism apt to be applied against its own nation, against the inner, Kapitalistischer Imperialismus nach innen, 15, and also against foreign nations, a university in whose faculty of medicine polyclinical psychiatry is performed as psychiatry of Pulsman directed by V. Beyer, chief of this mental hospital, and his left-hand chief Österreich, 16, both of them commanding a jot of policemen in order to cast patients out of the hospital by means of weapons brute force in March 1970. 25. This in a university at which the Faculty of Humanities, Geisteswissenschaftliche Fakultät, develops counter-strategies, ordered by CIA and other capital agencies, directed against movements of liberation of people. This in a university the Faculty of Law of which develops and applies scientific methods in order to perpetuate the outcast situation of the patients, 17. In a university, at which the cult minister Hahn owns a professor's chair in the Faculty of Theology. And this one is the same Professor Hahn who, being also cult minister, has defined the patients on the November 9, 1970 as WDS, WI1D.2 which can't be tolerated and which has to be annihilated, beseitigt, as soon as possible. At this university the chief rector, Professor Rentorf, 18, another theologist, has bound himself by contract of the November 9, 1970, written down and documented to annihilate all measures, aiming to cast patients out of their SPK rooms, but who only a few days later caused the Senate, the chief of which he is, to declare his signature null and void. This in a university. Last not least the organized studentship of which, until to the July 21, 1971 was not W1LLING to stir a finger for the patients, including their being assaulted by the police on the named day to be put into prison, a measure about which the rector's office and also the students had been informed weeks beforehand, approving this planned assault, keeping it top secret to the patients of SPK. 26. This text is but a beginning. 3. Development of SPK history. 6. The university's psychiatric polyclinic being a service of ruling science. During the last years the university's psychiatric polyclinic Heidelberg had received a change of its tasks and of its getting along with work, the impulses of this change coming from some doctors there, and was brought to an end by casting out of this department about 60 patients and their psychiatric and psychoanalytic doctor who treated them at those times. In February 1970 there were also about 180 more patients. All doctors, as far as they were involved in this department until this moment, had experienced by their practice from day to day, that the traditional manner of working had become more and more insufficient, regarding the psychiatric mass alienation, Massenverelendung, permanently increasing and growing. The function of a polyclinic like that mainly was and is still as such, which might be compared to a tranship place, Eltensumschlagplatzes, to a distribution station, Vertellerstation, for sick commodities, Krankenhut, meanwhile tied to its secondary function as a place for education, Ausbildungssitz, and as a stage of career for specialists. Cases which are too difficult to be resolved by common physicians and privately practicing specialists who, in spite of that, hesitate to put those patients behind bars of a state hospital, Hellanstalt, Heilanstalt, Note Hitleranstalt, are transferred by those doctors to the polyclinic in order to be investigated and labeled, and from there they are transferred once more to the wards in a psychiatric bed Klinik, Hauptklinik, or, because there is mostly a lack of beds for panel patients, those patients finally are yet transferred behind the named bars. Therapies are only done if the patients seem to be qualified. 27. Enough to merit a treatment. The determination of the respective qualifications result from the doctor's interest regarding the purse or the scientific exploitability of one illness in the patients. The choice criteria regarding a psychotherapy were orientated to the age of the patients and to their educational standard. This is even so to the extent that patients who are over 35 years or who lack a matriculation are to be rejected. The polyclinic work therefore is in no way formed by the needs of the greatest possible number of 1ll people, but is orientated following the profit and career interests of the only few doctors and following the strictly hierarchic system of the so-called pub-UC health. This hostility against patients, far from being only confined to the psychiatric Polka-1-Nick, is also a mark of the whole health apparatus starting from private physician to loony bin, Klapsamoli. In the polyclinic, being a selection ramp, Selektionsrampuk for example at the concentration camp of Auschwitz, for the manifold institutions of this apparatus, inhumanity of capitalist system becomes focally exposed. 7. The polyclinic as a service, treating ill people. This function of the polyclinic became significant for those who were wooing for confrontation to this problem and who noticed the hostunt against patients being involved into the researches of a polyclinic doctor and consisting in hurting what is the primary order for each physician, and that is to say it is to do primum non nocere, primarily there is to be avoided any kind of impairing. 19. In the course of the struggle between the patients and the C-Unicol establishment, KL1 Niklararchal, it became also quite clear that those who were responsible were neither blind nor uninformed regarding the problems named above, but that they are quite on the contrary always well prepared and ready to sacrifice patients on the altar of their science. And so we were able to take down what the medical assistant director B. L. Ilkenberg, 20, supported by the clinic director von Bayer, told to the patients in February 1970 quite frankly, of course, science calls for its victims. If there is emerging a connect. 28. Between research and the treatment of illness, Krankenversorgung, there can be no question at all, that heads may well have to roll. So mills sen eben och mal op rollen. The heads of the patients in this case was what we replied, and each of the both clinic lords showed, instead of an answer, only a cold smile. C. von den Herren called you one chind Helmgen Amen. The CONFL1CT between the top management of the clinic and some of its doctors who were no longer willing to obey to the patient-hostile dictatorship of their chiefs, but who had taken the needs of the 111 people to the starting point of their therapy. This conflict became an abused one by the egoistic profit interests of some fellow doctors, collagen. Those psychiatric doctors who were on the side of the patients instead of being on the side of profit, were fired. So the medical director of the POL1CL1-NIC, Dr. Spazier, in May 1969 lost the POSIB 1 LLTY of Obultatlon, already promised to him. The medical assistant Dr. Rock, who was also under the threat of measures of repression, could only be rescued by means of negotiations, done by Dr. Huber, who finally achieved that his colleague came under the protection of an infamous chief but nevertheless undoubtable chief of another clinic department, for the latter had been a Nazi psychiatrist in researching the brains of children, killed by injections and gas. And Huber himself, second medical director and successor to Dr. Spazler, was fired last not least in February 1970, together with his hundreds of patients, not to forget the putting him under prohibition and off LLMLTS concerning the polyclinic in the psychiatric hospital at the University of Heidelberg where, up to his moment he had also been engaged in philosophic research in psychiatry under the psychiatric assistant director Professor Tellenbach and with night duty several times a week and of course very often on weekends, a measure of the clinic management, aiming to stop his political activities against capitalism and righties at the university and elsewhere, taken from the first original manuscript by the translator. The role relations do not provide for doctor and patient coming together to fulfill their task jointly, for quite on the contrary the relation between doctor and patient is determined by the distance and by a great deal of indirectness devised for the purpose of separating them from each other, middle barket. The doctor being accustomed to consider, Sie begreifen, his patients only as a case, as nothing but a thing, has to learn to cease comprehending the 111 population and their forms of 29. Expression by diagnostics and label 1 NGS, instead of grasping, begreifen, them as being quite equal to that what they ilva as their reahty, that's to say suffering under repression. To develop a proletarian consciousness as a principle and as a tool and instrument for a progressive and whole masses ilka therapy, LM Massen Majay Elstab, this is only possible under the one condition, that the doctor as a person is willing to abolish his therapeutic leadership. Therefore he has to areals that the supposed subject doctor is an object of the RUHNG relations himself. The equipment for a therapy, orientated to the needs of patients cannot be learned by a doctor whether during education, whether during conferences, seminars, and congresses, but only in the daily struggle side by side with the patients and their reality, taking part in their misery and their repression. What is situated opposite to this reality is a self-righteous system, consisting of a petrified hierarchy, Verteinerter Hierarchie, in the form of public health, Gestalt des Gesundheitswesens, for which the patient is forced to pay by social contributions being imposed. Academical conferences with colleagues who know and treat the 111 people only being labeled by diagnoses before, are in no means useful, make grow only the waiting list and the waiting time of the patients. And so Dr. Huber was fired under pretext to have sometimes directly refused to leave his patients and to let them walk instead of walking 5 or 10 minutes to this kind of conferences, in the morning, which lasted sometimes only a few minutes, sometimes only a few hours, and the chiefs fishing for a pretext had also forgotten that Dr. Huber always had been well informed about all results of those conferences, if there ever had resulted anything, informed by other colleagues who had taken part. And by telephone. For what actually was the cause had been his therapeutic work for and together with the patients, and this work had CLLMBED a level to constitute a critique by practice against the institutions of the health apparatus and its expropriation of 111 NESS. In the hospitals of the university the public health involves, and if it were only by tendency, the possibility of becoming socialized in a progressive sense. This means also that for all doctors, being occupied there, exists the mere duty to offer those privileges to the population, from whom they are paid, last not least. University hospitals enjoy certain privileges in which they differ from all common physicians and from hospitals which belong to a state or to a community. 31. The doctors who work in a university don't depend directly on fee or on the health certificate of the patients, they earn a salary, let it be small sometimes. The management and the equipment with all medical tools and instruments is provided by the hospital's government. 2. The prescription is free, and that means that it is not controlled or restricted in any way by sick fund or by some unit of panel doctors, Kassenelvertelchverelnelgungen. This freedom of prescription is caused and mediated by the research tasks in university hospitals, Pharmaceutic research in order to ensure the profits of pharmaceutic industry which is favored by means of the money of the patients. 8. Organization by the patients themselves, die Selbstorganisierung der Patienten. Consequently the patients were not W1LLING furthermore to get administrated worse than beasts transferred and fobbed off. They called for their right of therapy and they began to organize themselves. So the first patients' plenum in the history of medicine took place in the psychiatric polyclinic at the University of Heidelberg on February 5, 1970. All patients who had come together there voted to pull off the new leader in the Polyclinic, Dr. Kretz, 21, for the named doctor, since his coming there in October 1969 had ordered to abolish several therapeutic groups, especially those groups which had been formed by invalide and very old patients, most of them having moved from far away to Heidelberg in order to get help and protection in our polyclinic against being menaced day and night and again and finally forever by some therapeutic imprisonment, provided for them by other doctors. Furthermore, what about the few doctors who quite different to Dr. Kretz really worked in the Polyclinic? Dr. Kretz started substituting them one by his own team, especially Dr. Huber he substituted at last. The pat.lens of the latter one meanwhile had done day after day and during several weeks statistic investigations in the waiting room of the Polyclinic unnoticed by the new leader, and from those investigations 31. Resulted that Dr. Huber in the average worked together with 12 patients, whole Dr. Kretz, being most time absent, cared for nothing but sometimes for only a patient. Furthermore the patients resolved to found committees in order to give a constitution to the polyclinic due to satisfy their needs. In the entrance hall there was attached an information board on the wall with informations from and about the patients, but only a few days later the new boss, Dr. Kretz, who happened to pass by, run an assault against this board, tore it down while hurting a sick woman who was occupied in reading the patient's informations and who bursted out into a crying fit. For the hospital government the patients who had begun to emancipate and to organize themselves were not to be tolerated furthermore. Those patients who had finished to be handsome for each purpose had become quite useless for science. Once more the patients had organized a teach-in, which took place in the auditory of University's psychiatric hospital and there took part amongst some hundreds of people, including newspapers, broadcast, and television, also the medical director of the university's hospital Professor Drive. Walter Ritter v. Beyer, Professor Brodegum, 22, and also medical assistant directors and scientific assistant doctors like Dr. Huber, and this was the teach-in on which some 100 persons out of the ill population called once more for the taking back of the dismissal against Dr. Huber and for the PULL1NG off of Dr. Kretz. Only half a day later there followed the cast out of Dr. Huber combined by the off-limits, mentioned before. After having occupied the office rooms of the management director of the university's hospitals in Heidelberg by Hungerstrelke, which lasted 1.5 days, and it were the patients and Dr. Huber who made commonly this Hungerstrelke, the rector of the university, Professor Rentorf felt caused himself to prepare means and measures in order to continue therapy and self-organization of the patients, rooms in the university, money and unrestricted prescripture, necessary yet to be forwarded regularly. In that consisted the so-called compromise which happened on February 28, 1970 and to achieve this compromise there have taken part leading members of the Faculty of Medicine, the Deans Schneider and Quadbeck, 23, the Psychiatric Director V. Beyer and also students of the Project Group Medicine. This compromise had been done between the patients and Rentorf, rector of the University of Heidelberg. From the beginning Dr. Huber had refused to recognize this compromise. But he declared, face by face only to the patients. 32. To continue his working together only WLTH them, excluding explicitly any collaboration with somebody else. By this act, which involved for the patients and also for Dr. Huber the having become an autonomous work group with own rooms in the University there had been achieved that the whole university, represented by the University's rector, had affirmed that the Faculty of Medicine in totality was an incompetent one. But nevertheless also the university in totality has wrecked from the beginning in fulfilling the compromise. 1. the working rooms being unused since a year, and this nevertheless by subvention of the taxpayers, firstly had to be done up from ground to top, and there was nobody to care about, except the patients themselves. 2. The free prescription, frais retepture, which also had been assured by compromise contract, was sabotaged by the psychiatric director V. Bayer and by his Assistant Director Österreich in a criminal way. Österreich. Nobody can be willing to allow Huber to prescribe medicaments, for we have to start from, that Huber, maybe, prescribes dynamite. Sad face. Some patients went to V. Bayer and tried to speak with him about how to resolve the problem of prescription. But this psychiatric director ordered instead of free prescription policemen who casted the patients by violence out of the university's psychiatric hospital, and later on they also got, like Dr. Huber before, prohibition of domicile concerning the psychiatric hospital campus all around. Assistant Director Österreich continued the common strategy by ordering a prescription blockade to all chemists' shops and pharmacies of Heidelberg, and there followed that all patients were also rejected in each chemist's shop if they presented a prescription with the signature of Dr. Huber. One of the patients, invalid from the last war, also rejected by a pharmacist, achieved the latter pharmacist to call up Dr. Österreich, in order to ask what to do, because his case was even obviously for the Fanachlist very urgent. But the medical Assistant Director Österreich, looking down to the patient and to the Fanachlist, did nothing else except recommending the Fanachlist to transfer the invalid one to the juridical assistant director of university, Professor Podlak. 1 ton is from some interest in this context to note that the 33. Psychiatric Dr. Österreich at those times was preparing a scientific piece for his habilitation about where invalids and senile people. The same patient who was very heavily damaged yet had had to suffer another injury by Dr. Österreich, the latter calling for Dr. Huber in the mentioned teach-in. This leanness is only the result of your work, Mr. Dr. Huber. 3. From March to July the university's rector never paid a penny of the lump sum which he had assured by contract to the patents. Quite on the contrary, he did not cease to menace the patients by the blockade of telephone and by requesting them to leave his university's workrooms. More and more it became clear for the patients that the university's top management, beside all contract, compromise, and negotiation, secretly had resolved to finish the patients' collective until September 30, even by force and violence, be it necessary or not, but to make an example for all coming MS. To fulfill this purpose they directed again to Dr. Huber, requesting him to signify that after the September 30 none of the patients should need qualified therapy any longer. The rector and his management, a pressure group now, also used the means of a hunger blockade against the patients' self-organization. They refused to pay the money promised to the patients by compromise contract. Well, it got also quite clear for all patients that the named compromise had been nothing but a measure of dictatorship directed against the self-organization, that the treatment of 3 people by compromise unmasked itself as a further step of the annihilation strategy directed against the patients. 9. The Socialist Patients Collective. Meanwhile the patients had struggled for 4 months against repression, starving out, both permanently INFL1CTED on them by university's rectorship. It finally was too much for them. On July 6, 1970 they occupied the university's office of headmaster Rentorf. 34. The challenges and demands of the socialist Patients Collective, directed to the headmaster of university, were 1. Control of all treatment of patients by patients themselves, abolition of all foreign determination as it is exercised in the health sector by industry and army etc. 2. The domestic authority in the hospitals has to be controlled by the patients. 3. Money, which circulates in the hospitals, has to be transferred to the organized patients. Instantly, as a first step, money has to be turned round to the common university's cash box. First measure to fulfill these demands: Fs. A. Leaving a house to the patients unamiked and free, in which they are protected against all attacks of persons who don't belong to them. There have to be at least 10 rooms in this house. All instruments as far as necessary for the patients and all current costs are to be provided by the university. 2 persons, able to fulfill medical functions, Tr.gerstlicher Funktionen, getting around with illness in the patient's collective are to be paid by the university. Also the financial means for clerk work and activities in case working are to be provided. b. One house more with at least 10 rooms has to be left to the patients instantly, unlimited and free of charge, destined to those patients who are, caused by the ruling repression, in danger in a specific manner, and this demand is a necessary one in order to protect those patients against more damages, rising from the established psychiatry, its mere existence being a permanent menace against those patients. c. Until the new rooms can be used, the SOCIA list T-PAT len TSCOLLECTIVE remains where it is until now, that is in the Rarbacherstra E12. All the costs which came together until March, prospectively up to our moving into T.He new rooms are to be paid by the university, less the costs yet paid by the university resulting from the compromise contract. All outstanding debts are to be transferred instantly. 24. As the patients are the respective producers, they require now the domination of disposition, die Verfügungsgewalt, over the means of production, productions. 35. Middle, they require all material and basic starting points, die materiellen Voraussetzungen, which are necessary to turn this university of capitalism into a UNIVER sit Y0 FPE0 pi. This demand was for the rest in congruence to the constitution of this university, for in 2 of this constitution the university is defined as a place, in which there has to be produced science for the human beings, Wissenschaft für den Menschen. As first step to fulfill a wide program like that, the patients also required to institute the SPK at the university by law and to provide rooms in the university being apt to this purpose, and respectively all other means being necessary for the patient's self-organization. On July 9, 1970, the Management Council, Verwaltungsrat, of the university decided to institute the SPK as a part of the university and ordered 3 reputed scientists to make a report about the work and the function of SPK. 25. These scientists voted in favor of the SPK as to become an institution of the Universität. Until to this moment, the defaming and the causing discord against the patients and their relatives was mainly done by the Faculty of Medicine, Assistant Dean Dr. Kretz, as a work group of psychiatry/psychosomatic, Assistant Work Group Leader Dr. Kretz, by means of publishing declarations in press and broadcast, who published also every kind of letter to the editor and every public correspondence of these doctors as they desired from any press and broadcast. But now the defaming and the causing discord against the patients and their relatives were followed, strengthened, and reinforced by publicatlans of the Culture Ministry, Ministry of Education and the Arts, of the Government of the State of Baden-Württemberg. These Christian righties, CDU, did it in the same style and manner quite comparable to the mostly social democratic doctors and the leaders of the university, and every kind of formerly dissent between those members of those 2 opposite political parties disappeared as if it had never existed, since the instigation against the patients became a common enterprise for those doctors of the Faculty of Medicine and for the ministers of government, facing a short victory of the patients' group, resulting from their having occupied the university for more than a week and favored by the decision of the university's council, who couldn't but decide in that way, regarding the 3 reports with their good result for the patients. This in spite of Professor Dr. Wilhelm Hahn of the Culture Ministry of Baden-Württemberg, who joined now the enemies of the patients, supporting their campaign in press and broadcasting by all 36 means of his governing party CDU, Christian Democratic Underground, as the patients called it. CDU equals Christliche Demokratische Union. For them the reactionary press of T.He bourgeoisie was diligently open every time for all agitating pamphlets of those who usurped quite arrogantly competence in the name and instead of the patients. Meanwhile the same so-called free press refused to accept any kind of publication if it was done by the patients themselves, corrigations, declarations, and so on, except those which the press editors themselves had tried to transcript either up to a mere nonsense or to shorten and to abbreviate them to commonplaces, lacking every chance of efficiency at all. On July 20, 1970, the Culture Minister of Baden-Württemberg published by press and broadcast that the decision of the university's top management, to which he belonged himself, see before, was in his opinion in the highest measure criminal one, in Hochstem Maj3 Rex Widrig, and he added in his speech by broadcast, that all patients of the SPK urgently have to be submitted to that kind of treatment, which they have earned, which they need bitterly, Schleunigst der Behandlung zugeverleiht worden, die Sie verdienen und die Sie dringend nötig haben, and finally he prohibited by his decree from September 18, 1970 against the university to realize and execute the decision of its management council, the yet named decision which favored the patients. All those instigation tirades, Hetztiraden, from the doctors, favored and supposed by the cult minister, were also able to influence the work of the patients. On the one hand they made quite clear the enmity by all medical and academical institutions against patients, on the other hand the patients, who worked in the SPK also had to suffer from the reproaches at their homes and families and at their jobs, reproaches of bosses, wives and husbands or children who now behaved to realize what SPK was actually, raising from the doctors and from the politicians hate and enmity against SPK as published by press and broadcast. Sometimes those family members and those bosses were successful against one or the other of the patients who then dared no longer to join the SPK, which those bosses and family members knew only by press, resulting in more repression for those patlants aiming to intern them, the bosses in family and job regaining their secretly or openly expressed most comfortable way of life. But the patients, in misery, were suffering the risk of death permanently before their eyes, being poisoned and tortured by forced treatment in a hospital, especially under the label to be a risk of security everywhere imposed to them by press and broadcast, invented and cast against them by doctors. 37. This experience shows in a manner, wh1ch you can grasp by hands what is the connection between the bourgeois consciousness, that is the so-called good human common sense, and between the reason of capitalism and his efficiency. 10. The eviction sentence, Remung sur Thiel, and the Senate's order, Senatsbesschluss. Another attempt to annihilate the SPK was the eviction sentence against the patients, technically against Dr. Huber, on November 4, 1970. On November 9, 1970 the Culture Minister Hahn declared directly, with the eviction sentence in his pocket, that the patients of the SPK were a WLLD growing, which was no longer to be beared and has to be weeded out as soon as possible by all means being at hand. Just in the same evening of this day Rentorf, the top master of the university obliged himself by a written document to the SPK to remove the eviction plaint which had been ordered by the university automatically just I1Ke the order of the Culture Ministry from September 18, 1970 on which this plaint was based, and to prepare steps against the attacks from the Culture Ministry inserting the CLVLL court, and further Rentorf declared by his signature that he was willing to occupy the Senate of the university with the question of formal establishing of the SPK as an independent institution of the university, supporting this step by CALL1NG and his three experts, Richter, Brilkner, and Spazier. But the first step of this university's rector, after having done his declaration, was that he directed to the Senate of which he was the president, and caused the Senate to make his signature INVAL1D, putting himself under tutelage equals Selbstentmündigung. Therefore the patients directed to the civil court questioning an urgent disposal, interim injunction, Einstwelgewerf, 1GUNG, against the pogrom agitation, Pogrometzi, of cult minister Hahn, and also they imposed a plaint against the decree of the November 18, 1970, both measures based on the human rights, Grundrecht, especially on the right of every person of remaining unhurt, Unverletzlichkeit der Person, and the right of freedom in research and education, Freiheit von 38. Verschung und Lehre. But the CLVLL court achieved to delay this plaint until to January 1972 and then rejected it, combined with the order that it were the patients who had to pay all costs. Finally on November 24, 1970 in a secret assembly to which the named experts were not invited, but instead of them Professor Drive, Dr. Heinz H. Doffner, expert in money-making, expert in Sack and Proflotmixlung, by means of the ill population, the Senate resolved, based on the require of the Faculty of Medicine, Schneider, Kretz, that the SPK was not to be established as an institution at and by the university. This decree, put in the hands of the Dean of the Faculty of Law, a former Nazi named Professor Drive Liefrens, and instigated by the members of the Faculty of Natural and Mathematic Sciences, should be executed by the Chancellor of the University as an act of management, auf dem Verwaltungsweg, to which had to serve also the executive forces of state, unter Anwendungsstaatlicher Hilfsmittel, and all this as urgent as possible. Nevertheless Dr. Huber, believing evidently, if not in delusion, in the signature of the Theologist Rentorf, had submitted an appeal, by means of his lawyer against the eviction sentence, Ardemungsurteil, being in force and able to be executed since the November 4, 1970. On May 13, 1971 there came another eviction sentence executable at once and at any time against the patients, RESP against Dr. Huber. And the court, appealed for Proektlon against the execution of this means, suspension of execution, Vollstreckungsschutz, not even took notice of this petition aiming at the mere survival of the patients. 11. The eviction. And as a matter of fact, as we may conclude from above, the eviction took place on 24, 25, and June 26, 1971, combined with a sudden and arbitrary detention of SBK Patlent.s, subjecting them to examination, applying violence against bodies, search of their domiciles, without any permission of a judge, of course, menace, and taking hostages, 26, during an armed operation. This military action, performed by police, supported by helicopters, police dogs, submachine guns and several hundreds of Polish officials, some of them in uniform, others 39. Disguised, came to performance in the context of ideas and constructions prepared by the persecutors and the police in a manner which is called in psychopathology of systematized delusions fishing for self-invented relations, Beziehungssetzung ohne Anlass. 3. One of the best applied methods of doctors in psychiatry, used day and night against patients in order to get them prepared for forced therapy by means of label them in a manner which nobody else neither can direct by proof for affirm. If he isn't psychiatrist himself among other psychiatrists. And this construct was tied to, in order to gain be it only the chance of credibility, the shooting out caused by the Poles on June 24, 1971 and two until now unknown persons parking in the street in front of a pub in a little village, an event, which had taken place about half a mile near the house in which Dr. Huber was having, ready round the clock to be visited by all SPK patients who wanted to see him. All of about a dozen patients who were detained in those days got free again within about 48 hours except of two more patients. Against those two SPK patients, who were forced to remain in prison, there were finally bungled 2 warrants of arrest, which were based on the suspicion that they could be taken for being members of a criminal conspiracy, kriminell Vereinigung. All demands to visit them, even if they were asked by husbands, for the time being, were refused by the judges who took every claimed demand for a visit permission for the clear proof, that the demanding person also belonged to the criminal SPK. The persecutors and the judges also refused until nowadays even to read a medical report in which was exposed the urgent necessity for about 40 patients more of the SPK to get visit permissions, 40 patients, who had worked together in personal and group agitation with the 2 SPK members and who needed very urgently to continue the proceeding of this relation, which had worked as a very efficient therapy for them until now, quite as it was usual for newcomers in the SPK. And just one day be for the prospective eviction of T.He SPK rooms, prospected by the judges who had worked out this eviction order, on July 21, 1971 in the early morning another assault took place, performed by several hundreds of Polsmen who rushed up with submachine guns and dogs against the SPK workrooms which we had strategically left a week ago on July 13 while spreading messages to press, broadcast and television and also to every kind of administration announcing, that the SPK rooms as workrooms for the patients since that 40 time were closed for everybody, because the danger to the patients, starting from terror and violence executed by the police, instigated by the doctors and supported by the government, had reached a levee which was outside of every responsive 1L1 tie and no longer compatible regarding the security of any patient who ever had been in any way connected to the SPK, and be it only by suspicion of somebody else ready for denunciation. Meantime 10 dwellings of patients were searched by the police once more, most of them not for the first and not for the last time, casted again and again in chaos and disorder. 9 more SPK patients carn into prison, ever. Of them in another prison, far away, each prison one FRJM another, and from one end to the other of the state of F. and Den-Württemberg, and in the inner of each of those prison every SPK patient was strictly isolated from all the other imprisoned inmates, but therefore always and permanently exposed to pulse examination, medical interrogation, and every kind of nasty trick and repression. And also the persecutors had made, that 9 of the 11 prisoners had lost their lawyers. A lawyer of the imprisoned SPK patients was taken for guilty to have favored his clients, disregarding that against those clients until this moment didn't exist any charge at all. The lawyer was rejected by prohibition every time if he tried to enter the prison in which was one of the SPK members, or if he tried to establish a contact to them in any other way. This prohibition of defense was practiced permanently and in every case of SPK during 1 month. Until to the moment in which this book appeared 9 of the 11 patients got free, all of then 01/ conditions, some by bail. Quite significant, the 2 SPK MLL-LBLRs wanted for ringleaders from the beginning of SPK are yet in prison, the 2 Dr. Huber, physician and physiologist and mother of 3 children, the wife, physician in research and psychiatrist Dr. Huber himself, 27. 41. 12. The Ruang outlaw condition, Die Herrschendrechtlosigkeit, and the patients dropped out concerning all civil rights. Patients which we are. All power we got consists only in this even fact. All CLVLL society consists basically of the connection between possession and law. For being ape our son means nothing but the right to dispose of the things you possess. The only possession of which the workman disposes is his capacity of work. As 1LL persons, those ones are defined by TE Pub UC Health, who are incapable to dispose of the capacity to work, which is a commodity, whether for some time or forever. Having lost their commodity of working capacity, labor force, Arbeitskraft, they also lose all their rights, which they had as possessors of an average commodity of work capacity in the former time, be it only in a formal manner. And in any case all their rights are of no use for them, because they are practically put out of vigor. The persons who have lost their ultimate possession, the commodity capacity of work, labor force, have ceased to be within their rights, Reich subject. But from T.His it follows that the right is used against us. And this is in fact through every time. This right doesn't concern personas but meets only outlaws, Rechtlos. This right has only to do with ruins of human beings, Menschenracks, who in a common sense possess no kind of power. Even not about themselves. Much less about others. But a right against somebody who is out of the right, Gegenrechtlos, is an absurdity, Unding. Is an legality, Unrecht, about which we are in no way allowed to direct. For it isn't made for us at all. To deprive us from the rooms being necessary for the self-organization. To deprive us from all tools and instruments. To take away from us the financial crutch, and last not least to deprive us from our LTVES in our eyes can represent nothing but the challenge for self-defense. And because the deprivation from means of production and the destruction of youth concerns everybody who doesn't possess something else but the commodity of labor force. All those who are expropriated can only do their right for youth in a practical manner by means of self-defense in collectivity. Only as persons being subjected to the criminal law. As those we are gaining relevance in rights. Our Rehab 1L1 Taschen consists exactly in having passed from the status of patients to the 42. Status of convicts RESP to the status of prisoners on remand, and from the status of having no rights we objectively have passed to the status of being relevant within the existing system of rights. Fortunately, the violent criminals of the university never did enter in a struggle of competition with the privilege of the patients to have no rights. Quite on the contrary. Rector Rentorf and his appendage got all things which could be necessary to keep the patients aware about their just mentioned status, in the latter of which they erased not only their legitimation for the use of weapons against the three people, but also the eyesore. But of course it should be quite clear, that in any case and with no doubt the patients and the university are belonging together. Wouldn't it be so, then? For heaven's sake, what about the CLL and LCDIRters and their millions of wages and their being as fond as possible to remain what they are, and what about their successors for which they are the only aim in the world to which they strive, passing over the dead bodies of the patients? The right, as protecting only the interests of capitalism, is for the patients every time the same right, whether before or after the becoming effective of the new university's constitution, Grundordnung, the university's law, des Hochschulgesetzes, in Heidelberg. So far, as they are patients, they are not allowed to ask for anything. Everybody knows, and in that consists also the being proud in every kind of democracy, that in the eye of the law all persons should be equal. This means, for example, that everybody, and indeed everybody in the frame of formal right, formal Rechtlich, is allowed to commit the same acting outs, slchgna so viel heraus nehmen kann, as does say Mr. Axel Springer, German newspaper king of the righties, the so-called Zeitungsar, for concerning the laws they must obey there has to be no difference between Mr. Nobody and Mr. Springer. But the reality is quite another one. Certainly not everybody is allowed, does Axel Springer, to fabricate incitement to hatred, Volksverhetzung zu betreiben, best he is able, regardless of the fact that by law of the free democratic state under the rule of law, Freiheitlich Demokratischer Rechtsstaat, everybody is turned into an Axel Springer, if he wants so or not, nevertheless only by possibility, nur der Möglichkeit nach. For in reality all nobody's remain mere objects of those Axel Springer as long as they LLVE. Or take the right of freedom of education and research, Freiheit till Verfügung und Lehre, also a right for everybody. Even some students occasionally could make use of it, if they could pay. 43. The costs, when es der Geldbeutel erlaubt. But meanwhile, as everybody knows, this law only can be used by the I1GA of professors, 11GA of the freedom of science, Bund Freiheit der Wissenschaft, directed against the mass of all other persons who are interested and involved in this context. Quite evident, everybody and be it only formally is situated within the laws. This is not so for patients. Neither at the university nor somewhere else they have got a right on treatment. Quite on the contrary, in some cases they become objects of the violence to be treated by force, vaccination, check-up in a health center equals Vertrauen, Irrtliche Untersuchung etc., without any possibility constituted by a law to exercise any influence on the contents, circumstances, and so on. Everybody suddenly can fall into oneness, all are patients by possibility. You easily can realize that, if you cast a glance on the social imposts, imposture, Sozialabgaben, you are obliged to pay. This free democratic state under the rule of law, Rechtsstaat, the necessity of which the capitalist management again and again tries to justify by the argument that each person as a such one needs it for his protection as bitterly as nothing else, in fact doesn't provide any protection for those who are forced to bear it. In front of a state, which answers the claims of those who need protection by means of laws against them, if they dare to express their claims regardless of all these matters of fact, in front of such a state, which reacts in such a way against those to whom such a state alleges to protect them, against such a state you need to be on your guard. About the being without of rights of the patients as having been concretely existing and manifest in the SPK, 1, who is 111 has as 0 F rig HT no business being in the university's Sigenik. Those people, in the same way as somewhere else, are at best nothing but tolerated there. And even that only by restriction and only until their expropriators and parasites can't realize any occasion to worry about them, and only so far, as they are willing and even yet grateful to bear all what the parasites WLLL do to them and what seems to be useful for the purposes and the plans of the expropriators. 2. For the medical men in the university is valid, that they are allowed by their chiefs in the university's management to kick the patients out of the door. This evaluation of patient value, Krankengut, and other 44 wastes is, concerning the right in this state, quite correct. 3. The university's rector is allowed to kick the medical man out of the door. If other medical men demand to the rector to act in this way, other medical men, who have kicked the patients out of the door, the rector in his rights isn't wrong at any rate. 4. If the doctor brings an action against his dismissal at the administrative court, Klage gegen sein Entlassung vor dem Verwaltungsgericht, claiming for that, what is guaranteed to him by the Constitution, LM sin einer Verfassungsklage, nothing will be changed concerning the few points noted above 1, until 3. 5. If the patients bring an action about matters of constitution at the administrative court, Verwaltungsgerichtsklage 1 sin einer Verfassungsklage LLKE, everybody has to be protected against attacks able to hurt his body. This step doesn't matter anything concerning 1, und H 3. But in spite of this juridical situation being clear at all, the governmental administration of Kult, Ministry of Education and the Arts, Kultusministerium, as if it were under compulsion itself, asked the rector to execute yet more an eviction sentence. The patients, after having been kicked out of the university, had successfully struggled to gain the domestic authority for other rooms in the university. In order to break the resistance of the patients, the responsible managers round the university's rector recurred to the civil plaint for eviction, in formal manner directed only against Dr. Huber, who had never been WLLLLNG to accept those university's rooms as his CLVLL property. In this behavior of the university's top management you can realize the accumulated lot of cowardliness in that they are not WLLing to present their odd means to the eye of public, but the causes are for sure not psychologic ones. For the expropriated population, who is insulted by those means, the three people of course, could not do anything but shake their heads. Maybe some of them who have got away their stoppings would ask then, and what about our rights? Nothing but this. To whom belongs this right at all? For whom is it useful this, our right? And at last, how can we protect us in the most effective way against our rights? 45. Everybody knows that there is governed permanently against the people. But the class struggle of all 111 people yet has begun. That the political power of the reaction has to mask itself behind a civil plaint for eviction, that is a FRCT in which those circumstances find their nevertheless true expression, be it only in a transitory manner. The proletarian dictatorship, Dictator des Proletariats, aims to get away all capitalist relations of production and at the abolition of all deformation, stunting and crippling performed against human beings. This proletarian dictatorship therefore aims at things which are from public interest. This public interest is least of all concerned by the legal titles of the reaction. But all available means of self-defense are urgently needed. The kind of those means of self-defense is determined by the violence potentials of the enemies including all its gaps and breaches. About university, there is no need of any special effort to outline now quite clear the form of the CONFUCT. More and more politically conscious patients have organized themselves in SPK in order to bring the university forward to its most elementary purpose, the content of which are the interests of the population, of proletarian people, determined by illness, unter der Bestimmung Krankheit, what means to make science now, make, that nature and science should work for everybody. The trial like this represents a breach of law in a double sense, once, because following the university's constitution and university's law exactly patients have no business being in university. Secondly, because in any case of urgency which evidently for them had happened in this context the Ministry of Science and Cult by means of surfling money and rooms, Fachaufsicht, has to be careful to stop all scientific tendencies, if aiming to pick out of nature and economy a service for everybody. Therefore in every case the university was obliged to call an action of BAL11FFERY, Gerichsvalja Herel, and of police against the demands of the patients, which could be as well founded as possible, realizing university's autonomy, of course. There was provided in university's law and in university's constitution that patients, regardless of their notorious status of being out of law, existing anyhow, less than ever had anything to demand from university. Imagine if you can. The culture minister should have called for establishing, Einrahmung, the SPK instead of the removal, Ausrichtung. The university's rector had been obliged, maybe against his will and with bleeding heart, blutenden Herzens, to take juridical action against the culture minister because of the law, which calls for 46. University J.Y.S. autonomy. For the university is obliged by right and law to defend its autonomy against the population, especially if it is a population determined by Leibniz, Verfeivelung unter der Beslumung-Krankheit. Thanks to the eviction notice this sidereal hour passed by without having noticed us, for the university's rector was on his guard and never sent a self-denunciation to the court because of having abused university for the good purpose, to get better living conditions for all by means of university or to intend something like this. Needs the university to serve the mob? For heaven's sake! Quite on the contrary, umgekehrt word ein Schuh draus the mob is good, if he serves the economy, to submit himself to the natural violence of the state machine which acts quite charitably by pistols, cudgels, by drug poisons, and electroshocks. Der Pabel unterwerf sich dei Naturgewalt, dem Pleistolensselhenden, Nilpelschulngenden, Tablettegift und Elektroskokswalletig vertel Lenden Staatsoperat. This way of problem solving, the way of the expropriators, pure extract, quintessence, Kant's sense, of all T.R. laws, simply is made in a generally accepted way, first schlechten Allgemeingeltug. The situation is a bad one, having developed from the survival struggle of the patients, which thanks to the violence, apparently coming to light, applied against the patient.s by medicine, universities management, state government and law made it possible, to unmask a quite absurd system because of the fortunate coming together of all those power components, against which everyone needs to preserve and to protect himself using every kind of means being at hands. There exists a highly organized society with hl/ll possibilities of which this union can dispose. And on the other hand there exists a structure of violence, opposite to the social unit, a violence which has the appearance of right on his side. This appearance is of essential importance for the violence, in order to feign that violence could be mistaken so as if it were nature which can be applied to anybody regardless of every kind of precaution. Therefore violence takes the mask of right and justice, namely the mask of a right and of a justice, which this violence itself has created, being based only on its efficiency. Revolutionary violence quite on the contrary is useful only if it serves to protect those who apply it. Revolutionary violence is applied by a human being, while reactionary violence stands behind an only so-called right. Right and violence don't originate from the heads of human beings, but they originate from capitalist relations of production, kapitalistisken Produktlensverhältnissen. Revolutionary violence in contrary originates 47. From suffering which has turned into conscientiousness and which now takes the same place which was formerly occupied by a crippling, patiently suffered because of being excluded from consciousness, but being now turned into relations, knowledge, and tools, useful to protect its owner and useful to pull forward the necessary evolution of collective practice, collectiver praxis. What is right in the capitalist system is only that, what fills the abyss between population and university with the dead corpses of those ones who, without a clear consciousness, did express their passive resistance against capitalist labor, the university being unable to get them repaired, ready and adapted to be killed and overkilled in the one or the other kind of capitalist final solution, Kapitalstisker Endlösung, Frilher Auschwitz-Gaskammern ZB. In SBK's history the ruling right being violence by form and structure one could realize as follows: in order to destroy the self-organization of patients, mainly the managers of the health system brought into action against the sick persons the following compulsive acts and violences using and abusing their juridically masked rule of grammar, rule of speech, Sprachregelung. Dismissal without notice and off-limits concerning the scientific assistant Dr. Huber as an official and as a member of the clinic until now. 1. Deprivation of the patients regardless of their being human ruins without any right in the view of their enemies, based on capitalist forms of production by means of a free general practicing with its possibilities of common profit maximation useful only for the involved physician, meantime depriving the patients from advantages they had gained and defended by struggling in the privileged polyclinic for the real consequences of a unconstrained prescription. To torture patients with bills, all patients being now allowed to require or to refuse modern medical methods, as e.g. X-rays, electrical diagnostics of brain as electroencephalograms, laboratory methods, and so on, being now again off limits for the patients, again by means of the just mentioned pseudo-juridical formula concerning Dr. Huber, but instead of all these advantages now the offering of a free general practicing as a just more tasteful thing if it could be, in the eyes of Rector Rentorf, submitted to a curatorium, board, of universities members, some kind of club which, for the 48 rest never had come together to constitute itself, a curatorium which is even as a juridical matter of fact a complete nonsense, for being in no way provided with the basic laws, Grundordnung, of the university. From all the beginning universities' bureaucracy aimed at the end to borderline the self-organization of the patients as a disturbant factor repressing it beyond the walls of university in order to expose and to deliver it directly to the executive violences of public health department, health police equals Gesundheitspolizei, guardianship courts and to every kind of policeman. All these measures of universities' bureaucracy being seconded by defaming campaigns of the practicing neurologists, who aimed at, on the one hand to instigate the public health department to make some more attacks against the SPK and who, on the other hand, aimed at seizures against single patients in order to get them again under their private violence of disposition. Dismissal without notice and ban from the house, Frist-Lösentlassung und Hausverbot, therefore aimed at the end to create a situation against the patients, in which there remained for them only the two possible 1L1 ties, either to become crushed by the millstones of a free medical practice or by those ones of the university's psychiatry showing the same crush and the same bruise from both of the millstones. 2. By the sudden breaking off of the empoisonung treatment with psychopharmaca, unobjectionable only with regard to the ruling relations, the most important intranquedors were widely opened to death, for since most ancient times blood circulation and respirating functions are commonly taken for the atria mortis, intranquedors for death, and they are defined as such ones, and the sudden withdrawal of medicaments is always closely related to the danger of a so-called withdrawal delirium, Entzugsdelir, menaced by death in the form of a breakdown of circulation and respiration. 28. 3. V. Bayer, Hafner etc., who put themselves on airs as judges about the criminals of physicians during the Nazi regime. 29. Handled those past times in such a way, that they hurried up the most sick and wardamaged patients, who had asked them for medicaments, prescribed by Dr. Huber, from institution to office end. 49. From office to institution, exposing those patients by this to bodily most dangerous strain. 4. Starving out, March until July 1970 and December 1970 until July 1971 the necessary money was withheld from the patients, and for years, 1970 till 1971, permanently repeated menace of forced lockout. 5. Suicide equals murder, Selbstmord equals mord internal bleeding to death by crash from the top of a tower. 31. The more humanistic murder by impulsionellen pools being blocked by the situation created from the enemy's side. Thursday before Easter, Holy Thursday, Grilldenerstag, in the year 1971 in a forest near Heidelberg there was found the dead body of a female SPK patient on the pedestal of a tower. From the autopsy resulted, death by internal bleeding out. From the police report resulted, that there had been distributed on the scene of crime quite a lot of pools. Nevertheless neither the post-mortem examination nor special forensic examinations could achieve to approve be it only the vestige of using pools. And from that it became quite clear therefore, that the pools by the now dead female SPK patient had not been injected, but quite on the contrary rejected before dying, NLCHT geschluckt, sondern verworfen. The labor force, which is a commodity, K-marks, that had ceased to be sold, had been brought to an end by being shattered. The Criminal Investigation Department had taken down at the end of their report as a conclusion, that the death of the girl never and in no way could have been caused by any other person else. 6. The organized patients had to suffer heaviest loads caused by encroachments from enemies' side, as there were open terror, defamation against patients, police spies, menace by murder, which had support from as secret as powerful forces. 32. The police almost didn't care about a murder menace against the main functionary of medical tasks in SPK, Mordrohungen gegen den I1RZTUchen Funklandstrol Dr. Huber, which the parents of a SPK patient, who were namely known to the police, casted by telephone or by letters, murder menaces which seemed in a quite surprising and unusual manner in the eyes of the police, not even determined be it only to emerge in their files, for none of the lawyers 50. Later on could find only a trial of them in those files. The same happened about those documents of ministries, of corrupt medical men and so on, which had served to prepare the here mentioned murder menace and defamatory campaigns. Doing a summary based on the analysis of the power interaction in this context, there results and there remains the following. There is nothing else behind the facade of our enemies, behind their front, which seems to be in reality quite perfect and untainted by as well in juridical as in economic view, nothing but destruction, destruction of the tissues and of the stick together of human beings, destruction which can be measured in volt, toxical units, meter kilopons, and calories or joules. This reality of economy and right got to be proved in a double view. Once by its effects, which have been taken down in the upper section in each point, yet nevertheless far away from pretending to aim at a complete summary. On the other hand, the proof of our conclusion is situated in the fact, we had set up our claim for the basic necessary support in order to fulfill our scientifically assured, urgently necessary, and useful tasks, and our claims on rights to allable get addresses quite urgently and again and again. The apparatus of violence, which they have directed against us, presented to us the only one face to consist of nothing but of destructive violence against human youth, destructive violence apt to be measured in volt, toxical units, meter kilopond, and calories and joules. After having attacked this violence, no longer under the signature of right but under the claim of life, so e.g. by means of the hunger strike in February 1970 and by means of occupating the official apartments of the university's rector in Juli 1970, Rectorratsbesetzung, we have earned not only our right, but also and in the same way nearly without any trouble else the money from which they had deprived us up to this moment. Thus there exists neither a right for nor a right against ill pop, crank. Rather there exists only violence, Gewalt, against but just as well also violence for sick people. What is called right is nothing but the destructive violence, Zerstörungsgewalt, if we let it have the enemy. Revolutionary violence is the right for one's protection of life against destruction. 3 people got no rights, Krank haben kein Recht. Therefore it is intolerable from the view of right, that they organize in plenums, that they, being struck, start a control against braked murder, illness, or and at least that. 51. They form a mass organization aiming at the end to abolish hellness, Krankheit, as a productive power, force of production, for the capitalism, for its only illness which in the Isles of Wealth, in den Wohlstandslohnzahlen, pulls forward production and consumption and therefore, and what is the same thing, also the profit business, das Profitgesellschaft, by mass murder, wholesale murder, Massenmord, in each part of the world. 52. This text is but a beginning. 4. About the method of SPK. 13. Agitation being the implication of therapeutic, scientific, and political work. The necessity to grip and to handle the economic, sociologic, psychologic and also the medical and political elements, moment, which are involved in the REA lit Y0 FLNESS, this necessity is indispensable, if there has to be solved the problem how to zero RG on EZET his PR act ice, PRA's eyes. Therapeutic, scientific, and political work constitute and determine one another. Firstly, we had succeeded in proving that the categorial system, of radical dialectics and of the political economy of Marx combined with the progressive elements of psychoanalysis were among all methods the zero and IE, DIE method. 33. which worked, and after this success had become quite clear by experience, we stepped forward in socializing of all tools which seemed to be necessary in this context, and this Sozialhuzetlan, Blaise Socialisierung der Method und der Dafilver. Enlitigen Werkzug, took place and was a function of personal, Einzel, and group agitation, and of our scientific working meetings for agitation, Wissenschaftliche Arbeitskreis, the latter three regarding the respective contents closely combined and tied to the dialectic method. The spring up of those forms can be regarded as being historically determined by the progress and the development of SPK at the University of Heidelberg and the specific conditions there. Due to this matter of fact, there may follow in consequence of the one or the other case that one cannot expect that every type of socialist self-organization in the follow-up W1LL start and develop in rather the same manner, und nicht ohne weiteres auf and ihr Sozialstliche Selbstorganisation and Ilbertragbar. Therefore it W1LL be the task of 53. Other socialist self-organization groups to examine our statements about oneness as a productive force of production, Produktivkraft, as an economic and political factor, 5 Konomische und Paul 1 Tisk gr 5, 3e, but nevertheless this examination can only start from self-practicing under the definition of Leibniz, unter der Bestimmung Krankheit, following the necessities, Bedwellunrufnisse, of 1LL people there, who need to be able, regarding the contents of our principles and methods, to develop them once more as being demanded by their Speckhof 1c situation related to the circumstances there, and to work out those ones in the respective way. All things we have elaborated in this document are nothing but the expression of what the patients of the SPK Heidelberg, the first patients' self-organization in the BRD and, as far as we know, in the world, have worked out during the 1.5 year of their collective practicing, collectiver praxis. The reading and studying of these explanations, which has to be done by collective discussion in a collective frame, aims at the end to develop the self-organization of 1LL people further on in order to become a revolutionary political power, Eln revolutionare politische Kraft, in the sense of multifocal expansionism, im Sinn des multifocalen Expansionelles Vorantrolben. 14. Loneliness, details, objectivity, opinions. Atomized and relatively patients in SPK turned into cooperators, Meltarbilder, principal cooperation. From the beginning it was self-evident for every patient that the contents of personal and group agitation could be from interest only for those who were immediately involved, members of personal agitation, group agitation, regarding the troubles of everyone as being quite specific problems of everybody involved, and regarding also the respectively combined necessities being immediate wants themselves, based on the principle, that those personal problems were to be worked out, objectivized. Und generalized, Bearbeltet, objectivelert und verallgemeinert, and not, as it is usual elsewhere, to be exploited and misused, ausgeschlachtet, as a material for gossip, Geschichte.tz, competition and moral sentencing against single persons. By practicing this principle as an imperious prerequisite for all going forward of the agitation processes in a progressive direction. 54. Useful for each one of the patients, we achieved to work out in a collective manner a clear consciousness about the dialectics of all those details, phenomena equals Erscheinungen, and of their most general span and essence, des umfassenden Ganzen, Wesen. Singularities being presented in a quite abstract form, die Abstraktiert der Einzelheiten be its symptoms and data, feigned to be free of value, word-free, means, merely objective, and to be regarded and classified in a more or less unrelated manner, or which are high-handed and following a certain situation of interests, represented by diagnosing doctors, newspapermen, scientists, who put them into preformed contexts, which look like laws and rules. It is this abstractivity of singularities in which consists indeed the life and truth inimical label scheme of traditional medicine, the objectivity of newspaper reports and the positivism of the jurists and scientists. All objectivity in mass media affirms again and again that the single person in all his acting out is nothing but an object determined to nothing but to perform his role, and that all facts are subject to the interests of agents of profit progress, Agenten der Profitmaximierung, and of capital accumulatlan only in order to be inserted and tied to a certain categorial system. The so-called objectivity in mass media is a repressing tool of capitalism. This so-called objectivity is marked by a seeming separation of opinion and interest on the one hand and of activities, Tatsachen, and facts, past activities, on the other hand. The difference between opinion and fact is ruled and governed and is to be determined in any case by the opinion makers who belong to the agency of capitalism. Thereby the actions, Tatsachen, the facts are torn out of their objective, historic and social contexts and connections, Zusammenlounge, in order to be presented to an abstract public area, Öffentlichkeit, in a form, which lacks any specific mark of their facticity, Faktische of their having been worked out, of their having become a mere commodity product, produziert seins, prepared to be presented to the people as what they call with quite a lot of pride the naked facts. Nackt Tatsachen. If we happen to meet somebody who says to us, hence we only have to consider quite dispassionately only the true facts, then it is quite clear for us, that we have happened to meet a person, who either has been made completely stupid, hopeless of all being possibly recovered, or it's a person who is a criminal subject of common danger. 55. The opinions which are suggested to the reader, to the listener or to the spectator, are masked as if they were a common truth which has got its signification and its importance by the title and by the fame of the one who expresses the respective opinion, labeled now to be connected to an authority in field and faculty, sach und fachat. The litty man, 34, then is urged to express his opinion. The so-called constitutional right of freedom of opinion, Freiheit der Meinungsloel.Uerung, is nothing but coercion, elections, opinion research, is nothing but violence against a nobody, Besultslosen, for what is enforced in the case of opinions is only the interest of those who possess the commanding power about the means of production, Produktionsammeltal. As long as the opinions of the little man remain only opinions and nothing else, the commanders of within the capitalist system LLK, the FLLCK and ABS may look very peacefully down on those opinions which can't in no way become dangerous for the established system. Therefore there has to be developed firstly a collective consciousness out of the desperate opinions with their lack of efficiency at all. A thought only remains to be nothing but only an idea or a theory as long as it is situated only in one or in several heads which have nothing to do with one another. Der Gedanke bleibt nur so lang Theorie, ALSER nur in eine Motor in Wenigen, Voni einander isolerten Kopfen ist. But situated in a lot of heads, what means in persons who talk to one another, Kommunisierender, and who work together, Cooperierender, this one thought yet has achieved to be turned into a practice, ist schon Praxis. 15. Dyadic, personal, agitation and group agitation, Einzelagitation uno Gruppenagitation. The personal agitation, which here is defined as dyadic agitation because only two persons are immediately involved, takes its orientation in the necessities which come to expression and which are problems and troubles, complaints, Beschwerden, and difficulties within the respective one patient, situated in his personality and to be determined there regarding their specific manner, just as those necessities, problems, and so on represent themselves to him and just in 56. That way in which they are performed by him in his language, special language, and in his specific way expressed and offered by him. By means of personae agitation the way in which the materials are represented by the patient, be it, some kind of inhibition, or acting, agieren, the form, is as well material to be carried out by the interacting persons, agitation's partner, as the specific materials and contents which are expressed, being combined to the form which is given to them by the patient expressing them. In group agitation it is not primarily a particular patient who is focused upon. What is concerned in group agitation, has to be fixed by the group herself as a whole collective matter, but thereby always must rule the principle that he or she who seems to be the weakest member in the group in any way is the one to whom all orientation in every proceeding of group agitation has to be directed to see Dal SLCH die Gruppenagitation stets MSCHWD Dachsten GLLED der Gruppe zu orientieren hat. Hence in group agitation the form, the group process as such one, der Gruppenprozess als Ganzer, serves as the predominating element. The weakest member of a group in agitation nevertheless is not necessarily the one person who says almost nothing or who speaks never at all. On the contrary, it is equally possible that whoever talks very much is the weakest member, trying to avoid revealing his true problems to other members of the group, or that he or she is thus attempting to hide his inability to relate to others, both from them and from himself/herself. See sich H. Meltzutben, vor slchund den anderen Verbergen will. He or she talks about all other things and God and the world, to express that only thing which he regards to be the most important for himself as a phenomenon unseizable because consisting of an error commonly produced by the capitalist system which never can produce neither a self nor a him. Furthermore, in personal agitation it is the group process, Gruppenprozess, which has to be worked out as an object in order to become a clearly understood and grasped one. That means that all the anxieties, inhibitions, and resistances which have arisen in connection with group agitation in the single one person have to be worked out and well understood, begriffen, during the following persona agitations. But what served as the basic background of interpretation for all the difficulties of the single person was in no case a scheme of the traditional psychoanalytic coordinating system, Bezug's system, which represents nothing but some social factors llke fambi, working conditions, and so on, about which 57. Everybody at the first glance seems to be convinced that they must be taken for absolute factors valid in all eternity, but quite on the contrary, what in our work had to serve as an interpreting frame like such had to be nothing but the real changes which had been achieved by the collective and which had to be followed in achieving further on. For every new patient, personal agitation was the first step which he did together with a well-experienced other patient of the collective, well experienced in medical functions and methods, Irrtlicher Funktionsstriliger. The first examination served to get knowledge about common medical and psychiatric neurologic interests as well as to serve for mutual information between the newcoming and the experienced patient, Zwisken patient und Irrtlichem Funktionsstriliger, regarding as well the motivations of the patient as the working style of the patient's collective. There was aspired to that, if at all possible, all people should take part as well in a personal agitation as in a group agitation. If there was want, there were founded new groups, maximum 12 patients. In any case, there should be on principle no group agitations without the possibility for every member to use and to experience equally personal agitations. SPK worked during all the 7 days a week. All around the clock experienced patients were present in the workrooms, ready and W1LLING to accept everybody who came or claimed by telephone to them. That is to say that everybody could come and go every time, for there didn't exist any special consulting hour, and also in group and personal agitations and in the scientific study groups there were always some experienced patients present for intervention if there eventually emerged a crisis or some other want or need. Day and night and every time Dr. Huber, now patient, most experienced in all medical and psychiatric functions, could be asked also by telephone. For newcomers among the patients there didn't exist anymore any of the unproductive waiting periods. The same day they came to SPK for the first time they could be accepted there. On principle there was accepted everybody. Conditioned by the bad situation of psychiatry, the main emphasis of the newcoming patients was put on such ones who 1. Because of their bad economic situation could not afford a treatment by a practicing specialist, Niedergelassenen Facharzt, or who respectively had had a such one yet, be it for example in mental hospitals. 58. 2. Patients who had been rejected by state institutions, polyclinic and others, or patients who had been confronted with wait lists of half a year or more and who had therefore been immediately sent to us by a nurse or by other persons there, whether because of compassion or some other motivation. And 3. Patients who because of their political conviction and because of their experiences had learned that it was best for them to abolish without exception every kind of therapy whether represented by institutions or medical persons. All group agitations took place once a week, catered to every time the same day and the same hour and fixed to the same room, and they were L1 mited to th maximum L of 2 hours. In each agitation group there were some patients who already had experience in occultative proceedings, occultatoralscher Prozel 3, for at least 3 months. Those patients could be regarded in the sense of multifocal expansionism, mu1 ti focalum expansionismus, as a focus in the interior of SPK. Each of them, those who at first all forms of expression of other group members, expressions, which had only reached the level of being phenomena, now could work out to being clearly conceived, auf den Begriff brachten. Meanwhile they themselves learned on the other hand to grasp the group as a focus and germinal nucleus assembler 1ng and bringing together their own expressions and activities to a point from which increasingly could arise warmth activity. This was a getting on proceeding in reciprocity, el un fortschreitender Wechselseitiger Prosel 3. Based on T.HLS method there was no chance given to any role of traditional group dynamism, keine Gruppendynamelsken Aroben, to arise whether only developed or even fixed, means, no hierarchy at all, if a method like that is apud. Personal agitations, Elmsalageltationen, were arranged between the members in agitation, Ageltatlans voluntarily and following their necessities once a week or for several times, if they had time enough. Again it were the necessities and the symptoms of the very patient and also the time which both members in agitation were able to save, who had also to be aware of the wants of other patients. If one of those latter persons happened to be fond of doing himself personal agitation with one of the both members who already were engaged in the reciprocal proceeding in agitation. 59. That all the named factors enabled everybody to take part in the decision about the duration of the personal agitations. In the stu dygr 0 ups, ar bel tskre sen, WHJCH had to do with scientific matters. All patients gradually could require certain thoughts of theoretic knowledge to enable to make them skillful enough to start every kind of personal agitation regardless of the respective person who asked them for a personal agitation. The average duration of time, which was necessary for a patient to get the AB1L1 ties to seize some kind of activating function regarding personal and group agitation as well as the study groups occupied by scientific matters, was about 3 months at least, in every case depending on the interest and the participation of the involved patient. And thus we also succeeded in receiving more and more patients, and meanwhile the rush had become a bigger one from day to day. Shortly before our medical enemies and the Poles by their assaults succeeded in stopping our work there were about 500 patients who belonged to the SPK, and nevertheless by means of the here described way in agitation those 500 patients had achieved to settle up a resolve loan capacity for more than 500 patients more now. But despite all advantages, proceedings, and succeedings also the lack of rooms and money was going to be a more and more urgent problem from day to day. Every time, if there was group agitation it was made possible for each one to put 5 OM into a common cash box, T1 he wanted and could do it. The costs of a group therapy as usual a patient had to pay in university at those times were at least 60 OM. These funds were submitted to the collective control by all patients. During the only first weeks after the SPK had started with his work and resistance, in order to provide nothing but the means to buy some expensive medicaments which only a few patients were not yet able to miss because of having become adapted to them by hospital or other doctors and therefore being menaced now by heavy crisis. And also this funds later on had to serve more and more to pay for the costs of our PUBL1C work, the only weapon we had at those times to struggle against our aggressors in the Faculty of Medicine, in the Culture Ministry and in the management of the university. The study work Assembler 1ES, Arbeitskreis, of SPK took place regularly once a week in the rooms of SPK at fixed times. They lasted at least 2 hours and there took part among 10 or 30 patients. Everybody could come, that means that also came 60 persons there who were no members of SPK. During the last weeks of SPK there worked 14 work groups, everyone being occupied to work out a different scientific matter. 35. 16. Functions in SPK, commonly called case work. While agitation continued in the SPK there were also difficulties to be resolved which commonly are taken for such of case work, but which in the context of SPK served only to complete agitation, whether a real help in resolving compartment or family problems, or e.g. arranging problems of couples or of matrimony by visiting the involved partners in their homes and talking to them, babysitting whole the related parents were gainfully employed or collaborated in the SPK, problem solving. Agitation with parents or husbands of SPK members whose parents or husbands had refused to enter SPK. The difficulties to work out in most of the cases concerning their extent and their contents had been caused and determined decisively by the rabble-rousing aspersion in press and broadcast which from the start had accompanied the development of SPK directed against the patients and caused by the Faculty of Medicine of the University and by the Culture Ministry of Government. To the extern works and functions of SPK also belonged the occasional help for pupils and students, class works, examinations, by means of coachings, a help for the victims of the establishment suppressing mechanisms in the subject factories, Unterten and Fabriken, as there are school and university, provocating sometimes heavy situations of need and danger in our experience. But in the beginning of the SPK it had not yet been possible to exercise works like that in an institutionalized manner, because the university's headmastership by the Fald Contract Compromise, Compromill 3, in February 1970 indeed had assured to pay the costs which should become necessary to settle up some casework function, but nevertheless then refused to fulfill this promise just as well as the headmastership of university from the start of the patients' collective never had fulfilled. His promise of warranting free prescription, respectively quite on the contrary had rather actively sabotaged all necessities like those, acting in a 61. Common plot and always as an accomplice of the Faculty of Medicine. But SPK which intensified his progress in practicing agitation achieved to get beyond it, for the call for a help like that in most of the patients very rapidly could be reduced, especially by the fact, that those ones who were afflicted in such a kind of crisis management, Krisenintervention, learned by experience. In a very concrete and sensual manner that there was dealt with nothing but solely a crisis management. And thus the casework functions, die Sozialarbeiterisken Funktionen, of the SPK were progressively turned into agitation by the SPK by exterioritat them, in agitation de SPK NACHO 11N, that means that the patients despite their situation at home and in family as well as at their places of work were ready and had got well prepared to get along whether with their lessors and neighbors or with other members of their family and their colleagues, and in addition they also became prepared to agitate independently and with much efficiency in their surroundings. In this way the principle of multifocal expansionism, das Prinzip des multifocalen Expansionismus, became a fact in reality, and in doing it everybody amongst the patients became a focus in that double sense, to bring himself into the focus and to be meanwhile a hearth, als Brennpunkt und als heard as AF0 of all social contradictions which are expressed in the respective residence, family, and place of work, as th of revolutionary consciousness and revolutionary activity. Transforming into consciousness those contradictions and getting them to a head by agitative practicing, durch Beobachtung und agitatorisches Zuspitzen. Thus the colleagues on the places of work and sometimes even the family members could be activated and mobilized, and in consequence they either joined the SPK or were trying to turn into reality their necessities and aiming elsewhere at a collective political practice, now arisen to concretization. 62. 17. AJ4 and determination, Frem die Bestimmung, scientific study work groups, Wissenschaftliche Arbeitskreis. Science for human beings is what means, to turn scientific methods into tools apt to abol1sh of denying relations of production. To apply scientific methods, CR1 ton 1 kbypr actis, means, to check up and to abol1sh all foundations and functions of bourgeois science by the method of dialectics. The practice of the SPK must not be misunderstood, as often happened, as an alternative directed against the ruling science, the science of those who rule, or even as an alternative directed against bourgeois psychiatry. This SPK practice rather constitutes not only critical reflection of this science, but in tendency the abolition, Aufhebung, and overcom1.ng of the latter. Thereby there is to start from the point that all what consciousness contains, that all kind of knowledge is determined by feed 1ng up and education and by oblutualization in the one sense, that every human life energy all over has been coerced to be turned into a totalitarian functionalism for the capitalist system, the remaining behind of the productive forces, forces of production, productive craft, regarding their development in comparison with the development of the relations of production, is a true expression of this fact. This FREMDBESTIMMUNG, align at E dan D Ali nat INGDETER min ATION, itself only can be noticed and brought to consciousness in the process of altering and abolishing it in developing its progressive aspect, progressive seat, that is the consciousness of the social single persons to realize that they have nothing to lose but their chains, that the lonely persons, die Zelten, being thoroughly nothing but products of this totalitarian alien determination. Fremdbestimmung, find the self, Realisation, Se1bst, Verw Erk 1 Ic Hunji, in nothing but being the class of the 111 ones as the revolutionary class, Selbstverwirklichung Chung der Kranken als Revolution our class. For all those who don't need university studies as a preparation for their functioning in the economic process, and to those ones belongs the greater part of population, those ones who don't need some profession for their being expropriated, science represents a strange power, which they are not able to understand and which they therefore are used to take for a hostile, or be it at least a social force which they by none way are apt to put under control. All depends on that to work out in community with them, starting from their immediate. 6.1. Needs to work out the contradictions, Doldersperrfiche, between what is science in fact and reality and what is its utiity value ge bra uchswert, for human beings. As a useful and indispensable method there has proved to be the dialectics by Hegel and the basic facts of political economy in working out this method collectively. As a topic of common reading and discussion in the SPK study work groups, SPK Arbeitsgruppen, there were die Phänomenologie des Geistes and the Wissenschaft der Logik by Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit and Science of Logic by Hegel, Das Kapital by Marx, K. Marx Capitalism, and the Einführung in die Nationalökonomie by Luxemburg, Introduction to the National Economy by Rosa Luxemburg, Der Ellenbruch der Sexual Moral and the Massenpsychologie des Faschismus by Reich, the Invasion of Compulsory Sex Morality by Wilhelm Reich and the Mass Psychology of Fascism by Wilhelm Reich. Gesellschaft und Klassenbehörde, Usain by Lukács, History and Class Consciousness by George Lukács, Versuchsfiber den Gebrauchswert von Kerneltzky, Basic Study about Utility Value by Horst Kerneltzky. Topics of readings by the patients and by their working out in the collective were also texts by Mao, Marcuse, Lenin, Spinoza, and others. In the discussion about what contained those texts all depended on that to produce a true connection to what the patients in their present practice in SPK were just feel and to that what just was happening at their place of work. Therefore the central point concerning those themes and topics consisted in what was their true UT1L1 tie value, Gebrauchswert, quite on the contrary to all what students are accustomed to do in philosophical and other seminaries and work groups. They're interested nothing but how to applicate all these subjects in practice and not the exchange value, Tauschwert, of literature for comparative studies, Vergleich, based on the principle of competition, otherwise but nothing else, a working style. Favoring the hierarchic structure of a socialist studying leader or some other dictatorship, seminar leader. By studying those texts in the work groups of SPK, texts which seemed at the first glance to be very difficult, there soon arose some polarization between those ones, who believed or pretended to understand all contents prima vista and between those other ones, who were paralyzed by the verbose flood of words, the sense of which seemed to be at all incomprehensible to them. By creating a common conscious situation like that based on the RUL1NG role of the needs in all work of SPK, there was produced a very useful protest behavior as well on the 64 side of the at least very frustrated ones, whose formation was an acidemelk one, as well as on the side of those who were in the beginning the paralyzed ones, paralyzed by a real inflation of words and thoughts overthrowing them. By that the object role of everyone with respect to science was reproduced until to be a quite real fact now again and once more as for all participants in those work groups, Arbeitskreisen, and in the protest caused by this proceeding there was opened the real overcome of science whue and during appropriating it in the collective. This reconquest, Einenung, and the way to it, if it is gone by the collective, is already a step itself, is a concrete transition to get away from the passive consumption behavior, von der passiven Konsumentenhaltung, to the active development of the dialectic unit which surrounds the consumer and the object of consumption, von Konsument und Konsumtionsstand, an active and an activating abolition, Aufhebung, of the subject-object relation between science and human beings done by the patients, being based on their true needs while appropriating and functionalizing science. 18. Agitation and action. There exists the following dictamen by Spinoza: I say, that we are acting then, if there happens something in ourselves or in our surroundings, from which we on our side are the only and adequate cause, that is, if there follows something out of our nature within us or out of us which only by this cause can be recognized clearly and distinctly, but in comparison with that I say, that we suffer, if there happens something in us or if there follows something out of our nature, from which we are the cause only in the one or in the other part. 36. From all what we have stated until now there follow as unrefutable consequences that and how suffering has to be turned into activity. The needs of the lonely one, des Einzelnen, have to be taken up and firstly be accepted just as being nothing but products of the production from which they got made and from which they have started. They cannot be measured by a measure which is applied to them from outside, for what is the only important thing consists in that those needs, Bedwellwunrfnisse, firstly are to be developed by 65. Collective work regarding the contradictions, Widersprüche, which they only and wholly are representing. And by that, those contradictions are brought up to a beyond of themselves, and therefore the everyone gets aware that there also is concerned his own need if there is dealt with the necessity to turn all existing relations into revolution. Therefore it has to be developed and worked out, that the relations between the lonely ones are nothing but relations between the one who starts to be an object and the other, who starts from the same situation being an object in his relations too, which surround him, that consciousness, Denken, and body are running the program of capitalism always and in any case, Denken und Körper Kapital Wunstisch vor programmiert sind, that there exists an identity between the misery of everyone and the social contradictions in totality, and that the revolution from being object to become a subject, from being a thing to become a human being equals vom Objekt zum Subject, which is indeed the first true event in history, the first step to human history which merits the name history, can only be the consequence of an effort done by a collective. And thus there is resolved the inhibition of protest, represented until now only by the symptoms, by turning it into the dialectics of the processual proceeding between the lonely one and the society, starting from the affects, emotions, feelings equals effect, here, of, der Kranken, smiley face, the three people, that means starting from those ones, who have got conscious of their suffering, there are released, freigesetzt, the energies due to turn sufferers into activists, and exactly in that consists the explosive material, the coming to a head, Zuspitzung, which WLLL smash the ruling system of murder in permanence, der das Herrschensystem des permanenten Mords zerschlagen word. And thus agitation as such one is itself action, the starting point to develop the revolutionary process as a unit, which involves both consciousness and reality. Thus agitation and action are as well identical and different from one another, just as are the dialectics of being and consciousness, Dialectic von Seln und Bewl 3 Tseln. If an agitation like that becomes efficient, it is quite clear, that the class enemies soon will start their reactions against it, but the process as a whole and entire one gets forward and beyond itself even in spite of and even in favor of the reactions of the class enemy. De Revolution are Prosel 3 Word durch die Reaktionen des Klassen feins über sich selbst hinausgetrieben. Following those experiences, the class enemy has to be distinguished best by his being marked to be setting in motion and into exhibition, and based on laws, Gesetzemlil 3 IG, Pulse apparatus, management bureaucracy, and armies against. 66. Those who develop their activities in a strongly consequent manner, starting from their lonely sufferings being in the society only prefabricated ones, die Handeln konsequent aus ihrem gesellschaftlich Produzlerten Indulgeduellen Lelden entwickeln. 67. This text is but a beginning. V. Dialectics. 19. Object-subject. Illness. Most immediately the requiring for life is becoming seizable if somebody experiences his youth being menaced and restricted in the situation of iinessa capitalist existence, Krankheit als kapitalistiskem Dasein, and in the requiring to change this situation by becoming productive, the last claim inseparably tied to the being repressed by suffering, which always is very close to the requirement for change, the requirement for production. Illness in the sense of a contradictory spin, moment, in youth involves both the germ and the energy of her own negation, the WL for youth. But also in both illness is inhibition, negation of youth. But one illness, as negating youth, is not only negation in an abstract way, such as if youth is only regarded as an isolated fact of biology, which it is only from appearance, equals Erscheinungsmel 1 lug, regarding youth process. Quite on the contrary, illness is both and in quite the same manner product and negation of the Ewing conditions, Lebensbedingungen, and this means, that illness is product and negation of the Ewing relations of production in society. In this determination mentioned illness is identically the zero ne force of production, productive force, die Produktivkraft. Aiming to change those living conditions to which illness owes its rise. So far concerning the function of illness in 0bjective view. Regarding the sub-jective view, the person in illness is forced by suffering to regard his existence and his life as an object in his consciousness. And here it becomes quite clear that the function of health and welfare combine to their 68. Institutions, and especially the relation between physician and patient, Arstpatlentvarel.ltnls, is a thoroughly reactionary one. The patient is corroborated as a lonely one, Verelnzalung, his illness is taken from him like he expects, and his illness is becoming an administrated and a turn to account one. The success of the healing is transformed into the object of a re-established labor force, fitness for work, in the three-person, which represents his functionability in a life inimical and illness-creating social productive process of capitalism, in T.Herehabili of the ill person. Physician and patient. In his illness and in his condition of being a patient, the lonely one experiences his role as an object cult.e intensively and like the focus point in a mirror, quite in defenselessness, loneliness, Vereinzelung, and outcastness, Recht.Losigkeit. His impossible one tie to act is getting a bodily ascertained one, Sinnlich-Gewil3, in his looking out for treatment or help. One of the most important functions of the physician in every situation of therapy consists in his task to affirm permanently and airtightly the constitution of the patient. As a person who must be treated in any case, the physician as an agent wronged by that all social relations as they are. Thus the relation between physician and patient anchored and organized in all institutions therefore works best as a repression in permanence against the progressive impulsation, moment, in T.Healiness, being protest in every case and aiming at becoming resistance in a substantial effect, Mater Lawlesslert.er Widerstand. By that also the pathogenic role of remaining an object is guaranteed, especially by the state, when illness is yet in its beginning. That means further on, that by means of the relationship between physician and patient within the health system, both capitalism and state have established their top tool of suppression. While illness being in its acute state and in need of treatment, the state applies sharp ammunition, scarf munition, against the patient, for the patient is in this state of illness in its beginning a total outcast. The physician in the relation between patient and physician is the omnipotent one. Cmit dem Arst patient Varel.Ltness verbunding Rechtlosigkeit des Patienten. The patient lacks all kinds of rights and is unable in any way to get influence, be it about the weather, be it about the how of his treatment, the basis of which he himself has established before, by creating surplus value, Mehrwert, financial T.axes, Steuern, and social contributions, Sozialabgaben, but now being unable to control or even to determine the treatment, which the doctor is acting out against him. If necessary, the patient then is put under tutelage, put 69. Under internment and is murdered by euthanasia. The protest in illness, its progressive part, Progressives Moment der Krankheit, therefore only will reach consciousness, expression, Artikulatlan, and come to the effect of resistance, in form von Widerstand manifest werden, if there has preceded any cancel 1 ng of the object role in a common, that means collective context. The physician on the other hand is occupied by nothing but, following his contract, Auftragsgemäß, reinforcing the reactionary momentum of illness by means of his individual's lone and atomizing treatment. But the sharpening of the loneliness, Verschlürfung der Vereinzelung, favors nevertheless the becoming conscious of the patient and the setting free of LLFE energy, which during the acute state of illness is the most powerful one as protest and resistance against LLNS conditions in social relations, fever and more rapid pulses as well as the so-called violent tendencies in so-called mental disordered people represent quite drastic hints proving this reinforcement. Single person, Einzelner, collective. Realizing relations, circumstances, and conditions as belonging to the objective side of my existence, relations which act as determinations against myself, Fremdbestimmung, turning those relations first of all to objects of my conceptual thinking, that means researching and investigating them, it mich if into a subject, be it only germinally, but altering those relations and determinations perfectly, radical Verlandern, makes me being a subject at all, bin ich subject. To do the first one alone and as an individuum is nearly impossible, to do the second thing as a such alone one is impossible at all. It follows that the individuum as a mere individuum is damned to the role remaining always an objective thing, Vereinzelung. Nothing but cooperation in connection with solidarity to jet her with other ones renders able the movement from the object to the subject. It follows, that all persons who are nothing but lonely objects within the social relations cannot become subjects except there takes place a collective practice, collective praxis, based on a cooperation in solidarity. By that the lonely persons, if cooperating in solidarity already have changed he social relations for the MSEIVES, FILR so far as they form a part of those relations, and that is due to the simple fact that they now constitute a part of the social relations because of being now a collective and no longer nothing but lonely ones. Lonely ones acting merely as objects in the social conditions are nothing but victims who 70. Are unable even to defend themselves. But being together in a collective they represent immediately and in the eyes of everybody else the possible 1L1 tie and even yet the real beginning and, last not least, the effectiveness of subjectivity. By this change of the social relations as a such one, Fehlversich, there exists both and already the germ of their changement involving their substantial condition even as bodies, It follows. Every kind of medical treatment, Krankenversorgung, being improved by a higher intensity in the methods or by any refinement else, be it for example by reinforcement of a specific common health treatment in using medical functions, v. community psychiatry, institution for mental health, Seeliske Gesundheit, hospitals in which the classes were cancelled, Klassenloses Krankenhaus, etc., all those medical functions established by education, tradition, and controlled by state, and thus forming and Erminelng the relation between physician and patient in the one or in the other way, in an objective view is nothing but a management aiming at menacing and damaging the patients and every kind of reformism, refining this management, in an objective view is useful only in order to stabilize the ruling relations which are murderous ones. Relations between persons one to another are to be understood from the beginning in the one way only, which regards them as relations between objects and objects. In the case of the relation between physician and patient for example everybody in this partnership consists, each in a quite specific manner, of nothing but as an object of the same subject, subject being capitalism. The patient being object of the seeming, Skellenberen, subject physician puts his pressure of suffering and all his needs and want.s and his claims for a changement into the hands of a physician, quite in conformity with the redetermined program here described and the physician, following his function in its objective regard as an administrator in capitalism hen becomes an administrator of illness. If the physician is successful, erfolgsvoll, he produces a change which is formed by what we call health, Gesundheit, a thing of superstition which is regarded perhaps by the patient as the real fulfi11ing of his dreams, and that is done by the physician by having liberated the patient from a special symptom. It is for the capitalism, that the physician, following his orders, Auftragsgemäß, produces a labor force once more being apt for further exploitation and gaining profits. All relations between the lonely ones, Einzelnen, aim at the abolishing of their being objects. This is done by the collective. 71. Practice directed against the yet determining forces of the historic process being capital 1 SM until now, liberation movement being based on solidarity. What there is not produced in our collectives is the fetish individual health, not the appreciation one to another as an interchange of values and commodities, Tauschhandel, called sympathy, but what is to be produced consists of solidarity and of the common need of change. The changed consciousness is equally prerequisite and result, Voraussetzung und Resultat, of the practiced political warfare, for only in the struggle for a socialism like that exists the real chance for self-realization, nur one im Kampf für den Sozialismus ist Selbstverwirklichung möglich. 20. Aufhebung, cancellation, liberation, resolving, of the object role by collectivity. 3. Collective recognition, Erkenntnis, can exist as meaningful for human beings only under the one condition that the things we have recognized are changed as the origin of our recognizing them. Preceding every recognition, if it is a creative one, there exists a certainty by the senses, slnnl1chejlheit, concerning the object role of the consciousness in its relation to a being, which has turned consciousness itself to play nothing but the role of an object, just the object role of the lonely person, de Vereinzelten, with respect to the material conditions, materiellen asis, of his social being, Seinsgesellschaftlichen Sens. The stop and inhibition against the cognition, Denken, and the vitality, experienced by youth if still acting on the level of the sensual certainty, Sinnlichkeit, leads to its special expression within certain symptoms of illness, inability to work, Arbeitsstörungen, bad feel, Depressionen, problems in sexual one-tie, Sexualschwierigkeiten, anxiety, and so on. If the real, affective, relations between subject and object get worked out by collectivity, the role of being merely an object as it is represented by the lonely person herself is turned into an object of recognition, thus to an object of a proceeding in dialectics, procedural, where in such relation not only happens recognition, but also results a change, zum Objekt der Erkenntnis und Veränderungsprozesses. The role of consciousness now conceived as being nothing but an object. 72. Concerning the being, Besinnlich des Seins, now is resolved while there results now the developed activity in cognition and consciousness, an activity which is, as we mentioned, a such one which results in constituting the new context of a new i.e. changed being, Seinsverandernde Tätigkeit des Bewusstseins. By that is reached a qualitative new level, cancellation, Aufhebung, that means identical negation, and affirmation, Erhaltung, concerning the former lonely person now in collectivity, the latter forming a new being for the former lonely person now with a permanently growing spread and extension. The collective now is a new quality both in objective and subjective view, objectively, because the relations of production in capitalism now are in confrontation to a counterpower, Gegenmacht, by which those relations of production in capitalism are forced to react by some specific patterns, and in subjective view the new quality consists in that the former lonely, located, mutilated, verkrüppelt, and inert, Stanlerenden, Kunstgleichnisses, Beulthreitseln, come together in the preceding process of the new quality of collective consciousness, in the community of all the consciousnesses who are there, while being kept, aufgehoben, in the practiced activity of the collective praxis. In its descent to the counterpower of the capitalist system, the collective is permanently both object and subject concerning the process of change, Veränderungsprozess 3, in which it interacts. The lonely one, der Einzelne, in his now consciously known role of an object in the process of capitalist production and evaluation, Produktions- und Verwertungsprozess 3, is also the motor involving the tendency to abolish those factors of the capitalist system. But this level of collective consciousness is to be worked out permanently again and again and has to be defended against the destructive effects of capitalism in the everyday process of production and reproduction, disturbing the lonely one continuously, and also this working out of the reached level in consciousness is an every day's and every night's task within the collective, expanding permanently. The person entering the collective doesn't remain the lonely ill person who came, and there also doesn't exist in his collaboration the aim to leave the collective as a safe and sound person, geheilt, as to be expected be it a polyclinic, a physician's ambulance, Artpraxelles, or some other supporting organization, Hilfsorganisation, being then nothing but the same one lonely person, Vereenselter, yet part of the same principle of reality, Realitätsspiralensloop, of the pathogenic. Krankmakenden, and life inimical, Lebensfeldleichen, society in capitalism, to which this lonely person would be outcast and output in the same manner, deprived from all protection as well as unarmed and defenseless. Quite on the contrary. 73. Every person the collective is the beginning to turn leanness into a process of objectivation, the one process which represents the development of the collective, this process to be done by everybody. The object role of the lonely one opposite to the relations of production, production of surplus value, destruction of youth, is experienced subjectively as a subject role. This contradiction, Widerspruch, becomes a substantial one, manifestiert sich, within the Quaudi of 11.1 NESS, suffering pressure, Leidensdruck. To consciousness, as far as it is an effect of society, leanness can only stand opposite like a fatum which it takes for a single one, rising from some faults for which the lonely person is guilty himself. But it is the society in capital USM which appropriates illness for its own purposes in order to turn it into a value by means of the individual's lone treatment within the relation between physician and patient, being controlled by the patient inimical and oneness perpetuating health system, social taxes, programmed illness. And this contradiction, Widerspruch, is the essence of the Qua-HTY which we are used to call Pat-Len-T. In the 111 person there is represented the contradiction between illness as a protest, equals youth expression, and the stop, Hemmung, of this protest. This contradiction is to be unfolded up to the new Qua-HTY of become ing con silu s0f0 nesrole san 0 bject, being a lonely one person, Ian Zellner, within the process of production and destruction in capita HSM. And there is the experience of the dialectic interaction between the being, sen, and the consciousness, behuupseln, that is to say, illness as the stop, Hemmung, of youth and leanness as the yet non-articulated protest against the euphonimical relations and against the social compulsive mechanisms, Gesellschaftlichen ZWF1.NGE. This experience comes to its expression within the Kollektive Nade for Sihan GE, combined to the abolition of all 111 illusionary wishes for health, Gesundheit. New quality, socialist self-organization, collective. The more the collective expands, the more burning, SCHF1.refer, W111 get the confrontations with the social institutions of government, health sector, Gesundheitswesen, university, administration, Melnelstrium, judiciary, police, struggle of the collective against the institutions, public relations work. 74. Öffentlichkeitsarbeit. Within those clashes, Auseinandersetzungen, the collective turns into a subject, collective Zoom subject, of the social processes in change, Gesellschaftlicher Veränderungsprozess. At the same time there is unfolded to the inner and to the exterior side, by the formation of more socialist self-organizations all around leanness, the principle of the MU1 ton I, F0 calories ex pan sionism, MUITI, F0 KAIR ex pan sionismus, as a new quality. By the struggle of the collective against the euphonimical forces of the social system there is also developed the multifocal expansionism up to a new QUAL1TY of the political identity, Politisk Identität, 1.E to the unit between needs and POL1TICAL struggle, Einheit von Bedel 1 Rfnissen und Paul 1 Tiskem Kampf. This process takes place in everybody as a lonely one and jedem Einzelnen, within the collective and also between the collectivities, the focuses, Brennpunkt, of the movement. 21. Multifocal expansionism, focus. Starting from the manner in which the collective works and in which it is organized, inter-agitation between single persons, LD agitation in groups, Einzel- und Gruppenagitation, work groups in epistemology, Wissenschaftliche Arbeitskreis, political actions, Öffentlichkeitsarbeit, and permanently expanding the collective, there is developed the principle of the MUITI, F0 calories E expan sionism, which is a new quality. This principle of multifocal expansionism in a germinal sense already exists within the essential structures, LM Wesson, of the patient's self-organization. Each one LL person as a such one is a focus, Brennpunkt, nucleus of crystal Zation, of the social contradictions on a certain level, that is more or less developed. By Maya.ns of the process in personal or group agitation, those contradictions in each lonely one person, LM Einzelnen, are worked out and unfolded thus, that everybody step by step and in permanent repetition overcomes the level of his personal isolation, Vereinzelung überwindet first respective to his partner in personal agitation, Einzelagitationspartner, then respective to the Agitat-10N group and 75. Finally the former lonely person will experience and organize, gestalten, the reality, Wirklichkeit, and effectiveness, Wirksamkeit, of collectivity. In a process of permanent repetition, everybody jeder Einzelne, WLLL run through the steps, subjectively subject, objectively object, subjectively object, objectively subject, and within the consciously done production of collective consciousness everybody, der Einzelne, WLLL produce finally the moment, of the identity between being and consciousness, Identität von Sen und Bewusstsein, that is the new quality of the political identity will be experienced and WLLL be produced. 37. Focus means what we know from rays optics, a lens to collect for example all beams which go through the lens in one point, the focus, burning point of collectivity, Brennpunkt. But focus also means hearth in the certain sense, that a hearth LLKE such one is a starting point for effects, workagen, for example a hearth of disturbances, unheard, or that such a focus can be compared also to a simple cooking stove or range, Einfacher which produces warmth while working. And by that we have determined the word focus in its double sense, to be a point of collectivity, focus on the one hand, and to be a starting point, a hearth on the other hand, the word focus therefore being only a sign of a dialectic identity, Dialektische Einheit, that means a contradictory one. Every three person now represents in a specific way some focus. In an objective view everybody as a lonely one person jeder Einzelne represents the focus of social contradictions. But by means of the process of Consci Zero Use Lie, BEWUPTEN, unfolding of the contradictions of protest and stop, collected in oneness, the quality focus as the burning point, Brennpunkt, of the social relations, contradictions, is turned into a subjective quality, and that means that the 111 person, having become able to handle in a quite clear manner and in full consciousness, Einbehaupter, the social context of his suffering, then has achieved to turn from a lonely and isolated person, as he was in the beginning, into a focus, who now is really a such one as well in subjective as in objective view. Illness as a consciousness of suffering, as an inhibition and as a stop which now is a part of one's knowledge is both a prerequisite within the Kansalye, Aufhebung, of the quality focus as a point0f coli ectivity, brenn, pun kt, aiming at the new quality focus as a heart h. Only by becoming conscious of her object role by the 76. Consciousness about leanness as an inhibition the three person is enabled to liberate conscious protest, the progressive moment in leanness. The process of turning the quality focus, inhibition, into the quality hearth represents the emancipation of the object, done by cooperation and solidarity and just by that and by nothing else atra ted 0 ne, einbe han del ter, becomes a subject, an act ivene, Einhandelnder. 22. Dialectics of sexuality. In all societies, formed and organized by capitalism, there is no reason to define sexuality except in a thoroughly formalistic and abstract manner. That means that sexuality can't be conceived like something which exists already. Quite on the contrary, it has to be conceived in its necessity of first becoming developed to effectiveness. Sexualität ist erst nach Überwirkung. The basic fact, the only one in which Sigmund Freud was right, consists in that the significations of all our experiences, or Lebenseinfähigkeiten, are sedimented within the substantial context of our bodies, somatization, psychogenic disturbances of the functions in our organs and so on. What there is categorized to the syndromes, Symptombilder, of the so-called psychoses, neuroses, and schizophrenic disturbances thus are nothing but phenomena as an appearing expression, Erscheinungsformen, of our bodies being destroyed by the just mentioned sedimentation of the significance, Zerstörungssoma. Freud, because of being a member of the bourgeois class in his dullness due to the just named fact, never was willing or allowed to work out a fertile theoretic concept like this one of his and bring it to the point and to the end, disregarding all the consequences all around it. 38. Psychoanalysis virtually works only on the level of ideas, Vorstellungsebene, but sexuality, being a life expression of indispensable force, which is setting free life energy, therefore in psychoanalysis mostly can't neither seized and worked out nor realized. Sexualität bleibt unbearbeitet und unbeurteilt. What appears as an improvement in healing and treatment, Heilung, thus is nothing but a certain absence of symptoms, especially of the most disturbing ones adapted to the norms of a behavior in sexuality, which is nothing but a petty bourgeois one. 77. It then was firstly Wilhelm Reich, who started T.He experiments, der den Versuch unternahm, to put Freud's theory from the head to the feet. 39. Researching the disturbances in sexual functions, while thinking that T.Hos disturbances were caused by psychologic factors and vice versa, he by and by succeeds in proceeding to T.He beginnings of a dialect.lc in historic view, hist.oriskdialektisker Ansatz, down to the ground of the essential contradiction which there always has worked between the sexuality as a function of LLFE and its permanent breaking caused by the forces of nature acting against human societies in the beginning, to which were added later on the forces of the nowadays worldwide system of forces in capitalism, reinforcing the formerly only naturally caused inhibitions up to a degree of exponential reinforcement. 40. Following these outlines in the conception of W. Reich, based on his dialectics of history, Historisk Materialistisk Aufarbeitung, in SPK it became comprehensible in a quite self-understanding manner that illness itself was to be conceived as the one ruling antagonism and contradiction in LLFE itself, and that therefore illness was to be conceived as thoroughly broken life, Krankheit in sich gebrochenes Leben, and all life as being broken from before its beginning nowadays only could consist of and exist in illness. There exists a correspondence in self-destruction concerning the individuum being regarded on the level of a lonely one, Einzelner, the sexuality of whom being turned into anxiety as a together of all self-destruct one ng involvements, and on the other hand there is the destructive force of capitalism which has reinforced natural forces to the most high degree of destruction, death menacing every kind of life and omnipresently growing tendency. If you want to get a concrete knowledge about sexuality in every level of its phenomena in history, you have to analyze the surroundings, the socio-economic and the cultural conditions in order to conceive all of its functions. The requirements, Erfordernisse, which start from that human beings always have to care about how to reproduce their living conditions which in former T.Ms mankind had to extort by permanent new efforts from the natural forces which menaced them all about, necessities, requirement.s and living conditions for the fulfillment of which the human being from nowadays has to pay by submersing himself to the ruling social order of the capitalist system. All those requirements do not only work against sexuality. For what is more, there is to start from that the separation between sexuality and the whole of the functions which deal with the reproduction of the economic. 78. And cultural I1VING conditions is not at all possible. To talk about sexuality and to mean sexuality, represents a totally unreasonable effort, excepting there exists at least the knowledge in the speaking and meaning person about the fact that he is just walking inside the categoric and epistemological system of economy and administration. Whatever else the speaking and meaning person could intend, remember for example every kind of sexuality yet experienced by the person, of course can be communicated in the manner of abstractness and generality, abstracter Allgemeinheit, because dealing with FEL1NGS, Gefühlen, which already are conscious enough, but by this act to express himself he neither is able to grasp special feelings, in connection with sexuality, nor will he be enabled to ever know whether feelings, which he takes for sexual ones and also experiences communicated to him by others indeed are nothing but sediments of a connection of func.lons from which he experiences nothing but some sediments of feelings and which have nothing to do with sexuality or nearly nothing. Regard for example the extremously strange phenomena of nymphomany or satyriasis, kinds of most exaggerated sexual drive in women and men, and you soon will experience that those phenomena, which at the first glance seem to be expressive forms of a flabbergasting sexual activity indeed are nothing but the highest degrees of self-defense against sexuality. Because sexuality in the cases of satyriasis and nymphomany is based on pleasure anxiety, Reich, Lustangst, the exaggerated activity seemingly being the only means to inactivate this pleasure anxiety. If it were possible to isolate neatly, Frizoperaperieren, a sexual behavior like that by putting away all economic and cultural components, what then would remain, never would be sexuality, but the anxiety which determines a sexual behavior like that. HP who looks out for original forms of sexuality in order to reconstruct them perhaps will enter some description of life communities which easily could impress him to take them for lost paradises of a quite permissive sexuality because they are up to the most extent different in comparison with civil ones Ashen and culture from nowadays, even apart from there being sometimes a quite successful literature as a such one. The so-called primeval horde, horde, while working only to preserve constantly the best possible living conditions in such a community was in no instant free sexuality, even if nothing else had formed a limit to them, even if they could also act out every kind of incest within an all-round promiscuity, even regardless of every kind of difference concerning life age. Quite on the contrary those groups resulted from an incentive. 79. Born out of all surrounding dangers and aiming at the greatest possible, GRTLL3 Tmoglichen, standing together and at the same time isolating them against other groups and their attacking one's living conditions and LLFE materials which permanently were to be protected and most time required all efforts of self-defense. It was W. Reich who worked out the invasion of compulsory sex morality, Einbruch der sexual moral, how sexuality is sharply turned into a completely different one, Sprunghaft Veränderung, by passing from the aboriginal communist societies, kommunistischen Gesellschaftsformen, to those of the patriarchal system. It is in reality the same thing what happens since the establishing of the patriarchal system when on the one hand property, Eigentum, is being stabbed 1L1Z and perpetuate.ed from the father to the son and so on, all along the succeeding generations and on the other hand sexuality is getting an uttermost restricted one. What means in terms of psychoanalysis that more and more, starting from the earliest states of childhood all pleasure raising from sexuality, genital ITLL.T, becomes a repressed one in order to be replaced by oral and anal issues to get fun, Lustbefriedigung. Formerly the persons firstly needed to be together and to constitute some being together if they wanted and in order to practice sexuality. But now the same being together took place in order to practice common meals and thus a new life behavior had been induced by force, provoked by the only sense and the only intention to pervert pleasure from a sexual one to an oral one. By mechanisms to form coalitions like that by force and up to day all kinds of autonomy and spontaneity of the single persons, des Einzelnen, more and more are repressed. Tendencies of centralization surrounded by intrapersonal relations in which each role and function is getting a quite specialized one, permanently trained by fixation and repetition, and a.lso the submission of the every person, Elnzellner, under the mechanisms of order and prohibition, Befehlsautomatismen, this tendency is getting a more and more favored one, creating artificially hostilities from person against person and from the one family unit or tribe against the other ones, thus becoming the quite usual expression of hostility, whether a hidden one or an open performance of war games in theater or reality as we know until now. The personal behavior since the establishing of the original capitalist and patriarchal system therefore involves also sadomasochist tendencies, neurotic anxiety, the need for models and leaders in order to get a so-called self, a personal ego, Verlehrungsspezzelflosche Identifikationsprozess Perseverationstendenzen, which can be 80. Perseverated and iterated lifelong, Verheerungstendenzen. Modalities of behavior like those, in the view of W. Reich, have nothing to do with genital drive impulses, non-genital Triebregungen, but nevertheless they represent in fact sexuality because of having been sexualized in secondary processes of sexual development, now sometimes having become a deviant one in a clinical sense. In any case those mechanisms dealing with non-sexual drives since the earliest times of childhood urge inhibitions and barriers which stop the abilities to become impressionable by especially genital stimuli, roles, but favoring tendencies of consumption in oral ity which in tendency can become a more and more aggressive and destructive one, see bulimia, and anal perseveration the expression of which appears as accumulating possession and defending it against everybody else by whatever means and weapons available. By circumstances like those the sexual conduct, sexual Verhalten, doesn't exist at all, regarding it as if it be a self-expressing component in our behavior. Quite on the contrary, sexuality represents nothing but something like a cement in the context of the relations in economic exchange between men and nature and between men and men, which is up to each detail determined and governed by the wants of the economic system. Where the persons in sexual interaction, partner, believe to have done their choices based on primary or secondary signs, Merkmale, of sympathy and attraction in sexual ity, regarding the T.Hings as they really are in an objective view, objektiver Betrachtung, there is to start from the point, that a choice like that is predetermined by upbringing and education, by the surrounding circumstances and by the respective forms of being accustomed, the origin of which we may find nowhere else but in the interests of the economic system. Every kind of specific attribute in sexuality, including even the biologic constitution up until to the perception structures of everybody, are entirely conditioned by means of the above-mentioned sexualization of the partial drives, partial trieb, which are activated as results of the competition between the tendencies coming from the economic system on the one hand and the suppressed, Zurückgedrängten, tendencies aiming at genital ity on the other hand. By this we can get quite clear that the relations of production as a totality are settlemented in the body and in the soul, which is nothing but a man-made one, Kunstproduktpsyche. Thus every concept which claims to cope with the misery in sexuality must wreck, if it abstracts from the totality of the 81 ruling relations of production on the one hand and from its necessary abolition on the other hand. In SPK it was our primary interest to regard every immediate expression of a want in sexuality as a such one which had been produced by capitalism and which therefore included the want to be worked out as a such one. And for that very reason certain outlooks had to be replaced as being merely abstr act negations if for example they raised the demand to get firstly clear with the D1. Faculties in sexuality before beginning to work in politics, or that firstly should have been abolished the private ownership, private property, of the productive machines and to start the emancipation in sexuality later on. Quite on the contrary, we tried to look out for practical possible 1L1 ties in starting sexual relations always respective the immediate living COND1TIONS of the person constituting the REAI, BST1MMTE, negation. The original negation of sexuality, die Unfach negation der Sexualität, is there as the ever accomplished fact of the sexual energies being splitted into the partial drives, Partialtrieb, caused by having been born within the relations of production of the capitalist system, voyeurism, commodity fetishism, perversions and so on. It is the exchange value, Tauschwert, which produces the partial drives, die Partlaltrieb. SPJ1TTING genital 1 tie and perverting it to oral and anal functions and dysfunctions before genital 1 tie was reached since long ago in history and since EARJ1 EST times in every childhood. submitted to and repressed by the exchange value, Tauschwert, also called interhuman relationships, zwischenmenschliche Beziehungen, are predetermined in order to be nothing but relations between objects, equals exchange of neuroticisms. To turn object-object relations into subject-subject relations is a task and a problem which only can become a resolved one if there is political practice able to do the negation, against all exchange values all about, class warfare. Klassenkampf. 41. The process of emancipating sexuality can be outj1ned as follows in a somewhat schematic way. 1. There is to start from that there is the negation of sexuality being a ill-fee function, and there is also to start from the prerequisite that there exists a dominating control tied to the partial drives, commodity fetishism. The surrounding objects being sexualized by means of the partial drives therefore also produce anxiety. Firstly, thus it is necessary to liberate. 82. The partial drives from their contents in representation, Vorstellungseinheiten, which make anxiety. On this level as a primary one, every kind of activity and practicing sexuality has to be supported and encouraged. For example, masturbation is in no way harmful, but from what danger caused by masturbation surely may result are those contents in representation which are self-destructive, namely masochistic and sadistic ones. 2. Negation of the partial drives submitting them to the genital function, Genitalfunktion. In order to pass from 1 to 2, as prerequisite there has to exist a partnership in sexuality and the readiness to cooperate. As a transitory fact there may rise, be it only temporarily, some inclination to promiscuity which nevertheless soon will disappear as soon as there has been realized the necessity of cooperation with those in-group members, who had been the first choice each other practicing sexuality. 3. Because sexuality is yet splitted away from life function in its totality, now it has to be integrated to the being a subject which consists of the political identity. But nevertheless we have to keep well in memory that even if we succeed in organizing sexuality, be it only as a beginning, Ansatz, in a genital way, and if we also succeed in eliminating the partial drives best we can, nevertheless there remains something of the strangeness in particularity and in splitting as far as the IF context in its totality remains an alienated, entfremdet, one to which the single persons, Einzelnen, are submitted, these conditions permanently and perpetually remaining to work against us, place of work, family, school, university in its being organized by the capitalist system. But there also is the possible one LLTY to achieve real happiness in sexuality, now an experienced one, able to mobil1z just those energies, powers from illness, which we need to stand up against the destructive and life inimical system in order to create the prerequisites which we need to regain our bodily life, in the context of which sexuality represents the one focus from which starts as well community as its becoming a Fa1L1NG and destructive one. The question whether there exists a solution of the misery in sexuality or not is directed to practical behavior and far away from being a subject to any thesis or theory. 42. 83. This text is but a beginning. Sickness and capitalism. 23. Identity of illness and capitalism. It, the manufactory, see rip pi s the workman to an ab nor mity, while favoring his very partial skill, Detailgeschick, just in the way of a hothouse, Treibhausmich 3 IGF 5 RDERT, by means of sub-pre-s and ga world of drives, Trieben, and dispositions, just as one does in the LA-PLATA-STAT.es, where they slaughter a whole animal, in order to prey only its coat or its tallow. The human being is merely realized, verwirklicht, as a fragment, part of his own body. A certain crippling in mentality and body is an inseparable and constituting, unzertrenl1ch, element itself in every kind of division of labor as it is represent.ed in the society as a whole one and on its large scale. But because the Manufact.ori period develops the splitting of all branches in social work, Zerspaltung der Arbeitsweise, up to AMUCHHIG her IEVI, VIEIWTERFI.IHRT, seizing the individual at its root T0 FIIFE, SEINELE Ben S, WURZEI, not before this strange separation of work, Eigentilmel 1 Chatelyung, is achieved, it is not until T.hen that it, the manufactory period, furnishes also the material and the impulse for the industria ipethoi 0 grams y. 43. Illness is the 0ne essential condition. Illness is the prerequisite and that which results from the production process in capitalist system, we just have lined out by some words of Karl Marx. Production and its processes and proceedings in capitalist system and a truction of life is the same thing which happens in this process. There permanently results destruction of youth, while capital is produced. Capitalist system always requires, word beherrscht, accumulation, Marx, and this 84 is the primary need of capitalism. Illness expresses the life-destructing force of capitalism. Illness is produced collectively, that's to say that the person who works, der Arbeitende, by creating the matter capital, das Kapital, which confronts itself to him as an unknown, fremd, power in spit.e of being produced by himself, produces collective, together with all the other persons who work in this capitalist process, his own ion ness, vrinzeiung. Therefore it is nothing but a strict consequence in this context, that the so-called health institutions do nothing but perpetuate this loneliness, for the health institutions treat all those symptoms not as such ones, which are produced collectively, but quite on the contrary only in a manner as if they were nothing but a fate of a single one being guilty and having failed. But indeed the capitalist system also creates in the shape of illness the most dangerous weapon against itself. Therefore it's quite clear that capitalism in the case of being confronted with the progressive moment of illness soon will mount its sharpest weapons, health sector, judiciary, police. In the 0bjective view illness as a destroyed labor force, defect equals NLCHT verwertbaar Arbeitskraft. Is the gravedigger of capitalism. Illness equals in turn barrier of capitalism. If all persons at once fall in illness, akut krank equals arbeitsunfähig, thus becoming unable to work, all possibilities to produce surplus value, Mehrwert, are completely exhausted. Illness if it is based on a collective process of consciousness is the 0ne, die, force of production in revolution nowadays following gradually the steps of effectiveness as there are, protest in the state of a stopping, conscious protest, collective consciousness, warfare based on solidarity. The function of the health system is to maintain the possibility to exploit the commodity labor force and to elevate it on a higher level on the one hand, and on the other hand health system has to care about the pharmaceutic and the medico-technical industries in order to realize the surplus values in those and other sectors of industry. The health system is the circulation sector of the pharmaceutic and the medico-technical industry. Therefore the ill person is the object of a twofold exploitation. The destroyed labor force has to be repaired in order to continue its exploitation. As a consuming person the ill one is a very fashionable market, sorgt für den Rebungslosen Absatz, of the medico-technical and the pharmaceutic industries. 85. Protest, in which consists the progressive moment of illness thus is called, the reactionary moment, the Stopp-Png, hem-mung, becomes a reinforced one by means of reproduction in the treating and healing process, equals repair of the labor force, of the ability to work. And what indeed is taken away from the three person is his or her urgent need to struggle for change. Life is change, that means struggle against the forces of nature in order to appropriate nature in a productive way, zur produktiven Einung der Natur. The capitalist system itself starts its confrontation against life in the manner of a natural force. Protest, that means life expression, permanently is killed, that is nothing but organized murder in permanence. If this murder is executed by the institutions of family, school and so on, it is named education. Education in no way takes an interest to satisfy the real needs of human beings, but quite on the contrary education works to kill those needs, Bedo.Refnels, whole obeying only to the commands and demands of the natural force, Naturgewalt, which is accumulation, of surplus value, in the capitalist system, capitalist accumulation and mass smurder thus is one and the same thing. 24. The proletariat, which is a revolutionary proletariat in the definition of illness, unter der Bestimmung Krankheit. Not each one of the 1 persons, in fact everybody is ill, belongs to the revolutionary class. But everybody who uses the progressive moments of illness acts revolutionary. Where then will run the class fronts is to be pointed out by revolutionary struggle itself. Remember that there are and that there have been existed in all revolutions also reactionary and fascist gangs, which were recruited from members who belonged to the proletarian class. It is not a simple and mechanical definition of the class situation, Klassenlage, which decisively makes the difference between belonging or not belonging to the real revolutionary subject, Zugehörigkeit zum Revolution, I.Ren subject. But 86. CIS, 0 NSI 0 USNES San CIS, vi where the criteria and marks which rise from the struggle. In the economic system of nowadays all proletarians, that is the proletariat as a such one which is inhibited by the reactionary moment of illness, therefore the stopped proletariat has good chances to float like driftwood in the waves of the free democratic illegality until it will be drowned. Only as proletariat in illness, and to be ill is his essential mark, for if the contrary were true, the proletariat would have cancelled since long ago the basic antagonism, Grundwiderspruch equals class antagonism, regardless of all the awful rhetorics of his patrons amongst the students. Now and with illness WLLL develop his Rev 0 IUTI 0 NARY for CE, which for sure WLLL be situate. Ed Bay 0 ND, AU 13 ERHAIB, the Free Democratic ILGALIT.Y, for in this context he lacks all rights. Doesn't possess anything what could be apt for expropriating the labor force of other people, possesses nothing, be it a home, a car, or a refrigerator, nothing, which is not every time under the command, Verfügungsgewalt, of the capitalist forces, des Kapitals. His muscles, nerves, and bodies no however did belong to the proletarians for the respective functions are pre-programmed in a manner which starts from the basic relations of capitalism which puts its marks into every proletarian person, even long ago before being born or having born, everybody thus being programmed for best possible expropriation. This program both exists as a material power consisting of the factories of subordination as there are family, home, school, barracks, place of work, office, medical center, and mental hospital, prison and so on. Up to nowadays a definition which Karl Marx took down in the Communist Manifest, Kommunistisches Manifest 1848, is correct, when Marx underlined that proletarians are those who have nothing to lose but their chains, that the proletarians also and especially are the negation, of the capitalist system which has turned them into being a nothing, indeed, proletariat in the definition of illness. The proletarian class, pre-programmed by capitalism, material for expropriation and thus being sunk into illness from the beginning, systematically particularized, cut up, zerstillkalt, and crippled in all his possibilities of development for the only purpose to gain the best fashionable rate of profits, has thrown into a situation in which all good and best intentions neither by work colleagues nor trade unions, social welfare tribunals, Sozialgericht, health system, nor anybody or anything else can help or do anything, simply because of the only fact. The ill person thoroughly is situated beyond the 87. Frame of rights, therefore the proletarian class can become in no means a system-bursting one, if not the proletarians mark themselves by illness and begin to struggle and to live as self-marked ones basing themselves on the definition of illness. For they are matured to be system-bursting, system-sprongend, by nobody and nothing but by the ruling class of the ruling capitalist system itself. This not because there was any caprice, nicht aus einer Laune heraus, but because Hellness and Kapitalism constitute a dialectic unit. Sondern weil Kapital und Krankheit in dialektisch Identität darstellen, 45. An important fact, which proves that the proletarian class in Leninus is the revolutionary proletariat, for example is the matter of fact, that about 35 high and even more of the take-home pay as so-called social security contributions are transformed to capital by the controlling institutions of He state, that means that they are invested into the capitalist economy, working here among other HLNGs as prevention reserves in the cases of an economic crisis, Krisenpuffer Kapitaltat. If a worker gains 800 dm wages a month, 280 dm are at the same time automatically taken away, what they call social security contributions, illness, invalidity, senility, but which are destined to flow into the economy, serving there for the accumulation of capital and, as just mentioned, for the treatment not of persons, but occasionally for the economic crises, the untreatable childhood illness of every capitalist system until now and in all future. Thus the working class permanently is forced to produce not only surplus value, but also investment matters for the industry, and under the pretext to deal with matters being good for repairing their own labor force itself, destroyed by the others by means of exploitation, to be paid quit. Self-understanding with the short money out of their own wages, the working class is just paying for something which has nothing to do even with their labor force at all. The health system, which is nothing but an institution for repairing and controlling of the destroyed labor force, his is the function of its therapeutic and diagnostic dashboard, automatically breaks constitutional rights, setzt Grundrecht aller Kraft. It deals with patients as if they were nothing but objects and things. But at the same time, just by that it therefore constitutes the basic natural right of self-defense. In a more detailed view, there are broken in the way of a criminal conspiracy the basic rights, Grundrecht, as follow: freedom of movement, Freiwilligkeit, habeas corpus, Unverletzlichkeit der Person, free expression of opinion, Freiheit der 88. Meinungsäußerung, sanctity of the mall, self-understanding and usual in all institutions like prisons. Anstaltsordnung, judicial hearing, rechtliches Gehör, etc. etc. There permanently take place the following crimes: deprivation of liberty, special permission of the health system Lohnereise, Ellenwelsungsbefugnis der Funktionare des Gesundheitswesens, bodily injury, Körperverletzung, kidnapping, extortion, coercion, hard labor for patients imprisoned in mental hospitals and rehabilitation centers. By that there is urgently exposed for all three people the necessity for self-defense. The need for change related to the pressure which starts from suffering, Leidensdruck, has to be directed against and aim at the object by which is generated illness, persecuting the essential matter from which illness comes, and that is the social order based on capitalism, this one social order, which has become the secondary nature of everybody, that which is called elsewhere, soul. The human basic want is production, that means to create all possibilities which are necessary in order to assimilate nature in the best and most enthusiastic way. Zur optimal und lustvollen Einung der Natur, nothing else can be meant by the expression, struggle against the natural forces. But what is taking place here and nowadays is to earn surplus value, accumulation of capital and destruction of life. The utility value, Gebrauchswert, of the commodities, just as life itself, are nothing but waste products of the capitalist relations of production, kapitalistische Produktionsverhältnisse, and in this degenerated form they are treated following the laws of capitalism, ex and throw away, Gesundheit, or use it and throw it away, nach Gebrauch wegwerfen. Hut. The productive force of our consciousness, which is the condition to regain the material matters of production, is able to conquer the natural violence of capitalism. Don't take alcohol, don't take pills, which make you go asleep or quiet. Don't take speeds, take the power, that's better. If you feel bad, if you sit in front of the television screen and are bored, then you ought to learn that television is poisonous. Attention television, Polson. 89. Alcohol kills by 100 km an hour. The capitalist society even culls walking on foot. Labor medicine, medicine of exploitation or exploitation itself. Labor medicine, protection of the workers or factories, police, Workschutz. Protection of labor, Arbeitsschutz, for hard working 11 months a year, so that you can live 4 weeks on paid leave. But you need to live for 12 months. After a wearing down and dull work day you lack all enthusiasm to make love, Keln Lust Sie Vogeln. The medicine there can do not hing with its PLLLS and its big talks. But what is necessary is to change the working day, to make it worth living. The Doktor, hat are yourselves. Der Arzt, das Seldier. Take over the power in the factory and in the society, become masters of your life. You are tired, because the work you do makes you puke and makes you be a wreck, angkotst, kaput macht, refuse stimulating P1LLS, verwelgert auf Puchmeltel. Workers. If you are fed up with the stressing commands of your foreman, your bosses, or of the machines, then there rest only 2 solutions. 1. You claim that the work must end immediately. The Social Security has to pay for you. But keep in your mind that the account which has to be paid, is your turn, when all has finished. 2. Or you put all power in the factories under your own command by making revolution, that's better. 46. 25. About the healthy socialists and about the reactionary dogmatism of certain lefties. If the SPK had to argue in pub-UC discussions with lefties, it was quite usual that the lefties showed tendencies to dogmatism which were related to the Marx-Lan analysis of capitalism, for example in the case, whether a teacher should 90. Be conceived as a producer of surplus value or not. In our opinion we started from the point that the teacher is working in the production process of the commodity labor force. For forming the commodity labor force, pupil, apprentice, and student, in the manner which is demanded by the necessities of the high specialized late capitalist. Spatkapitalistiskan, production process so that the labor force becomes a qualified one, that is it is getting reinforced, potenziert, there simply is added more value to the commodity labor force by specializing it and by making it higher qualified, and this surplus of value then becomes an assimilated one by capitalism which at the same time transforms it to surplus value. It is the capitalist accumulation then which reaps the highest possible benefit, Hauptnutzen, 3er, of this increase of productivity. Combined to the increasing specialization. But the one-sided and dogmat.ic making use of the definition productive worker or laborer in T.totality, Produktgesamtarbeiter, being applied without exception on the classical industrial proletarian people, klassisches Industrieproletariat, because of the industrial laborers being considered as T.he only group in the society which creates alone and as a such one all richness in the society, this view is a mist.ake, followed by reactionary effect.s. The roots of this one-sidedness for sure are nourished by the fact that most of the student lefties didn't start from their own needs, that is from their own consciousness of their own objectively settled class situation, but instead of entering Marxism in this way quite on the contrary str.ed from there, quite legitimate, Durchsberechtigten, dissatisfaction with organization and Kant.ends of their studies, and later on they realized the 0bjective class situation of the proletariat, which they promptly treated as the mere 0bject of their agitation, idealizing and even taking it for their fetish. But rather all depends on realizing that the crippled and mutilated consciousness has to become an object of agitation work in the collective, and the most important step to do this mediation of necessity, Vermittlungsstufe dieser Notwendigkeit, is to grasp, das Begreifen, his 0wn illness just as one's own one. The difficulty for left students to work out a political practice, which is a consequent 1. Is given by the fact that every kind of dogmatic thinking work causes the veiling of one's own oneliness. Only by learning this we are able to understand why a left student in a discussion could say the following: I myself don't belong to the exploited class, because one receive a grant. Class consciousness just can rise only from the struggle 91 between classes, which soon will form the respective class consciousness. In any case the Quality illness, Qualitätskrankheit, is the relating link of all those who are struck by the suppressing machine, Unterdrückungsapparat. What they mean about illness is very characteristic of a lot of people, especially students, regarding their behavior and their argumentation whole calling themselves socialists. They consider leanness as if it were an isolated, negative thing and nothing but a stopping. They regard leanness as a part of their private life, as a trouble, about which everybody has to get along alone, but which in no case is allowed to bother any political activity. But taking oneself for a sound socialist wit hinthesociet and whichwive, can be nothing but the expression of an elite consciousness in tendency, which is quite a consciousness due tot he rep residential sin gsystm, in which we live, system, 1m man enteslt bull 3 sane. From a sound el1te consciousness like that it follows that, 1. Artificially splitting of the own LLFE in a private LLFE on the one hand and in political activity on the other hand. By that the separation between profession and private life, caused by the social relations, is permanently reproduced and every kind of political activity remains an alienated one. 2. Separation between vanguard and the masses. Cast therefore a glance on the false application of definitions like vanguard and masses, regarding the background of that what Wilhelm Reich pointed out in the Mass Psychology under Fascism, Massenpsychologie des Fascismus, and in Listen, Little Man, Reden den kleinen Mann, when he dealt with the difficulties to activate the masses to decide themselves whether they should take part in some kind of mass strike or not. W. Reich based his researches on the matter of fact, that in the case of a strike or in the case of a theft there is never to put the question why those so zero RKERS are striking or why his person has stolen something, for quite on the contrary there is only the question why, regarding the rulership of the social relations as they are, not AII workers per man enti are striking, and why not AII consumers satisfy their needs by theft. 92. The function of a true vanguard can only start from the PR Act JCE, PRA's eyes, which is to be fulfilled in T.he sense of multifocal expansionism. Within the multifocal expansionism every focus as a such one works identically as if they were masses and vanguards at once, for if they work in the way of a focus, masses, they bring together the social contradictions in their inner heart, and if they work as a hearth, vanguard, they do it by applying those contradictions, Janenspruchnam, the progressive moments of those contradictions being forwarded and activated THIRD-WORLDism will bring about all their effects all over in the surroundings. The contradiction between vanguard and masses will be resolved in the expansive moment of T.he principle of multifocal expansionism, when the preceding generalization of the revolutionary consciousness and of the revolutionary activities continues to develop. But quite on T.he contrary and vanguard, which only herself calls and takes her for a such one, comes out, we say it quite directly, and calls up the workers to develop themselves a revolutionary consciousness. A so-called vanguard using Marx papers, Marx text, then explains to the workers that there exists exploitation against them. By their brains most of T.he workers maybe will conceive it, because for them this fact indeed is far away from being some news for them, but nevertheless they lack the experiences of a successful struggle in solidarity, and experiences like those cannot be preached. And from that follows, that there will follow nothing in a practical view. It is only in a quite abstract and isolated, punctual and isoliert, manner, that to the needs of the workers is paid attention. For example, if there is dealt with a so-called struggle against the grievances, MJLST, L.NDE, L1KE pollution of the environment and housing shortage. With oneness they deal only in connection with an industrial accident, Arbeitsunfall, and vocational illness, Berufskrankheit, but by that illness itself never will be allowed to enter the consciousness nor to become a mobilizing power in the context of exploitation and of the needs of the single persons from which it comes and of which it consists, not Ausbeutung. The masses, the proletariat, conceived as a mere objective matter of fact then is treated by Egeltatlon in a more or less schoolmaster-like manner. The needs of 93. The exploited and suppressed population are classified into such ones which seem to be good for agitation and such ones about which everybody has to go along in his own lonely way, reproduction of the capitalist way of evaluation and garbage operating, kapitalistischer Verwertungs- und Millabführbetrieb. 3. Also the outlook of the sound socialists concerning the so-called public health, Gesundheitswesen, is very characteristic. In this tertiary sector, tertiärer sector, the assumption of power, Machtfrage, is a question to be put last of all. Yet the public health is a section which they regard and treat to need reforms quite urgently. But because the sound socialists don't care about what is oneness indeed, Krankheitsbegriff, they only sometimes and punctually polemize and agitate only against the sinecures of the bosses in medicine, Schifffahrtfreunde, against applying science to warfare, Kriegsforschung, against the profits of the medical drug manufacturers, Profit der Arzneimittelindustrie, against numerous clauses of the students in medicine, limited number of places for those who want to study medicine, etc. etc. And even they make a difference between pure research, Grundlagenforschung, which in their opinion is taken for a good thing, quite on the contrary to the war researches, Kriegsforschung, the so-called difference being in their view beyond all question. The necessary changes and reforms of the health sector in their opinion should be done by those who work in the hospitals and by the medical students. As a cloak and as an alibi for their class interests, the physicians and the medical students pretend abusively to care about therapy of the illness, Krankenversorgung, and about the well-being, wealth, of the patients. AMISUs, because the afflicted ones, that means the patients there have nothing to say, of course, because as for the patients they simply are ill, and the doctors, the curators, Pfleger, the nurses and the medical students are by means of their own validation sound. And by those ones the ill patients firstly must get sound, for then they will get sound workers, and the health, if it has been applied to the ill patients by means of a treatment and a view like that, so will turn into the motor of revolution. 94. Health is not the opposite of illness. But health is a thoroughly bourgeois label, Begriff. What corresponds to the subjective side of this health is a crippled, Entstulz, consciousness, and health in this sense is the same thing like illness, namely in the sense of this kind of mental, and bodily, crippling, which Marx has pointed out as being inseparable from the division of labor in its generality and on the whole of the society. 47. The capitalism in its generality establishes the norms of the commodity labor force, and by this activity the capitalism determines what there is sound or ill. Those who don't correspond to this norm are ill, unable to work, and therefore they also are unable to sign truly a contract, and what there follows is, that they drop out of the process of production. Nothing is more ridiculous as if somebody speaks about work medicine, industrial medicine, Arbeitsmedizin. In the whole of the existing society there exists nothing but work medicine. Every kind of medicine is nothing but a regulating act of the capacity to work. The norms of labor are stamping the consciousness of all physicians in a measure, which works even more exactly than every kind of biologic or physiologic value. 48. 4. Just the same as for science itself, in the meaning of those socialists, science has to serve as a productive force of production, Produktivkraft, for the workers. But out of question is the socializing of the productive tool, means of production, Produktionsmittel, science to be done for the interests and by means of the population, Bevölkerung, itself. They who have finished their studies at the universities are expected to do science later on in their professional LLVES according to their social political responsibility. By that they shall be neutralized, neutralicie. A nonsense but at once expression of the consciousness of those who vote for that, intercessors who can't and will not in any way imagine that a two productive tools, means of production, Produktionsmittel, including science must be socialized, nous participons, vous participez, les proflotental, we take part, you are partners, but they earn the profits. 49. We co determine, you co determine, they profit by that. The starting point, Prince IP, of People's University just doesn't mean to open the university only in 95. A quantitative way in order that the population could take part in lectures of research and teaching, and also it doesn't mean some co determination about the subject matters and contents of research and teaching, for People's University means a quantitative determination and control of that, what there should be science, and how to do it, according to that what the population needs. We often heard the argument expressed by dogmatic lefties, that illness was nothing but a passing-by situation, the condition of a patient by that being only a transitory one, and therefore those who are three couldn't be members of revolutionaries subject, but all arguments LLKE those are unmasked as arguments, which have nothing to do with the matter, which we have taken down in the preceding lanes of this text. But nevertheless the named objection can be disproved in a quite direct way. Ad absurdum gefalert worden the life of each person represents not hing but a passing by situation of anorganic matter, and therefore nobody else could start in the presence together with another one in order to struggle against class suppression, Klassenkampf, and to make revolution. This nonsense is a such one, which of course never is expressed L1ke as such one, but nevertheless it is a practiced one. There exists a person who confers a doctorate in the long term about Lukács, a person who performs seminars about Marx's theory of the work value of labor, Arbeitswert theory, semester after semester and so on. Perhaps this person intends to med18, vermit tell n, to the posterity some kind of revolutionary weapons with which even he himself didn't know what to do or to start with. 26. The capitalism and its agents belong to nature's violence. Das Kapital und seine Sachwalter als Naturgewalt. In the production process of capitalism the inhibition of life, which follows from this process, becomes an evaluated and reinforced one, equals the finally resulting product in the production process of capitalism being nothing but illness. If illness expresses itself in the form of protest, capitalism by means of 96. Its institution state makes use of different instances and institutions in order to fight illness: health system, doctors, hospitals, mental hospitals, judiciary, prisons, police, army. By the production of surplus value the life of the workers is gobbled up by capitalism, which therefore in its real sense works as a natural violence, raised to a higher power. Kapitalismus als potenziert Naturgewalt turning life into dead material commodities. Judges, physicians, policemen, militaries, thus are nothing but tools, organi, which have to serve as guarantors for a frictionless proceeding, Reibungslosen Verlauf, in this context. The fight against capitalism, and only this fight is the same as life in this one society with which we deal in this our present part of history. This fight against capitalism is to be directed against the functions of capitalism and also against its functionaries, Funktionsträger, whose illness becomes a turn to account one, in order to maintain the natural violence raised to a higher power of the existing capitalism, the lacking life as a power, das mangelnde Leben als Macht. 50. 3 persons and T.Hus outlaws, und damit recht lose. Furthermore, if threatened by murder, at any rate and whatever they will do, Prinslopie, act as self-defenders, handeln in Notwehr. Those against whom their fight is directed, can't truly be regarded as if they were human beings. LHR Kampfrichtet sich nicht gegen Menschen, they don't fight against POL1CEMEN, top leaders of universities, directors, Melnist.ers or other exponents, Exponenten, but they fight simply against Nat.Ural powers, which confront themselves as masks, in Gestalt, behind which their works a part of exposed capitalism sie gegen Nadergewalten, die SLCH in Gestalt Blaser 1 die Saint des Kapitals. Stehenden Exponenten entgegenstellen. Thus for example the Viet Cong doesn't aim at destroying American human beings, for what he does is to find out those places within the overwhelming destroying machine directed against him, which fit best in each moment to achieve the best possible disturbant effect against the colossus capitalism. 97. 27. All about physicians, lawyers, university professors, health system, judiciary, science. Doctor, lawyer, professor belong to the dominant agencies of capitalism. In the self-representation of the system they function as connecting links between the respective suppressing institutions, Herrschaftsinstitutionen, on the one hand and the patients, clients, students, that means the population, on the other hand. The Pisician use on the social contributions and on the fees of the patients, the lawyers live on the fees of his clients just as the university professor lives on the taxes of the population. Copy of an original letter to a patient, who is now in a mental hospital. Highly esteemed Mr. Dear Sir, Sergier Terhair. 1. That you have called Dr. Honeck an agent of capitalism nobody here has taken amiss, because we are accustomed to hear things like that. We know what a big part have played words like agent, capitalism, social 1SM, Mao Zedong in your condition of mental disturbance in those times. At that time you have connected everything and everybody to the high politics and you demonstrated not much interest in matters of minor detail. Now you have to do exercises more and more in order to hold tight the simple human interrelations and to throw aboard everything which has to do with delusion and fantasy, als wanhaft und fantastisch. Your unjustified distrust towards our medical efforts delays your curing. The medicaments, which you dismiss, ab qualifizieren, as narcotics are indeed their psychopharmaca, and by those psychopharmaca the psychiatry was revolutionized in this sense, that nowadays diseases llke yours. 98. Which were taken in former times as untreatable, now got a chance to get healed. Yours. Drive Med. Ingo Sontag. Dr. Sontag is a psychiatrist at the Psychiatric Hospital of the University of Freiburg. Dean of this hospital is Professor de Goltz. Following their self-understanding combined to their own class understanding and following their own class rights they have to be ready and available only INFAV0U.R of the population. But being anchored in the health system, in the judiciary and in the university they get forced to enforce the interests of capitalism against the population, because they are functionaries and agents of those institutions of domination, Herrschaftsinstitutionen. The latter function they present best and in a quite general manner by bringing into prominence their limits of competence and by keeping their distanz, Distanz. For the PHYSICIAN, ARZT, it is not the patient which is interesting, but only the patient's, fitness to work. For the IAWYER there is nothing about the client, but only about the law case. And for the scientist there is nothing about the needs of the population, because he works for nothing but for the interests of capitalism, regardless of his understanding about science in each case. In each one of those three cases there is a Keping Distanz, Bestätigen Distanz, between the needs and sufferings, Bedürfnisse, of the patient or client and of the population on the one hand and between that, what the Func.ionerize, physician, lawyer, scientist, regard and treat to be their sphere of work, Arbeitsgegenstand. Physician, lawyer, scientist themselves are parts and particularities, Teal, in the system of forces, exposed persons, Exponenten, of the social relations, which are permanently again and again producing for them the matters of work, Arbeitsmaterial, by which they benefit. Regarding their social origins, their education, and their economic possibilities, /Jaconomische Potens, there exists a barrier, between them and the population who works in illness, persecuted by criminalization, criminalisiert, and who is systematically kept under intellectual subdevelopment. 99. 28. Physician's way of function advocating capitalism and how to abolish it. Every need, Bedürfnis, something to be most urgently done, allowed, and promoted instead of being restricted, every symptom takes a progressive in a reactionary moment, progressives und reactionäres moment. All depends on activating the progressive moment and to make use of it, but to become conscious of the reactionary moment at the same time. The need for leisure time, private youth has to be regarded as nothing but as an institutionalized and canalfst reaction against the IINESSP-ROD-UCING conditions for example of the work sphere, and the satisfaction of this need, die Befriedigung dieses Bedürfnisses nach Freizeit etc. is to be regarded as the corruption of the need T0BE,E1IB erritet, Befreiungsbedürfnisses, Q corruption which is done by the offerings of FREED0M, FREIHE it, which is only Leilshire and hobby industry, which takes place by watching and performing football matches, television, hobby corners, in rabbit sheds and pet kennels, Klein Tiersullen, and at Mallorca. The need for liberation, Bedorfnels nach Befreiung, mutilated at any rate, and in addition to this crippled once more by the consciousness industry which works under the command of capitalism, the need for a collective production of freedom thus gets deviated, functioneered, in order to become nothing but a need for Konsumtion, K0 and some Bedorfnels, aiming at freedom as a commodity, Freiheit als Ware, good for the capitalist system to earn profits. This so-called freedom, demoted to a commodity, from which follows some kind of relative contentment on the side of the consumers, Konsumorger, the fraud of health and healing in the medicine, law and order, Ruhe und Ordnung, is transformed permanently in a value by capitalism by means of a more and more increasing exploitation in the field of Labkur. In the objective view, the life existence and the function of the physician is based on the illness of the patients. If illness is realized as condition and result of the capitalist production process, any progressive activity of the physician can consist in nothing but in working in a way which aims at the abolition of the physician's functions, which are directed by capitalism, being therefore objectively inmelkajade towards illness and patients. That means that the doctor must achieve a change of 100. The whole society, but not, as practiced and misunderstood in a crippled manner, take care to produce some health in the patients, because this doing produces nothing but a temporary doing away with the wishes in every patient to get any treatment. The progressive turning of his functions can only become a practiced one in reality, if the physician works together with the patients in a way based on soul wonderity. Most important in practicing this turning point is to socialize all medical functions. That means truly, that the special knowledge and the experiences of the physician must get socialized, and this is quite another thing, as if those knowledge and experiences are only distributed in the way of the usual patterns of education and training courses, which are autoraltarlan formed ones. Therefore it is a basic necessity that patient and physician appreciate their common part in the society being simply objects, and this is the basic fact, by which this kind of socializing process starts working, based on this one condition, that there exists this common matter between patient and physician, both being objects, to begin WLTH. This learning process, learnprozel.n between physician and patient, works by interaction and collectively, and therefore the physician has to get completely involved into the patient's collective, based on cooperation. Either the physician gives his functions to the patients in order to serve them abolition of the private ownership, private property, of medical skill as a means of production, Aufhebung des Privateigentumsender Kunst ALSPR 04 Actionsammeltel, J, or he submelt.s to the dictatorship of the capitalist production with its laws of nature, Naturgesetze, a personal and material and also a class advantage for him, of course, but then inevitably and objectively being an enemy against the life interests of the patients. Every as well as both, and ein Saulalsh, in the ruling system always works at the expense of the ill people, jet, stets auf Kosten der Kranken. 101. 29. The President of the University of Heidelberg as an advocate of capitalism. The chief of the University of Heidelberg, Professor Rentorf, theologian and member of the Socialist Democratic Party, in his capacity as a highly specialized functionary in the capitalist-orientated university from all the beginning, had been enabled by ourselves to realize the functions of his office in the hierarchic constituted machine of wheels, radar work, of the ruling system, just as his lat.er on enemy, the scientific assistant and psychiatrist Dr. Huber, then the so-called Speakletter, had realized those functions in his DUI work and office during some 8 years at the same university, in his capacity as a physician at the Faculty of Medicine on the one hand and as a seminarist at the Faculty of Philosophy on the other hand. Before the dismissal without notice of Dr. Huber had been committed by the university, the patients had done a lot of attempts to speak to this university's chief as the instance of decision about the situation of the patients in connection with the due problems and difficulties which immediately were menacing them, all attempts being in vain, because in the opinion of this university's chief those matters had to do nothing at all with the patients. But refusing the discussion with the patients and even unable to write an answer to their letters, he nevertheless was able to subscribe the documents for dismissal and off-limits, Hausverbot, against Dr. Huber. As the patients, who after the forced dismissal of their physician were cut off from their accustomed help, assembled in order to defend themselves and their needs by the only means of a hunger strike, the university's chief only was willed to make a minimum of concessions which were insufficient at all and which he later on more and more denied to fulfill. The social state of distress from which suffer mental patients he didn't even notice, except of this one state of distress caused by himself and under his own responsibility, regardless of the more than 100 patients equally shocked but not present at the hunger strike, and he even seemed to be blind of one eye, when he met the patients who were hunger striking, for he once more tried to address only against Dr. Huber, when he saw him hunger striking amongst the other hunger strikers. By his behavior /ike that, which is to be understood as an expression of the ruling killer ideology, TM Strom de Herskenden Vernichtungsideologie mich women, he made a big contribution in those beginnings to mask the problems of illness which are social ones by trying to 102. Personalize them and to direct the public interest only against one person, namely to a so-called case Huber, Fall Huber. But by that everybody and even the pressmen could get aware about a quite usual method and issue, to establish some ringleader as soon as possible, if there is started some collective struggle against the social misery. 51. The wire pullers of the Faculty of Medicine by their attempts to mask the real needs of the patients and the FAIL-1NG not only of all therapies at the university by alleged and formalistic personnel debates in public, a harmful issue to the detriment of the patients, thus were energically supported by the chief of the university. Regarding the arguments which were expressed by the patients to the university's chief, at best, it can be certified to him to be a case of minority, Unmondelkeit, caused by himself. 30. The institutions of capitalism. An index for the capitalist order of economy, equals anarchy, is its functional 1zlng of life in order to serve the wants, behoeftes, of capitalism. Human beings are objects to be consumed by the economy, and not on the contrary, nlcht etwe umgekehrt. This process of functionalism and destruction of human life is controlled, gestuert, by the state. The Konstitution, das Grundgesetz, includes nothing but the commands about the capitalism-orientated rights and duties of the state's citizens, population. Those who protest the Konstitution, der Verfassung sun gs, sc hut z, works for nothing but in order to protect the true reality of this constitution against the population, and not on the contrary. The HEAITH, SYSTEM as organized by the state, has to protect capitalism and social order against the 111 persons, and not on the contrary has to protect the population struck by illness against the illness creating relations and against the killing powers of capitalism. The PAR11 amendment, which makes the laws, has the task, like the medical system, to make a difference in the life expressions of the three population, taking 103. Them for such ones which favor the ruling social relations of production and in such ones which could be apt to change those social relations in a way, that they could become beneficial for the population. The Parliament sets the right of protecting and maintaining the private ownership, private property, of the means of Produktionsmittel. Following to those laws crimes, which are themselves nothing but the expression of the social antagonisms, Widerspruch, as they exist in a person, are condemned and combated only because of their breaking social norms by single persons. What the so-called judiciary therefore has to do is to abolish any kind of protest if it is expressed by committing a criminal act. The JUDICIARY thus represents the function of a distributing institution, Verteilerstation, of a ramp for selections, see concentration camp, for ill people. Collaborating with the psychiatry, the judiciary prepares the ill people in order to be consumed by the prisons later on and also by the institutions of social psychiatry which serve to mask hard labor houses, see for example the German Central Institution for Mental Health of Professor Dr. Heinz Hafner at Heidelberg and Mannheim, and also to hospitals and nursing homes or, in the case of fines, the judiciary delegates the respective persons to the free labor market in order to reinforce their exploitation. What can we read upon the doors of the concentration camps? Work releases. Arbeit macht frei 1. Army, Frontier Guard, Grenzschutz, 52, and police are tools of violence, Gewaltinstrument, of the government, which have the task to enforce, that the life inimical social order of capitalism takes place against the needs of the population in illness. The police, your friend and helper, doesn't exist in order to serve the population but quite on the contrary the interests of the despotic rulers and the agents of capitalism. But if the police isn't there in order to serve the population, then the population must be there in order to serve the police. A police state, is marked not only by its function, by its highest competence as an armed police, to be prepared to kill which has become of no further value for the consuming agencies of the labor market, of the health system and of the judiciary, yet functionalizing the population in order to serve the needs of the police, is a mark that there exists a police state. See the Police investigations on TV, for example 15 Zimmermann, a private artist in German TV who from time to time acts as an entertainer to the population who is asked by him to take part in police investigations. A dirty trade LLKE that on the level of consciousness is made provided and prepared by religion, Gult. 104. And punishment, should und silni, school, reward punishment, and by the suggestibility related to authorities, Obrigkeit Schorigkeit, which is crammed permanently into one's daily life. The attempts to incite the population in order to take part in those chases and persecutions by means of proclamations in newspapers, broadcast, and television, ordered by the police and serving only the interests of state and capitalism nevertheless work against the real interests of the people themselves. If the police earns any success, dead shootings, rabble-rouse long, apprehensions, it is the population who also earns some praise, because they then can read in the newspapers that their taking part in the criminal investigation had caused the success of the police. It is also by means like those, that the state tries to work against the decreasing loyalty of the masses while trying also to confirm and to reproduce permanently a consciousness, which believes that the interests of exploiting persons and exploited persons were the same ones, and a faithful consciousness like T.hat is a thing of the highest importance in order to maintain the despotic state system. Everybody must become a little policeman, because to become a criminal can't be allowed to everybody, for the crime if it is done collectively and in solidarity against the private property would be nothing but the socialist revolution. And if everybody in this state has to turn into a little policeman, then we call this state a police state. From that results, that the socialist revolution only can be delayed by police force in a troublesome way which causes an unbearable multitude of damages in the population. In a police state like that there can be observed a lot of total.Aryan-administrationen, Funktionalsing, and evaluation, Verwertung, of human life within an uninterrupted chain of competence, ununterbrochen Kompetenzkette family, school, service in the army, business management, health system. All this works on the principle of legality, legally Prinzip, 152 STPO equals Code of Criminal Procedure, which is not applied except against crippled human beings suffering from illness, suppression, exploitation, but which is not applied against persecutors, judges, chiefs, policemen, and other agents, who have to be to their own minds, Selbstverteidigung, sound and who, in connect.ion with persecuting those who are not guilty, Verfolgung unschuldiger, 344 StGB, Penal Code. Systematically commit, 129 StGB, crimes against the rules of the house, trespass, 342 StGB, grievous bodily injury, corpor. 105. Verletzung, 8340 StGB, deprivation of personal liberty, 8341 StGB, blackmail, 343 StGB, incitement to hatred, Volksverhetzung, 130 StGB, and so on. He who means that the above statements were a calumny against the state, Staatsverleumdung 131 StGB, may prove the contrary by D0ingit, 1 ender pra's eyes, if he has the suitable power at his disposal. 53. 31. About the problem of violence, escalating of violence. Ascertainment, Feststellung all potentials of violence both material and ideological are on the side and in the hands of the state, which is the instance of suppression belonging to capitalism. If we use teach-ins, go-ins, strikes, and so on in order to express basically in the beginnings our arguments and critiques against the capita-ust relations of production by words, and thus also by doing something, we always experience that the power machineries of the establishment shed science and of the state refuse any controversial exposition even on the level of words. If laborers cease to work, walk out, Arbeitsniederlegung, in order to express their protest against the life-destroying working conditions in capitalism, promptly there W1LL come together members of the Works Committee and members of the trade unions, supported by the violence potentials, Gewalt potential, strike breakers, Streikbrecher, factory security service, Workschutz, police, and Federal Frontier Guard, Bundesgrenzschutz, who all appear in order to confirm by oath that there exist compulsions and coercions inherent in the matter, such Zwang equals coercions to earn profits, and by those hints they try to suffocate every kind of protest on the side of the workers. If the criticizing based on arguments, kritik, if the protest as res ist tan ce starts to become a material force, materielle Gewalt, it soon W1LL be criminalized and eliminated by the state, which soon W1LL call this res ist tan ce the crime of resistance against the authority of the state, Widerstand gegen die Staatsgewalt, by using the ideology of ringleadership. If this resistance doesn't remain any longer in 106. Isolated one, punctual, but rather appears in an organized structure which has as content the revolutionary productive force of production, illness, then the artificially individualized resistance against the power of the state combined to the ideology of leadership in the sight of the rulers is turned into some criminal conspiracy, kriminell Vereinigung. Attempting the overthrow of the constitutional order, 129 UND 81 STGB, 54, and the revolutionary productive force illness together with its actors, the socialist patients, is thrown behind gratings and walls in order to keep them there, to keep them in solitary confinement, Elnzelhaft, for on this level of the conflict between life and capitalism the dissociation, Vereinzelung, only can be done seemingly and only by applying brutal violence in an unmasked way. Being kept in prison in order to protect the murderous social relations of destruction against the productive force illness. This escalating of violence on the side of the wrong suppressors is nothing but an reflected image of the revolutionary productive force illness, brought to its development. The patients, dragged before the court themselves and for themselves there have to do nothing but to represent the productive force illness. Opposite to them there is the petrified, dead power of capitalism which tries to take revenge for the emancipation and solidarity of the patients by means of some guilt penal law, Schuldstrafrecht. The revenge is a meal which is to be eaten as a cold one, die Rach first eingerucht, das kalt Genossen WLRD, as pronounced Hitler's Minister of Propaganda Goebbels in 1944. The charge is established by the prejudice, stupidity is serving as a judge, and this to the only expense to protect a small fry as a such one, said the lawyer Horst Mahler to the court when he was sentenced in a trial caused in favor of the Springer Press. The small fry was Springer, the owner of the Springer Press. The small fry Springer nevertheless is nothing but an advocate who belongs to the destructive force of capitalism, to the life-destroying relations of production. The prejudice is by no means nothing but a monopoly of the prosecutor. Prejudice and stupidity come also together in the person of the judge. In the weekly paper Public Jürgen Roth wrote already on 13/08/1971 that judges of Heidelberg inofficially say, that all patients were criminals. This phenomenon, however, in the current language of the ruling laws is not called prejudice but interest, Befangenheit, and it is the class of the judges themselves who allegedly is able to decide whether a judge like them suffers from prejudice or not, a self-reflex ion in the distorting mirror. Selbstreflexlon 1 Spiegel. 107. Truly spoken, this kind of interest, Befangenheit, rather represents for the first time the juridical peak of the concession to the patients that they since now and in future are dignified owners of rights, because they have gained capacity to be sued. Passive legitimation equals the right to be sentenced. It was this right of a capacity to be sued which was refused to the patients by the competent judge and also by their own lawyer when they looked out for juridical help against the eviction sentence in order to get a delay against its permanently and immediately menacing execution. The patients are to be branded as criminals and oneliness is to be transformed to a crime, when oneliness appears INFAV0UR of the patients as an organized productive force. In the health system, illness is handled as an object, as some material illness. That means that the reactionary moments of oneliness are brought in action against the patients. The negative attitude regarding oneliness becomes a confirmed one. The illness of the patient is seized, it is turned into a bureaucratically managed thing, analyzed by chemistry and X-rays, also pharmaceutically, electrically, by radioactivity, amputated and treated by surgeons. In short, the patient is expropriated by turning his illness into capitalism, in the capital of the building and construction industry, hospitals, residential estates for chief physicians, in capital for the industry of chemistry and for pharmaceutical industries, test tubes and test papers, medicaments, of the electrical industry, X-ray machines, ray treatment constructions, cardio and encephalowriters, electroshock machines, and so on, of the glass industry, laboratory tools, and so on. The protest being the progressive moment of illness INFAV0UR of the patient, is systematically suppressed in the relation between physician and patient and at best, provided that the protest can appear at all, it becomes a disqualified and ignored one which they call fault-finding or grumblerschap, querulantentum, and in grave cases this protest itself is treated as a psychiatric material of illness, psychotrolches krankenut, treated by charge and evaluation also itself in order to earn profits and capital. If oneliness appears in an organized way, like it did in SPK, it is made impossible for the health system to earn the capitalist value out of the illness because the patients make use by themselves and for themselves of the progressive moment of illness. Thus the connection of drawing value out of one L1ness becomes a disturbed one by the patients and then there appear 108. Instead of the authority health system, the authorities police and judiciary, machine guns instead of electroshocks, solitary confinement in the prison instead of haldol and sedative cell, Barahegangsel, escalation of violence. 32. Example persecution. Eania, progressive and reactionary moments of an illness. Persecution mania is a very widespread illness, it is within an quite extensive sense the social disease in a word. The term persecution mania is nothing but a label, the meaning of which yet signifies the inability of those who invented this term being unable to mean what they say when using a label like that. If somebody experiences a menace from all expressions which he gets out of his surroundings, a menace against his existence, a menace against his life, if he even by his fantasy produces impressions, hallucinations, which lack any cause to be proved in the material presence, then the established medical fabricators of diagnoses so W1LL take him for being paranoid, for being a persecution maniac. Agoraphobia, anxiety to overcross wide places, bridge anxiety, Brilkenangst, claustrophobia, anxiety which raises from overcrowded rooms, hypochondria, anxiety that the own body could stop its functioning, erythrophobia, anxiety to blush, etc. are nothing but especial representations of persecution mania. Persecution mania is nothing but the labeled, proscribed, discriminated, and defamed reverse or proceeding of that what is popularly called by the vernacular, Volksmund, a well-understandable distrust, Gesundheitsmisstrauen. Persecution mania is caused by the fact in capitalist society that a person as a lonely one is nothing but an object, and so persecution mania is something which expresses the polarized relation between youth and capitalism. Ausdruck des polaren Varilatunelses von Leben und Kapital, of organized and living matter and inorganic, dead matter, materie. The isolated human being suffers from anxiety, feels menaced by unk-now and p0wrs, because the social reality can't be looked through by him, because this reality is a strange one to him, because there exists between him and this real1ty the relation of a line at ion, the basic condition of the society. 109. In capitalism is just this loneliness and isolation, combined to the lack of consciousness concerning this relation. The act ion ary mom ent of the illness persecution manla is signified by the inhi bit lon, just in the stopping, paralysis lirung, which it represents for the persecution manlak being an objective powerless one, who is isolated and alienated. The pro-res sive mom ent on the other hand is the pro-test against the ruling relations of production which impress the three-person, thoroughly inadequacy to reality, as inimical and even as life-menacing. It has to be the task and the function of agitation to get the social reality clear to be looked through by the three-person and to turn her protest, which lacks any orientation, ungerichteten protest, into collective activities of resistance against the pathogenic, krankmakend, and life-destroying social relations. The making a realizable use of the persecution mania in a destructive way, die Destructiverwordbarket, being a social unus becomes a manifested one by the mobilization of the reactionary moment of the persekutlon manla done by the petty radical minority of the agents and henchmen of the capitalism, who have the whole material violence potential of the society at their disposal, weapons, prisons, courts, hospitals, mental hospitals and charity homes and so on. XY Zimmerman, they. Instigator in T.Levislan, Battermeinhof hysteria, warrant of arrest, instigation of the Genscher Springer Lowenthal gang. The anxiety of the rulers, that means, the persecution mania oft hem, on the other hand represents the thoroughly conform to reality reaction, Durchas Realtat.Sadile.Quate reaction, caused by the latent power of a collectively and by solidarity acting population, a power which is held down by the rulers permanently and by violence. Their thousand-fold anxiety needs thousand-fold custody, ear tausendfach Angst WLRD tausendfach bewacht. The lonely human being as well as the amorphous mass of the population is only object but not subject of the history in proceeding, de Gesellschaftsprozesses. The persecution manlak is determined by alienation, der Fremde bestimmt, manipulat.ed, der Gestuert, the submitted to persecution, der Verfolgt, finds himself delvered without any protection to the objectively murderous relations of production of the ruling social order. From that follows, that the 110. Persecution mania constitutes nothing but an at the whole adequate expression of the reality. If the persecution maniac happens to have a thoroughly harmless small talk in a coffee house with a person until now unknown to him and is asked by this person from where he comes and what was his home, the persecution manlak soon will get excited apprehending that his talking partner could be a constitutional police spy, Verfassungsschutzagent. There are indeed many agents like thus and there exist a lot of people who work as informants in favor of such institutions of the state even without of their own knowing or be it because of their own egoistic purposes. Persecution mania once more. If the persecution maniac eats a herring he thinks this herring could be poisoned and contaminated just in order that he himself should fall free by this meal or even be killed he himself and nobody else and that there existed somewhere a plan to do so. Now there exists the so-called environment contamination, Umweltverschmutzung, executed by the life-inimical dictatorship of capitalism and that is a matter of fact, constituting a thoroughly real menace against the life of a human being, a menace based on reality by which each one is struck. Or the persecution maniac has got some money or a job. He fears that he could lose his money or his place of work. He also fears that somebody could steal his money or a colleague of a higher reputation could push him away from his place of work. The petty money he got is his admission card, Ausweis, and only by means of this admission card he is allowed to eat, to dress against the cold, to have a roof above his head. The place of work is the only possibility for him to develop his personality, verwirklichen, to earn his life. For his life consists of nothing but of money and of place of work. But there is misery and need, thus thieves. And there exists the principle of competition, which means that there thus exists ruthless egoists. And there exists capitalism and because of that those who are without money and without work are of no value and therefore they altogether are turned into game balls and playthings of the ruling interests, which are not only the interests of the rulers as such, the capitalism, in which the 111, suppressed, exploited worker permanently is robbed by the department store syndicates, wherein Concern, by the banks and by the usurious homeowners by means of prices, rents and tributes, fiber. Prils, Zinsen und Mieten Bestohlen WLRD, the capitalism in which factories without regard to the needs of the workers are closed in order to get rationalized. 111. The persecution maniac because of his anxiety doesn't want to go to the doctor and he fears as well a checkup as a therapy and also the injections, spritzen, operations and amputations and so on. Before there is done an examination his personal data, person alien, are taken down and also his biography, anamnesis, he must present his identity card just as if he had met the police, and he must present his purse, has he paid for insurance or not, just like in a warehouse, Lebensmittelgesellschaft, or if he had visited his father-in-law for the first time and he must undress in order to enable them to inspect and to touch him just like a cow on the cattle market, and he has to look forward to his diagnosis like a defendant to the sentence at the court. And then starts the therapy, the punishment, he must stop smoking, stop drinking, he must submit to the application of injections which cause him pain, he must undergo operations, he must admit to get taken away organs and extremities. And never, neither during the checkups, nor after his being restituted, Ginseng, somebody will tell him the true causes about the how and the why of those issues. Persecution mania. No, reality. Or suppose that the persecution maniac addresses to a newspaper in order to make it publish his needs and the needs of the society, NLite. The journalist who represents certain social interests promptly W1LL face him in his only property to mask those interests. The journalist will perhaps give some explanations to the persecution maniac how to present his matter, the journalist will speak about constraints in matter, Sachzwange, about the public opinion, about the advertisement see hence of his newspaper and about the subscribers who have to be treated very regardfully. Finally, if the persecution maniac is lucky there perhaps will be published some little article. The hallucinating persecution maniac doesn't find again neither his case nor himself in an article like such. Now he will be of the opinion, that for him the world has turned into something he can't understand no more, as he means. And then there happens to be published a very big article, published by a professor or even by a minister, and in this article one can read absolutely other things. There is taken down, that the persecution maniac is a persecution maniac indeed, that he is mad and criminal and that you can't have patience with him and that there is immediately to get away with him. Persecution mania? No. Reality. 112. Or the persecution maniac feels menaced and persecuted by murderers, when he goes home in the evening. Gloomy shapes pussyfoot behind him. But what he never has learned, neither at home, neither at school, neither during his apprenticeship nor when he did his studies at the university was, that the capitalist society is based on murder, that his life is nothing but a waste product of capital accumulation, that the systematic and prolonged, gebremst, murder, as it is expressed by Wundelness, is the prerequisite and the effect, Voraussetzung und Resultat, of the capitalist relations of production. And he never experienced that there exists day and night persecution and lying in wait for him, that his home is encircled by policemen in CIV1LIA and clothes dressed up like highwaymen, and that the institutions and agencies of capitalism have their eyes on culling every independent life expression, Selbstständige Lebensregung, of the suppressed and exploited ones, using every tool at their disposal, whether the order of a ministry, or the public defamation, or the bullet of a police submachine gun. The man or the woman who are afraid of being murdered or killed, are right. But they should be taught why they are right. Then their anxiety turns into a weapon. Turn oneness into a weapon, that's the SBK Parallelprinzip. 33. Aggressivity, aggression and defense. Just as sadness, despair, and so on, aggressions are affects which under the domination of the social primary need of capital accumulation in cases of emergency have to be submitted to a special treatment, Sonderbehandlung, by the institutions of Capital 1 SM. Aggressions which normal appear, are nothing but a distorted protest, conventions, Paul Wuntinus, to be correct and friendly, irony, self-control, to keep one's distance, to be extremely reserved, for, you never can tell. An inhibited and generalized protest like that prevents open confrontations, is directed against ourselves, is passed on from. 113. The top to the bottom, from the boss to the foreman, then to the worker, and from the worker against the worker. Social manners are by manners, umgangs formen sind. Umge hunges formen, which aim at masking the class antagonisms, to hush up contradictions and to nourish a guerr1lla warfare between the struck persons, betroffenen, among those themselves who are exploited and suppressed. It is the class enemy to whom we leave the dirty business with the conventions. For as long as we bypass our difficulties instead of running the risk of a direct confrontation by attacking them, nothing W111 be altered. The word aggression, is derived from the Latin verb aggredi, which means to approach something, an sach hernchen. If it occurred to the patients of SPK that they not only sometimes, de lifteren, were reproached with to be too aggressive, naive, martial etc., and they who made use of reproaches llke those, commonly were left students and sympathizers, then those reproaches have to be regarded as simple reproductions of the labeling rituals, Etiketierungsritual, as they are used by psychiatrists, psychologists, criminologists, instigators to hatred, Volksverhutzer, judges, prosecutors, and so on, all those who are accustomed to prepare their adversaries by classifying them to the end of physical destruction. Reproaches llke those as well are a sign respectively of the inability, anxiety, of those lefties to break with the bourgeois conventions, for instead of doing this, they only bypass the matter, die Sach, bypassing also themselves by means of vungs, discussion leaders, speaker lists, debates arranged by politeness, HLLFL1ch edels Kuslans formen. Thus they reproduce with HIN their organizations exactly SE structures, which they pretend to fight in the mass measure, LM mass and mastab. Quite common to all struggles for liberation is the fact, that they who take part in those warfares make use of their role as objects being forced upon them by turning it into their principle of affirmation. The proletarians of the Manifest of the Communist Party, 1848, who acting in a communist revolution have nothing to lose but their chains, the Black Panther Party of Afro-Americans organized in the USA, who struggle against their modern slavery, and finally the 111 people, who have discovered the zero NIY revolutionary productive force, the revolutionary productive force which consists of 111 NESS, to which they answer now by turning it into activity. In the liberation struggle of the 111 people there is no question to 114. Defend any position which was fixed by the ruling social circumstances, Gesellschaftlichen status, just the same as the proletarians in the Manifest of the Communist Party are far away from defending their position to be and to remain proletarians, and just the same as those from the Black Panther Party are far away from intending the defense and therefore the maintaining of the role as Negroes in the exploiting society. By the mark of having no rights, which is their constitutive mark, Constitutivsmerkmal der Rechtlosigkeit, the 1LL people are related to the natural right, Naturrecht, of self-defense, that means the right to defend the rests of their matters of vitality, vit. All substance, which is permanently exposed to the aggressions of the agents of the death economy, 55. The self-defense is no end in itself, but a strategy by which there is conserved what there is defended, the remaining rests of matters of vitality, vital substance, the life, in order to use it in the collective struggle for liberation against the constraints of He organized capitalism, against the advocates and the agents of exploitation, suppression, and murder as they are here and nowadays formed by the social institutions. Thus in the process of self-defense there also is contained its contrary, the attack, Angriff, as the collective struggle based on cooperation and solidarity, a struggle which is both method, middle, and new quality. The collective struggle is the new quality. In WHJCH the dialectic antagonism of attack and defense takes its solution, Aufgehoben word, 56. 34. Being identified with capitalism, for example our success r, identitat mit dem Kapital am Beispiel Erfolg r. Success in this society means corruption of the successful equals the defrauded cheat, der betrogen Betrüger. The identity between capitalism and the lonely somebodies gets its expression in many forms, striving after to maintain properties, festhalten am Besitz, anxiety to lose those properties, looking down on the bare life, Nachtleben, be it only the want to be dressed fashionably, the so-called status. 115. Symbols, cars, travels, hobbles, home furnishings etc. are nothing but petrifactions of life, identity with capitalism. This accumulation of consumer goods, Konsumgiltern, is nothing but self-deception, Selbstbetrug, serving only in order to reproduce the commodity labor force, Reproduction der Arbeitskraft. The success if earned by a lonely one is an illusion, her that he finds a suitable place of work or a to some extent agreeable home, or that he succeeds to pass an excellent exam in @ion, or the success with love, Erfolg bei Frauen. The feeling to be esteemed, anerkannt, to be Slorenpatliko, to be well liked, to have reached something, was gebracht. Zuhaben, to be good or even better han ot her one's principle of competition and achievement, is quite on the contrary only the success by a syst repression of human life. The feeling of success, Erfolgsgefühl, is commonly accompanied by feelings of gratitude, Dankbarkeitsgefühl, certain social institutions or be it to their representatives as bosses, homeowners, college rector, newspaper editors, book publishers, and finally gratitude to the social conditions as a whole. Kult.e on the contrary, aber what t. Here is taken as one's own success is in the sense of a real success, a success of corrupt. Lawn nevertheless, the success on the side of the adversaries and a success like that forms an important part of those successful ones who represent not hing but their identification with capitalism, wesentliches Element der Identität der Erfolgreichen mit deren Kapital. In order to maintain and to perpetuate the discrepancy between the forces of production which are developed up to a high level on the one hand and the relations of production which are systematically and by force maintained in a subject Konditlon on the other hand, a situation from which the accumulation of capital earns its benefits, from this it follows necessarily that the human needs must be submitted to the laws of nature, Naturgesetze, of capitalist production and destruction. For the alone one, by Meinzelnen, this contradiction appears as the splitting, one nung, and as a contrariety between reason, Vernunft, and feeling. The coexistence of both of the just named life expressions being put side by side one to another as neatly as possible, represents the condition for the peace, Ruhe, of the emotions, affect, for the order of the manufactory plants, Fabrikalen, in which human vigor of life efficiently, rationell, is converted into anorganic matter, anorganisk Materie equals Kapital. The reason, Vernunft, of capitalism appears in that the manufactories are rationalized, and in the enlargement of the forces of production and also in the reinforcement of exploitation and by the getting perpetuated of the relations of production by means of force. The lonely one in his rationality is determined by the rationality of capitalism which confronts itself against him like a natural power, experienced by him day and night, the natural power of capitalism which therefore seems to him like if it were altogether reasonable, Vernunftig. His protest against this life-destroying power therefore can he primarily only a matter of feel, an emotional protest. Because of the rulership of reason, aber die Vernunft das Herrschend ist, those emotional slippings, dies emotionalen Ausrutscher, get rationalized by the alone one, werden vom Einzelnen rationalisiert, and therefore disappear by being converted to gastric ulcers, gallbladder inflammations, circulatory disorders, kidney stones, Nierenstein, to every kind of cramps and convulsions, impotence, catarrhs, toothache, skin diseases and rashes, backache, migraine, asthma, accident.s. by work or traffic, dissatisfaction etc. Or be it that the emotions which belong to the inter-human relationships are growing exuberantly. 119. In the inter-human relationships, emotional pest, in the lack of emotions, Affektlosigkeit, earnest personality equals ernsthafter Mensch, in the psychoses etc. This violence of reason, Vernunft, is the furtive death consisting of the reactionary moment of Leibniz, one en Gestalt des reaktionären Moments der Krankheit. The needs of them who are damaged in a way like thus by the system, that means our needs are to be turned to play the central part, to become the starting point and the motor of the political work which has to spread by agitation all over the socialist self-organization determined by Leibniz, Werden zum, der Agitatorisken, Ilbergreifenden politischen Arbeit der sozialistischen Selbstorganisation unter der Bestimmung Krankheit. Needs like possession, career, individuality, development of personality, revolutionary perspective of profession, the so-called common human needs in any case are nothing but the reproductions of capitalist forms of social intercourse and status which act stopping solidarity and are life inimical. All which seems to be different, splitting and separating, serving to create loneliness and therefore works for the benefit of the capitalism is abolished, word aufgehoben, in the community and the company of the ill people with their needs for change. This community of the consciousnesses as a whole, dies Gemeinsamkeit der Beulthreitseln, takes its expression in that which we call political identity. Political identity means, unity of needs and political work, Einheit von Bedürfnissen und politischer Praxis, related to those needs, and this can be nothing but the struggle in solidarity against the capitalism which represents itself as a natural violence, gegen die Naturgewalt. Capita. 36 instead of an agitation record. Imagine some ill person, permanently troubled by sleeplessness, headache, palpitation of the heart, death anxiety. And further he has to fear to be victim of an occupational disease. 120. Berufskrankheit, of an industrial accident, Betriebsunfall, of a traffic accident, Verkehrsunfall, or of an influenza, grippe. Now if his ill person goes to a physician, hen he expect hat. As such one will find the causes of his sufferings which he 111 person by herself understanding takes for being organic, organisk, ones, examination, diagnoses, in order to get. Hem away later on, therapy. To his quite natural expectation the methods and proceedings of the doctor seem to respond. He draws off the pat's blood for examination, takes X-ray plates from his body, checks his reflexes, using hammer and needle and finally he prescribes some pills or applies an injection to the patient. Or he sends the patient to a hospital where he is operated, cut open, sewed up again or is amputated. But before or summit as after the therapy he pat is allowed to talk about his lameness. Not by all means about those things he wants to talk, he has to give to the doctor his personal data, his insurance, the data of his passport, this death sentence on call, which every citizen of he Federal Republic has in his pocket and he must give the doctor his medical card, Krankenschein, the certificate which proves that the patient has paid in advance the costs for his being repaired by means of a permanent distress warrant of his wages, im Voraus per Dauerlohn, Endung, so's Lalabgaben. Before the ill one starts working in a factory and he has to present himself to the physician of this management. Betriebsarzt also named physician of confidence, Vertrauensarzt. Because the capital trusts him, or if the ill person has to go to a public health department of the state, a kind of technologic check-up for workers who are working machines equals so een Art Tove, MOT, Technisker Oberwachungsverhalten, für Arbeitsmaßnahmen, in order to submit by DUT.Y to a check-up ordered by law against him. Then the three-person of course will be busy to answer all questions as correctly as possible. He nothing W11L tell about his sufferings and troubles. If he is asked have there been mental disturbances, Geisteskrankheiten, or suicidal activities, Selbstmord, in the family he neither spontaneously nor truly will answer, of course, where else? Ja wo den sonst? But cult.e on the kant.rari he wll say simply no. For he needs a place of work and is forced to get it otherwise. On t.he ot. her hand, and 3-1 arrived in the SPK expecting more or less the same circumstances concerning the therapy of his illness. Rut there the bottle examelnat.lon and the medical care and also the medical treatment and nursing is 121. Only of subordinate importance. Quite on the contrary, there is given much occasion and time to the three-person to speak about the causes and the functions of his troubles, to meditate on it and to have discussions about it together with other three persons, whom he day and night meets there. During the course of this proceeding of a therapeutic agitation like that, he suddenly or by and by discovers that the whole story of a bodily determinedness, organisk bidding fit, and of he being caused by himself and by his own fault, selbstverschuldet, of his illness thus, perhaps, truly, thus, that there is perhaps the key to had his social existing as a whole, well, but then he ought to do something, hen he perhaps c0uid, do something, combined to the other ill persons. There. Well, but those CNES of course are much healthier than me, otherwise they never could be as lively as they really seem to be. What is my self? That's quite another case, for I myself am TRUIY 111. I can't, or perhaps I am afraid. Afraid to lose mon illness? Afraid of my own liveliness, of my own energy of life, which since my being born has been suppressed up to the degree of parsimony, die Vongeburten auf Sparflam gestalt war? Then I'll try it politically. You only can act politically if you are completely healthy. And if I nevertheless should fall in illness, then I shall go to a physician who will repair me quite perfectly. And even the physicians used to say that you only need to believe that you will get completely healthy, and then either you will get healthy or remain it. And then if I will be completely sound, well then I'll make a big splash. Dan kom ich ganz gral Roslo, cooperation. Solidarity, where is existing something like thus? In China, in Vietnam, in Cuba, well. But here, today? Herald today. Socialist self-organization determined by illness? News about illness. Translation of the former 2 pages, taken from a newspaper, made by SPK. We get clear what has changed in Germany since 1945, nothing. They try to make us believe hat. All should have got better now, car, television, holidays, and leave. But fascism only has got a better form. Behind all this splendor there is hidden the destruction and the overkill of human beings in order to enable the businessmen to earn more profits. _, LFEAN.XETY. It seems that in many wedlocks and families from nowadays the inner relationships must be characterized as to be to the uttermost scale charged by tensions, and that the persons who live in those relationships, be they adult or children, are to be signified as unhappy ones. But it also seems that he are unable to realize he causes of their sufferings. Those observations made arise an interest for investigation about the causes and the conditions of this sufferings from the bourgeois family. Following those investigations, here has been asserted the finding that those bad effects are caused by social conditions which, being caused high political and economic facts, determine the interrelationships of wedlocks and families. From this perception there started the intention to enable the struck persons by that knowledge to realize their sufferings as being socially conditioned, and to spare themselves self-reproaches, and to spare also accusations against their spouses and parents, and to direct the family dissatisfactions critically against the societe. Alcoholism. Heroes against devils. Every day, when her husband went to the steel factory of Monisman, Wilma Glubb, 35, at home got weak and was overcome by the dipsomania. By the months, as stated the doctor in his certificate, she consumed too much alcohol and didn't care no longer about her children and about her home duties. Mrs. Wilma promised reforms, took a course of the medicament Ixarin, but without becoming steadfaster. The Public Health Department asked a judge for help, and there resulted that our Dulsberg Mrs. was charged by force to the closed ward of the mental hospital Eskdoln. Dismissal certificate 10 weeks later. The neurological treatment is to be continued, and also it has to be judged as indispensable that the welfare center permanently has to care about this dipsomaniac woman. Hospital B1LL, DM 770-. Nobody was WLLL1NG to pay for those expenses. In the case of Olma Glup it was the same, like it is in almost all cases of alcoholism, the number of which just between 1951 and 1966 has climbed to more than the fourfold amount, a number which is estimated by Deutsche Haupt. 25. Stell für Suchtgefahren now to a number of 600,000. The Chief Medical Officer of Health, Obermittelslohnallrat, Dr. Helmut Kram at Munich complains that all the institutions which ought to pay in such cases for the expenses like medical insurances, annuities, and social care obstinately try to get unloaded from costs like those. He calls it an anachronism that the insurances should pay not before the dipsomaniacs should have gone completely destroyed. But until now this anachronism stayed to be a quite common fact. The Modem Consumer Society praises the alcohol and condemns the dipsomaniacs. Depressions. Gloomy morning. In a German periodical for medicine Uromd recently one could read an outline about some typical situation in a consulting room. There squats the patient oppressed by his common feeling slack combined to a little bit sadness you can't tell from where it comes, and there his Fissy clan says to him, intending to cover the troubles of the patient, that the sun shines brightly out doors and that the boys of the patient were so merry. Well-intended sentences like those nevertheless were not only useless for the patient but also life-dangerous, as instructed the named medical periodical. Because by sentences such the patient who suffers from depressions easily could be confirmed in his opinion that for him it should make no sense to go on living, for even his doctors seemed to be unable to understand him any longer. But in many cases depressed patients are not looked after correctly. Consequently there follow many suicides and suicide attempts. Every year there are more than 12,000 Western Germans who finish their LJVs, regardless of the, presumably great, number of suicides in which the persons who are weary of youth feign accidents or in which suicidal activities are covered by the relatives. And there are at least 5 times more suicide attempts in which physicians can help yet in time. In a great part of the life fugitives, be it successfully or not, there were depressions which made life intolerable. This financial world lacks humanity. 126. Addiction to medicaments. Power on crutches. In 1967 each Citizen of the Federal Republic, there included also old men and children, consumed medicament.s for in the average 50 dm, regardless of those medicaments which had not been prescribed by a doctor and which consequently had not been paid by a medical insurance. This medicament boom only in a small part consisted of those medicaments which during the last decades had formed and decisively enriched the arsenal of the physicians, as for example the modern antibiotics and the psychopharmaca, for a treatment of serious mental disturbances. To buy health. The promises by which the medicament companies, Tablettenkonzern, in television and in the advertisement parts of the medical periodicals are trying to get consumers for their pharmaceutic consolation matters indeed can make us dream about Huxley's salvation messages, Hellsbetschaften. Fresh and bright like the new day, analgesic vivumd, always in good form, build, ing up pl /l activanat. Against night ghosts from nowadays, soporific daroma, sunglasses for the psyche, tranquilizer librium. And the advertising text makers of the pharmaceutical industry unleash the superlatives in order to overcome the traditional anxiety, not at least newly nourished by the Kontergan catastrophe, in order to diminish it, favoring the unchained consumption of medicaments. Advertising text for the soporific daroma, unsurpassed toll rabble one tie, for the analgesic Dalvarin, excellent tolerability proved in millions of cases, for the tranquilizer librium, efficient and wholesome, for the soporific storodarm, free from accustoming and free from danger of addiction. 9 amongst the 10 top medicaments mentioned in the secret sales statistics of the pharmaceutical industry in Western Germany in the year 1967 were analgesics, soporifics or tranquilizers. As there was communicated by the Professor Eberhard Bay at Düsseldorf, the analgesics, concerning their number by sale, rank at the top of the big business. At least every fourth citizen in the Federal Republic of Germany uses them regularly. Already in 127. 1965 almost 2 billions of analgesic medicaments have been consumed, total value, 120 millions Deutschmark. Noludar, the popular soporific and until now available for everybody without prescription, being the successor of the insidious Contergan, has augmented its yearly sales starting from 2 millions a year since 1961 to 8,7 millions Deutschmark in the last year. Noludar consumption 1967, about 125 millions go-to-sleep portions. Valium, the tranquilizer for the most part prescribed by Western German physicians which has entered the market only 5 years ago, last year's reached its sales on the wholesale trade up to an amount of 30 millions Deutschmark, now is at the top of the pharmaceutic bestseller list. Estimated Valium consumption in 1967, 250 millions of pills. Labor market, employment exchange, Arbeitsvermittlung, wanted. 128. Diagnosticians for early diagnosis of false basic convictions, Diagnostiker zur Früherkennung von Gesinnungsschaden, psychologists for the getting away of difficulties in adapting youth to their surroundings. Psychologen zur Beseitigung von Anpassungsschwierigkeiten Jugendlicher, healers to prevent injurious alterations of consciousness, ophthalmologists for the treatment of far-slopedness, anesthetists for permanently generalized sleeping cure to be applied to everybody, curing doctors who are experienced in forced preventive cures which work against the alarming augmentation of red blood corpuscles, curators to care about liberation maniacs, surgeons to amputate outgrowths and excesses, professors for test series dealing with brain transplantation, physicians of confidence, Vertrauens, 1 RZTE, to heal democracy from anemia. Stress caused by the place of work. Frankfurt, DPA, the stress it. The place of work which augments permanently makes climbing the number of the nervous and mental disturbances to a higher and higher scale. The Director and Medical Officer of Health of Bochum, or Heinrich Buckup, related last Wednesday at Frankfurt at T.He Yearly Congress of the German Society for Maintenance of Industrial Health and Safety Standards, Arbeitsschutz, that already nowadays 4.y% of all men and women in T.He Federal Republic of Germany who only for a short time had fallen in illness now suffer vegetative and Func.Ionaldals es, which are mainly expressed by nervous troubles of heart and stomach. HT 26.11.70. The capitalist society has made everybody and ourselves falling ill. Get away with capitalism. Gallows birds. As you can take from the numbers of turnover of the pharmaceutical industries, all admonitions done by experienced critics were in vain. Murder. On the ramp. 129. The most uncomfortable. You got an enemy. He doesn't care about what you earn. As long as he is earning enough by making use of you. He doesn't care about what you spend, as long as you buy from him. He doesn't care about what you buy, as long as it is the decision of him to care about whether your outfit is a fashionable one. He doesn't care about what you are looking like, as long as your hair is not too long. He doesn't care about the length of your hair, as long as you shut up your mouth. He doesn't care about your opinion, as long as you slave for him. He doesn't care about your arguments against him, as long as you do nothing against him. He doesn't care about where you have to work, as long as you don't see where he lazes. He doesn't care where you are dwelling, as long as you pay your rent in time to him. He doesn't care which hit you are hearing, as long as you dances to his tune. He doesn't care about which thr1lleruc, as long as it isn't himself, whom you find guilty. Try to speak to him. He nothing can do without raging or caressing. Try to negotiate with him, he will laugh and wipe the floor with you. Before he will renounce his properties, before he will beat it, he will prefer to knock down the world and also you. You got an enemy, just. In this moment he again is raising his arm against you and he is thrashing you, as long as you let him thrash. TOCHA. HEALTHOUCH. Life is what you make it. Illness is not an incident in a single person, ill is, our society. In our society there rules capitalism, there triumph the interests to earn profits, there the victims are mercilessly squeezed and consumed in favor of a lit-i.e. ruling minority. The hospital machine /nary is nothing but the pursuit of the profit economy by other means. The exploited human being must sell itself, even quite beyond the price he achieves indeed, until he sooner or later will end totally exhausted. And then, when he is finally worn down by the capitalist economy, they deliver him to a hospital. There the exploitation is continued, his illness is transformed so that the others can earn profits of it, honorars for the physicians, profits of the pharmaceutical industry, exploitation of the nursing equipment. The three-person is patchworked, word zurechtgeflicked, as soon as possible he is thrown back to the front, until he finally is finished off in the drumfire of the growing profit rates. You got to know it. Before / by the newspapers, broadcast, and television. Meanwhile many people know that there exist patients at the University of Heidelberg who have organized themselves. Up to nowadays our number has grown up to 300 patients, housewives, pupils, annuitants, workers, students, apprentices and employees. Quite on the contrary to T.He University hospitals, the SPK truly does science for humans, T.Hat is for all. Nobody needs to take a day off in order to enter us. Group therapies and study work groups take part also in the evening. Personal therapies can be done by agreement when required. Debit and B. It can't be underlined enough, that the SPK has started from the university's hospital. From this side there Yomi T.He most infamous calumnies, the profit vultures are realizing some menace concerning their rich sinecures, Frolnden. Their nightmare is a socialized health system. They don't want at all, that the health system should be used totally in order to serve the needs of the patients. Making use of all tricks they try to maintain the existing relations, all have to pay, and they are those who are making money. The medical order primum nil nocere equals first not to damage for them means nothing but to earn profit. How many people by that fall by the wayside is party known. The RACIAL pure order. Professor Dr. Heinz Hiltner, friend of the Minister of the Interior Kraus, gets 30 million DM in order to establish at Mannheim a center of psychotherapy. There will be treated at the most 250 patients. The SPK gets, by permanent delay, 3,200 DM a month. H. Hiltner, the SPK represents a serious menace against my plan. His subordinate, Dr. Kretz, is of the same opinion, for if the professorship of Hafner ends at Heidelberg, Dr. Kretz also will gain a chair at Heidelberg. Von Beyer in his report, Gutachten, means, that in the SPK there were no patients, because the SPK lacks the amount of suicides which is usual in hospitals. Quite on the contrary. Professor U. Schneider is of the 131. Opinion that in the SPK here were patients. And there are other medical colleagues of his who join his opinion by offering the patients of the SPK to return to the polyclinic in order to start once more a therapy. But now some patients who followed this supply were rejected by the polyclinic, and that's to say that they were referred back to the SPK. In short, the anxiety about their sinecures, Befreienden, shows to the population the true face of those profit vultures, profit Geier. We continue SPK. Front against suppression and exploitation. More than 2,000 workers and employees at Heidelberg and in its surroundings have declared their solidarity with the SPK by putting their signature. 214 scientists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists, psychologists, claimed that the SPK must be continued at the University of Heidelberg. From all parts of the Federal Republic of Germany and of Western Berlin there come groups in order to get knowledge about the working and the methods being used in the SPK. Those persons and groups don't take the reports, Gudic.n, done by Professor Dr. Drive Richter, Professor Dr. Bruckner and Dr. Spazier for unscientific. Daily there come new patients, who have understood that the SPK works for man and for the needs and the interests of all people. The last fig leaves have fallen down. He who takes interest in the university remaining a private matter of the professors and their successors and accomplices works against his own interests. But he who is of the right opinion, that the university belongs to the population who pays for it, that the university has to give to all people this kind of knowledge which shows the relations exactly as they are, that the university has to give to everyone the possibility to develop all dispositions which he has in himself, instead of getting them spoilt, will do the FLRST step on this way by supporting the SPK, that means that he is on the side of all those efforts done by the SPK. There doesn't exist no third way. The efforts, Bemühungen, of our culture minister Hahn, my profession is my fun, to liquidate the SPK shows that we are on the right track. 132. Cit.Isons who think and act are a danger for the top, brass, establishment. And this danger will reach the greatest risk, if their WLLL be acted commonly. Tomorrow. Hint against peace. Where He guns remain in their stores there is for a long time yet. No peace are glittering yet. The barrels except all should take place in a museum where there is spoken much about peace there is for a long time yet no peace if the officers go on instigating except they were against war where somebody dies in his bed there is for a long time yet no peace if here die 50 behind the 7 great seas most of them by hunger where there is arvlong somebody by hunger here is for a long time yet no peace namely is growing he hatred against the peace which is a friend of he possessors. CO determination says Friday TZ Berg, Ball equals a top manager of the Employers Association no. Then the assistant nurse in a hospital could decide about operations says Helmut Schmidt, SPD, later on Chancellor of the Federal Republic no. Then also the doorman of our town hall could influence our politics, says Professor Gall-Olzer, Munster no. Then the chairwoman in the institute could in questions of habilitations, yes said Lenin. Every chairwoman has to be able to enter situations which allow her to lead the state. 133. Informations. Those at the top they like liberty they like justice they like peace. They are taken for good men. They are for liberty and for protective custody imprisonment, Vorbuchhaft, they are for justice and for Nas 1, Brown, judges they are for peace and for a strong army. NSTOL. T.Hay are taken for good men. How long finally does it T.ache, until you realize that their liberty is not your liberty their justice is not your justice, their peace is not your peace. When finally you see through them. 134. This text is but a beginning. 7 Documentary Chapter 37, about the political economy in the identity of suicide equals murder. Zur politischen Ökonomie der Identität Selbstmord equals Mord. 1 Patients Press No. 35, New Universities Mirror No. 6. Suicide equals murder equals suicide equals murder equals suicide. In the sense to produce revolutionary energies material misery becomes a progressive matter. As there is known, Marx requires this working function, moment, for belonging to the industry, proletariat, subjective factor, subjectiver factor. Social proscription however is the mark of the riff-raff proletariat, lumpen proletariat, the unemployed, the sick, the criminals equals debtors arising by their own fault equals Selbstverschuldet. Those people are, caused by the ruling ideology, outcasts both regarding the social process and the revolutionary movement. Their political honorary title is a variant between antisocial and anarchist. It's no blame to be poor. Lose of money, lose of much/lose of honor, lose of all, Geld verloren, veel verloren/eer verloren, als verloren, and which other dicta, the objective Spiralt equals objektiver Geist, there may be else. By means of exploitation capitalism generates the material misery, dialectic moment, as follows after Hegel, analogously cited here, capitalism is too poor in order to be able to abolish the poverty produced by capitalism itself. Along the development in the inner of the person's capital 1 sm produces the anxiety of or respectively because and by the 135. Social proscription, historic proceeding of a person, the consciousness of whom being essentially since ever and even long before his being born is programmed in a manner to avoid at any rate each occurrence and each situation from which there could arise any kind of social proscription. Both factors, material misery and social proscript.ion, are deadly, murder tools of the capitalist society, by which this societe.y goes on making suffering until this society itself gets crushed between those two millstones which belong to it.self. There was made use of those two millstones by the Faculty of Medicine, by the university's top leader Rentorf and by the culture minister Hahn until they had achieved to murder an SPK member, a use applied by them in the omen of a doubtful fortune. The lockout, Aussperrung, dismissal, Entlassung, and the ban on entering the clinic, Hausverbot, altogether aimed at causing physical H, Physisk Vernichtung, and social discrimination, causing instigation by press, T.Television and so on equals Offentlichkeitsschutz.ze. From the first day of her having appeared in T.He SPK, the now murdered SPK member perhaps more than all the others has had to see herself confronted to those both murder inst rumant.s. 11 had been her urgent want to join our work as soon as possible. But firstly from where she had come, from Cologne, she had got no money except of sickness benefit which now the insurances and the physicians at Heidelberg refused T.O. continue if she herself should continue T.O. stay at Heidelberg instead of turning back to Cologne. Labeled as being a schizophrenic person, she felt her tainted by a hereditary disease up to the stigma of T.O. inferiority. She now also had to face her getting politically discriminated if she should go on joining in SPK, her intention which she, being an upright personality, couldn't but express even to the authorities. Therefore she was right with her anxiety that the authorities should take down her being a member of the SPK in their files and documents regardless of the yet more disadvantages, which surely should be caused by this discrimination, getting no job, compulsory hospitalization in a mental hospital, if she should continue her struggle for the sickness benefit, which she was right by law to require, etc. And just. That was the apprehension which she expressively associated to the fact, that the cultus minister Hahn until now had refused to the SPK the legitimation to become an institution joined to the university. As there is known, the material disaster of her had been caused just by all her attempts to avoid her being politically discriminated when she had to act. The AUT. Also she yet had experienced when she had visited the psychiatric polyclinic at the 136. University. That it lacked any efficiency even if she had been willing to take over the mark of social proscription, schizophrenic, and to get along with it. And thus just the lat.ter example of her falling T.O. secure her immediate needs of life could nothing but reinforce her impression that especially her own situate.lon could nothing but get more and more hopeless in future. Leto schizophrenic persons I never give any medical certificate, the assistant physician of the university's medical polyclinic had said to her. When she had started her second attempt on her own account to get a job, the now murdered SPK member had been praised because of her fitness on T.He probation. But all T.He more she had despaired of the good expectations of her employers in future because of her own feeling llly inferior. The material situation of the SPK, as being caused by Rentorf and Hahn, just can't offer any chance for survival, not T.O. meant I on the possibility of any rehabilitation, be it only by small steps. But we'll never forget that. We have to struggle by all means to alter this situation. The physical kill, materielle Vernichtung, instigated by the side of our enemies, is represented in the last letter of the now murdered SPK member by the significant words, I am dead. Her anxiety because of her socially being proscribed seems to have been her companion even in her regarding the time after her death. I don't want to be buried along with Marx and Lenin, Emok.in yet. MIT. Marx und Lenin begraben worden. I have understood nothing means, in my true opinion it is quite clear I can't do anything else by myself against the murder weapons hunger and misery, and that's why I think, the behavior which I have chosen now is understandable and making sense. If Kumi Han, Kumi equals abbreviation signifying cowshit instead of cultus minister, rector Rentorf, and the pig compulsory physicians, Shui, Epflichti.rzte instead of medical secrecy physicians equals Shui Jepflichtart, remember also hush money physicians, of T.he medical faculty, fucking medicine, germ abbreviation, med.fac. Believe that they yet now were innocent their perception must be sentenced as being mistaken up to the highest point. More to read thereabout in the Phenomenology of the Spirit by Hegel, chapter it. Murder is murder. But murderers behind the scenes, Schreibtischmörder, can't be compared to common and usual murderers, for they are worse. They are dead bodies exploiters, Lelchenflederer, greasy vampires. He who has suffered and 137. Experienced it by his own body, SPK, knows what there is meant by that. But the murders, Mordtaten, of the murderer gang behind the scenes, Schreibtischmörder clique, Han, Rentorf, and medicine pigs WLLLST Reich back against them just in the way the ground of which is dialectic as it starts from its being determined by capitalism. Nach dem vom Kapitalismus bestimmten Prinzip der Dialektik. Socialist Patients Collective at the University of Heidelberg Rohrbacher Str 12 April 16, 1971. 2 Patients Info Number 37, New Unelmir Number 8. About the political economy of murder. A crime can be excluded, thus it has been taken down in the suicide notice, Selbstmordnotiz, from April 10, 1971 in the newspapers at Heidelberg. The newspapers, just the same as the bourgeois science have to exclude the C-Rimi, that is the day tructi on 0 f hum anbeing sin permanence by the capitalist system of exploitation. The liberty of the press is the liberty of the rulers to mask connections and contexts. Many readers of our first communication about suicide equals murder, Selbstmord equals mord, got more hunger for details after having consumed this leaflet. Lacking any idea of directing themselves to the press in order to insist forcefully on the publishing of a coherent report, they also lacked any drive to feel themselves stimulated to do an active correction against a murder shit like that, variations of which has been amply analyzed since some decades ago. Their little bit bad conscience can't but cause them to feel some remorse, if Hey read the word murder, in an Hig Belmord Pflicht Schuldigst das Bil 3 Wissen. Because of some pseudokraltisi mentalit. Acquired by inculcated conditioning as usual in childhood and education, they are fond of nourishing this kind of conscience with some more details in order to fall even better asleep later. 138. On. Nevertheless, it is easy to conceive, begriffen, connections. One can learn to take down them in a manner of able adequacy, but to develop activities based on consequence is a very heavy task for those ones who feel healthy and who fear that there could exist something which they could run the risk to lose. Objectively, the exploited ones at any rat.e possess nothing which the rulers couldn't be able to dispose of. Besitzen, so is so nix, was sich nicht in der Gewalt der Herrschenden. Befindet. Long time ago, before one's birth, all decisions have been done about one's feelings, thought.s and even about the functions of our bodies. Lang bewaere.inner Gebaren WLRD, ist schon Tiber sein Gefalale, Gedanken und Körper funktionen entscheiden. You only just get this kind of body which you could have got under the conditions and under the Diktat.orship of the capitalist relations of production, es bekommt einer den Genelgen Leib. Den ihm die Kapit.Allstillschen Produktionsverhältnisse zudfluktieren. What? For wealth's sake any exploited can lose, if one regards and not ices this most important fact, that everything, complete, his possibilities to be developed, he world, everything, from the start has been taken away from him? Was also hat der Ausgebildet Zeoverlieren, wenn ihm so von vornherein als genommen 1 st. Back to the public opinion makers. Being submitted themselves to the forces of accumulation, they must print advertisements and therefore they must dance to the tune of those who pay for the advertisement. The instructed job, Auftragsarbeit, of those opinion makers in its resulting can produce nothing but he remaining stuck to the codes of the ruling science. Duty to inform therefore is, to cast to the newspaper reader equals Ommelverer and Ommeldevourer, als Fresser und alles Klucker, some fucks scraps, facts, sex and age of the culprit, place and tlme of the crime etc. For savory and tasty supplements to the reporting also may serve hints like commune and pill poison and soon the reader will occur the related to whom, germ, dejiga horage /horalgwem. Story that is some ideological fashionable product which is lacking any historic context. The so-called common sense, gesunder Menschenverstand equals unverstand, nonsense is the most trustworthy collaborator of capitalism, equals crime. From the suicide, Selbstmord, then nothing remains but a tale, Geschichte, that means something which lacks any effectiveness, Wirkungslos, because the deadly effects of the relations connected to it get noticed without being combined to the consciousness and only in stereotypes. The lacking of any. 139. Consciousness inhibits the getting clear of the related mat.ers and their connection, suicide equals murder, and therefore also there are stopped all consequences, whlch have ot.herwise to start from insight and understanding. This suicide equals murder doesn't become significant, bedeutsam, without firstly adding to it its historic connection and context, and then this suicide equals murder gets dangerous for the stability of currency, Währung, for it turns into murder, but no longer to murder against human beings, but t.o murder against the Kapitalism and its advocates, Sachwaltern. Caused by the capitalist process of wear and t.ear combined to the capitalist process of proscription, the murdered M had been turned into a person who lacked any worth in the eyes of the bureaucracy, sector of distributionssphere. Never. Helis there was the pressure to present herself for sale if she would not die of hunger, whether immediately or caused by the social proscription. Death is the consequent pursuit of the mass murder which starts from the plans and projects combined to capitalism by causal connection. Before she came to the SPKM had regarded herself as being ruined, kaput, and as a wreck. No wonder. The psychopharmacer.ic pill poison, the body-destroying, substances schädigenden, electroshocks, in general all kinds of special treatments used against her abundantly had marked her consciousness, which was in no way schizophrenic, up to a degree to get quite clear what is reality. Caused by the society, which permanently refused to give her what she needed to live her life, she was right to feel herself determined to abandonment. Therefore M suffered permanently from a life-dangerous situation, which is for millions of people in our society usual enough up to a level that they even are unable to understand their situation inadequacy to reality, realitat. Quat, and therefore those people also are unable to start a suitable behavior against this situation. There was another patient who once happened to say that only special circumstances had made it possible for her to survive in a situation comparable to that mentioned here. But pieces of luck, Glücksgefühl, like that are produced by the capitalist bureaucracy as reluctantly as rarely. With M it was different, that means Aiming more truth, the jungle of bureaucracy made her panicky because of anxiety. But that doesn't count. There was running the countdown triggered by the state and by the rectorship for the last meal. In spite of the capitulation forced on her by the mat.aerial conditions, M nevertheless had gotten transitory occasion to 140. Breathe again because of the working conditions in the SPK realized actually and nowhere else. She always has known and said, that since she had joined the SPK it was for the first time in her life that she had got the feeling to be truly alive and that she had become herself by the connection with other patients like her, in spite of all other difficulties which she had suffered from outside the SPK. Only a few days before her being murdered, M declared in a common discussion, that she was unreservedly on the side of the SPK, because the SPK had represented for her the only possibility to find a way of realization and to develop her activities. By a report of her mother, done after the death of M, we experienced, that M in her letters from the SPK to her mother again and again had expressed that the time she spent in the SPK was the happiest, saint, time in her life. To do yet more proceedings for T.Hestabilization of her political identity, for only this kind of identity can be achieved in the capitalist system, which is a schizophrenic system itself, a political identity, politisk identitet, which she had sought in vain in a communist youth organization before entering SPK. This farther development of her political identity could only get stopped by T.He utmost pressure from outside, hunger blockade. She felt not only beforehand burdened by T.He label schizophrenic, but also she had suffered many years from the reproaches of other people and even of the FAMIIYS physicians, Haus Arden, who did all they could to make her believe that in future she would cause by her illness the end of her family by ruining it, dal sie durch ihr Krankheit ihr Family ruin ihre. Thus she transferred her own FEL1NGS of being guilty, acquired by inculcated conditioning, to her employers, expecting consequently to get punished by them because of her illness, in spite of having realized by her consciousness quite exactly that the miserable conditions at the common labor market were caused by T.He mechanisms of the capitalist system. She also was afraid of disadvantages which could arise from her now belonging to the SPK. From the fact that the cultus minister had prohibited to the SPK to become a legit-imized university's institution, a prohibition which had been caused decisively by the Faculty of Medicine and by the Rectorship, there resulted by consequence for each SPK member the total lack of any protection against the violent issues of the state, Schutzlosigkeit gegen Staatsschuldsame Malnahmen, and the totally being exposed to the social proscription combined to those issues. M had not only to fear to fail if she looked out for a place of work, but she was also confronted with a merciless alternative, either to ask Dr. Kretz for the sickness benefit which was owed to her, and indeed the physicians and the staff physicians of the 141 Medical Polyclinic had proposed her to do so, regardless of T.He risk of a check-up in order to transport her by force to a mental hospital, Zwangseinwelsung, this mechanism T.O separat.e her and others from the SPK, a mechanism being established long ago. Or to remain in the SPK which had become her survival ground, hopeless delivered to the common misery growing from day T.O day. The nonsense of the issues all around the sickness benefit which was owed to her, could nothing but shock her to an extent, that even all promises and arguments by the SPK as a whole to inhibit by all means, based on active solidarity, any compulsory hospitalization of her in a mental hospital or to make it undo couldn't help anything, the same as all hints of contraindicat. Well assured even under all conditions of a psychiatric and neurologic view. Commonly spoken, it is simply a matter of fact that all winding dances, Schneckenolens, performed by the psychiatry since its existing, performed on the back and WLT.H the money of the exploited people, together with all twaddle from psychoanalysts, existence analysts, Dossier-Analytiker, up to the herdveltary biologists, Urbiologen, all twaddle as a whole, equals science equals Ulsenschaft, has never succeeded in lowering the rate of suicides even in the hospitals, much less to abolish it. Rather there is appearing just now some modernistic, progressive, branch in psychiatry which seems to be very proud of her realization that there could be help for suicide candidates, Selbstmordkandidaten, only in that to get killed in special hospital.als by means of the best possible medical art, thus getting killed in those hospitals, which have been buijt by means of T.He same exploitat.lon which casts at the end just the same people destroyed by the same exploitation into death, cfr, Frankfurt.er Rundschau, February 2, 1971, we should be forced to provide hangman, WLR Warengezwungen, Henker Ausurzehen. The change for T.He better, namely how to abolish all psychiatry now, is a more than a 1-year experiments done by the SPK. For our work the murder executed to M can mean nothing but that we have to struggle yet more decisively and effectively against the destructive machinery and especially against its bureaucratic functionaries, faculty of medicine, rectorship, cultus ministry. Because the question of life and death exists just here and now, we can't and we are not allowed to wait unt.il. Perhaps in a far future the private ownership, private property, of the means of production will have put an end by itself. Belonging to the SPKM also had to defend herself against the attacks against which SPK had to struggle from its beginning, lack of means, even the so-called donations account. 142. Spendenkonto of the SPK is kept back by the university, the chief of the university's psychiatric hospital, V. Bayer, and the rectorship of the university have contrived a boycott against each patient of the SPK, from which follows that they are rejected by all pharmacists in Heidelberg to whom they present a prescription in spite of being members of the common health insurances, what means that they have paid in advance for the PLLLS which they can't get now. For 460 patients, from day to day 1 to 3 newcomers, there are only 5 rooms, permanently being menaced by the eviction sentence caused by the rectorship and therefore uncertainty how long it can be guaranteed to continue the work in the SPK. The administration council of the university has broken the promise to provide the houses in which the patients are in charge of all means necessary to continue their work. This conditions as a whole represent a permanent hunger blockade against the SPK, regardless of their being beyond it a truly mirror of the mass murder system specific for capitalism. But this suicide danger has been judged by Professor Hafner, Paul I clinic boss Kretz, and by the forensic psychiatrist Professor Lee Frenz in the session of the university's Senate on November 24, 1970 concerning the SPK as being a risk to be neglected, Vollbeskaberies selbst Mordrisiko. They present permanently the proof, those Rentorf, Administration Council, Verwaltungsrat, University's Senate etc., that those who because of her position in the social process of production are allowed to take decisions, do nothing but reproduce the contradictions of Capital 1 SM, their doing being caused by their own will to put aside the historic context deliberately, and that means that they are guilty and responsible at any rate. The university's reactor of Heidelberg, reactor, instead of rector equals a play on words, connected to the nuclear danger, instead of presenting in a scientific manner the project to the members of the Senate in order to render possible for the SPK to continue its scientific work within the scope of the university, doesn't but react cowardly as usual amongst officials and companions, genossen, to the commands from above, decree of the cultus minister. He leaved it to the notorious Hafner, who even isn't joined to the Senate but a bad-famed specialist for social euthanasia, suicide equals profit. He leaved to this professor the platform where Hafner therefore got L1TTLE trouble to proclaim his 46 millions project, meantime instigating against the SPK to be liquidated. At that time it were the LLVES of 260 patients which were at stake. Can it really be a question now to ask, if the risk, what risk ever could be meant, has become a more dangerous one since those responsible have finished to unmask themselves and 143. Since now the number of the SPK members was increasing to the first 500,000? The ABOL1TION of conditions L1KE those is possible. Others who preceded us, have already demonstrated it. The self-organization of patients on its social ground corresponds to the radical critical consequence to which we direct regarding the example which there is since the times of Ernesto Che Guevara, asthmatic himself, but using his medical skillness against the Capital 1 St jungle, asthmatiker Gerti.Funktlonen 1M Capital 1 Sties Chend Shungjal. As a hindrance, is a weapon of capitalism. But it is completely up to the exploited one to commit this weapon and all the others to the scrap heap of history. Only for Capital 1 SM and its advocates oneness is a hell of a murderous pleasure, Mordsvernogen. Attack those criminals and you will protect yourself not only against kidney stones but also against political murder. Socialist Patients Collective at the University of Heidelberg Rarbacherster. 12. Heidelberg, Den 30.04.1971. 38. About the difference between a patient's self-organization and democratic centralism. 1. Subjective necessities, subjective Notwendigkeiten. Regarding the history, just now we are in the transition stage between Nazi KZ and camp of forced labor styled by the great Coaltion. The aggravation of the contradictions in Neocapital 1 SM, Spaltkapital 1 SMUS, economically manifested by the crises of economy which are becoming more and more accumulated, and on the level of consciousness manifested by the future problem both in the view of existence and of social ill-fee, are causing on the side of the rulers a lot of preventive issues in order to overcome those crises, which are on the one hand very intensive and efficient, but on the other hand 144. Nearly get no chance even to be realized by the public consciousness. Issues like that are, for example, the drug prohibition law against the dropouts, Ausflucht, issues to collect in a centralistic manner the data of the so-called mentally disturbed people, Geisteskranker, EMPS of forced labor for Paul 1 to call out dropped people, and finally lifelong prison by rate against such people, the resist.ans of whom doesn't get its satisfaction, if they do nothing but to sit around in discussion circles. Under prerequisite.es like those there can't be said, that the existing organizations for sick care, equals exploitation of illness, don't work. Regarding the issues named above, this kind of sick care quite on the contrary goes on working best. The functionaries of the health system, which is a hierarchically organized association, associated thereby with health insurances, units of medicines, assemblies of assist.ent doctors, Assistentenkonferenzen, and last not least the cultus bureaucracy, Kultus Billrakratel, as a whole one and the same competitive plot. Idel concurrens, equals a section mark in the penal code, because the cult.us bureaucracy administrates and executes science following the wants of capitalism firstly are to be conceived not as if they were associate.ions but as being associated around a virtual center, formed by the contradiction between what is their subject.ive conviction quite on the cont.rarity.ot.healer object.ive doing. Because of being only medlat.ly relat.ed to t. His antagonism, the medical plot as a whole therefore is favored by his dist to treat the named contradiction by performing a large-scale twaddle in a way as if this contradiction even didn't exist, twaddling about freedom of science and about issues for he welfare of the sick people ostensibly necessary for themselves. The twaddle serves in front of the public to mask the named antagonism. Whole this twaddle for those who need help, serves for nothing but to tie their consciousness closer and closer to he medical plot, and to its false promises from above. For the sick people in any case are suffering directly and immediately from his antagonism in a real and practical view, which the really shocked people quite on the contrary to he medical funet.ionerise never can put aside, even not by permanent repetition and the learning by heart of twaddle sentences. To the medical plot the subject.ive convictions, if separated from the really existing conditions, are without any consequence except of their being yet more exposed to the mechanisms of exploitation and destruction under the pred.ext. To be useful against illness. Those of he medical plot, being corrupted by the privileges or be it only by the chance to get some, therefore always are ready to distribute their stupidities in mass scale and against the masses. All of them refer the so-called welfare of the sick, but 0 bject they work. 145. In favor of the capitalism and therefore objectively against the sick population, and finally they also are working against themselves. You can't but notice it, but they can't but deny it. Regarding those circumstances nobody but the struck ones themselves can develop suitable comprehensions about a matter like that, and they themselves have to feel obliged to start those activities from which there may be followed a change of the general public opinion. See selbst sich das Erforderlichsten Aneln und Propagandistelstellen aktiv gegen I, Findlichkeit herstellen. Illness is the true mirror of the basic antagonism, collective production, usurpation by single persons, die ran kheitis treaiitet ad aquateholderspleechling de grundwit erspruchs. On the one hand collective production of illness, on the other hand administration and exploitation, Verwertung, of 1 people who are taken and who take themselves as if they were nothing but single, lonely, and atomized persons. 20 bjective 0 bstacies, that means what is the reason for the three people to care about their needs firstly themselves. In the capitalist process of evaluation, CPE, LM Kapitalstellenverwertingsproces, KVP the production process and the illness are conditioning each other in a dialectical manner that is IINES society the SAM etim e prerequisite and result of the CPE, KVP. The CPE, KVP, takes the being a cripple of the workers to its prerequisite, to maintain the capitalist exploitation. CPE, KVP, means to reproduce the social cripples in order to prepare workers. To consume the labor force by the production process means therefore to produce illness. For all work happens under circumstances in which NEVR the health of the W0RKERS is important, but only the way how to facilitate the producing of produce. Marx, Capital 3, Chapt. 5. All issues to vel this fact on the part of the ruling class are serving for nothing but to prove that to KLLL is no murder, if it is done in favor of the profit. Marx, Ibid. They. 146. CRISESMA nag nt in the L10 Wada East Neocapitalism, Spatkapitalismus, has in illness its central point of rotation. This result s from the following connections, so-called social taxes on the level of 35 of the take-home pay are transferred to the state's treasury. This money permanent ly belongs to the disposal of the organized capital as a whole, named state, in order to regulate he economic business cycles by issues of prevention if there is forthcoming some economic crisis. By that those who have worked for it have no disposal about this money. Only a quite small part flows back to the health machinery and is applied in order to repair the destroyed labor forces. Secondly, the function to stabilize the business cycles is to be seen in the renantelnance of the ability to consume of the destroyed work machines, defector Arbeitsmaskinen equals the ill people, and of the work machines being not in use, equals unemployed people, and also in the maintenance of the ability to consume of working machines now forever useless caused by their lifelong issues of being worn and torn, equals annuitants. Illness in order to serve capitalism especially is used and exploited by means of a one-ton ERING the structure of unemployment, rut URIE run G von RB its loci GKE it instead of mass dismissals only dismissals by dropping out, because of illness, thus it only seems that there doesn't exist any connection between exploitation and the dropping out of workers. Those dismissals then are regulated administratively, for example in the way of medical certificates, Krankschreibungen, or in the way of being suddenly carried from the place of work or from at home into charge if to the commanders of the health apparatus is given some occasion to do so. For the shocked person illness seems to represent nothing but a fateful event commonly caused by own failure and guilt. Quite on the contrary the unemployed it is not easy for a sick person to realize that there exists a causal connection between the misery which has shocked the person as a seeming individual and the process of exploitation in capitalism, EPE, KVP. This connection being masked in subjective and objective view is also favoring those tendencies in lefty groups which produce nothing but abstract conceptions which are without any use at all. The working class suffers from a lot of complaints, mass misery equals Massenverelendung. Aut there is also the objective wealth, which they are not willing at any way to combine to the consciousness of responsibility. Not to mention the almost total lack of insight regarding their being combined with their relative wealth to the accumulation of suffering on the part of the people in the Third World and on. 147. The part of the suffering of the ill people here, imperialism inside, imperialismus nach innen. The centralized democratic lefties, lacking to see that there exists a congruence between their own wants and the needs of the industrial working class, prefer very strongly to appeal to any abstract proletarian, instead of being prepared to go into the concrete living conditions of everybody which of course contain misery, be it both material or mental. 3 sic kpe 0 pi bel ng wit h0 ut the ir rig hts, zur Rechtlosigkeit der Kranken. regardless of the social contributions detached from him by force. An ill person has got nor IGHT on treatment of the illness. Quite on the contrary, the right for treatment is on the side of the established health system. This machine both is constructed and works by following the principles of augmenting profits, folgt dem Prinzlob der Profitmaximierung, and from that there also result those criteria by which a treatment in any case is determined from the beginning about the whether, ob, and about the how, we. The ill person within this cont.ext either is or will be separated from his constitutional rights and from the human rights, whether by the treatment itself or by some her manipulation. Thereby he health machinery inserted by law uses the administration of justice, Rechtspflege, and this administration of justice itself in the same way instituted by law makes use of the health system. The modern legislation for penal legislation, Strafgesetzgebung, being just worked out, provides that all ill people as soon as possible shall be centrally registered, ill people who in any case are prisoners, because of being inhibited, their prison being a lifelong one which they carry around in their personality wherever they are going or standing. Now by this legislation will get best chances to become lifelong members in a ghetto of anti-sociality. For example, the legislation for the universities of the federal state of Baden-Württemberg excludes all persons from the going on with their studies if any other people take hem for being ill. Here the wording, the matriculate can be refused, if the candidate suffers from an illness by which he could become a serious danger for the health of other students or by which he could become a serious menace for APR management of studies, Ordnungsgemäß 148. Studien betrieb, or if the health condition of the candidate could inhibit him to follow his way 0f studies in a proper way, Ordnungsgemäß Studium, in order to check the health condition there can be insist.ed on a certificate done by a medical official OT, Universities Law HSCHG 43,2. If there are causes like that, the candidate also can be taken off the Unellverslöti register. The depriving of their rights against the patients is based on their being lonely persons, Verunzulung. The only way out of their being lonely objects can't be anything else but to form self-organizations, Organisatorischer Zusammenschluss. But within the ruling system this way is not provided. Just from T.hat follows, T.hat a self-organization of patient.s also has the task to set its own right itself. Die Patentenselstorganisation hat somit Recht and function, and should the need arise, allenfalls, they can only refer to the constitutional rights. For T.hos constitutional rights themselves, being restricted by special laws, which, as there is said, regulate what T. here is connected with. H. Das hier Regeln L. By this clause it is made almost impossible for anybody to make use in a progressive way of those constitutional rights, and therefore the public violence, authority of the state, Staatsgewalt, soon will regard itself being forced to deny, abzusprechen, that patient.s who work by self-organizing themselves could be within the frame of those constitutional rights. That means that the forces of T.he state soon will attempt to break a patient's self-organization the more because T.he never can be quit.e sure, whether they truly have succeeded in acting the constitutional and the human right.s against those people who are in their eyes neither human beings nor joined to any constituted law from all the beginning. From that follows for those who are exploited and deprived of rights, that they radically have to overcome any material prerequisite on which the violence of state is based. Radikale Veränderung der materiellen Grundlagen dieser Staat. 149. For about the Politik AI Content TS0F the self-organization. The principles of patients' self-organization, which are the most important basic prerequisites, are to be determined as follows. Because of being DEPRIVED0F rig HTS only the patients, regarding to this mark and stigma, are the exploited class downright, Dirk das Merkmaiderrecht, los IGKEIT sind die Patienten die ausgebeutet Klassschlachten. As it is the same everywhere, there exists the permission to make use of the freely democratic order of rights, Freiheitlich-demokratische Rechtsordnung, only for those who belong to the commanders within the capitalist system, nur dem Kapitalstarken. But who belongs to the three people do snt even p0 ssess any right? To this mark of being member of the exploited class there belong in the Federal Republic 1c of Germany, be it only in the view of psychiatrists 10 millions of ill people because of a manifested mental disturbance. But the number of those who are struck by illness indeed is reaching a yet much more higher scale, if there is underscore the question of the number in total. Regarding the relative power of NESSA SAPROD UCTIVE for CE, force of production, there exists the fact that comparing the amount of money in the sickness funds and social funds to the amount of money in the national budget there exists a correspondence, measured by the average standards of the usual several years periods. From the being connected with the production there follows also an important second principle for the patient's self-organization. The capitalist economic system produces out of illness, as we mentioned above, by means of taking social contributions and unlimited P0s sub 3 TYT0 BUF for the economic crises as they belong necessarily to the capitalist economic system, informed der Sozialabgaben die UNBESCHR2 NKTEPUF für KA pos IT2T für die im Immanenten Wirtschaftskrisen. That means that only referring to the specific criterion illness, unter der Wessensbestemmung Krankheit, and only by this criterion the proletariat represents a revolutionary category, both subjectively and objectively in the highly developed late capitalist systems, and nobody else but K. Marx in the Communist Manifest has taken down this basic definition about what is the proletarian class. Sub JECTIVLY because based on the P0s sub 3 TY to conceive illness and to use it as protest, 0 BJECTIVLY because only by exploitation of human labor force there exists a way to earn surplus. 150. Value. The being reduced to misery of the masses and he becoming more and more serious, Intensivlierung, of illness follow from that. The being reduced to misery of he masses and he aggravation of illness, Intensivierung, represent the internal barrier, innere Schrank, of capitalism. The capitalist production as a such one hat means, if for a moment we don't care about its being superposed by the mechanisms of competition, ln of the rate of profits, Tendensliller Fall der profit rate, this capitalist production handles in a ugly economic way every kind of work if this work has been represented by wares and commodities, wherein, as a realized and objectified work. But in comparison with all the other ways of production the Capit.L1st production by spoiling human beings and living labor, Lebendige Arbeit, outdoes all he other forms of production quite easily, white mehr als, he Capit.Alst. Production doesn't only spoil flesh and blood, but also nerves and brain. Indeed it is done by nothing but by spoiling up to a huge extent the development of human beings, that the development of mankind simply, überhaupt, is a guaranteed and a done one during that period of history which Emedlat.Ely prechts the Consci 0 U slide on Tit UTI 0 N of the Human Society, Marx, Capital 3, Chapt 5. Just by means of those remarks Marx has given illness an ESSENTIAI determination, illness being the internal bar RIER 0 F cap ITA lis M, Marx himself disregarding here expressively the tendency of the fall of the rate of profits. Indem Austriachlchvam Tendenslillen Fall der Proflotrate abslate. A diminution which will be answered at any rate by augment.lng the exploitation of the labor force, aggravation of illness, Intensivlierung von Krankheit. Being the ext earn AI bar RIER 0 F cap etalis M illness becomes significant by the growing number of three people, those who will totally drop out of the capitalist process of production, the so-called incurable psychoses, growing number of those who incurably suffer from damages caused by drugs and medicaments. By the DETER min ing sub s tan tia lit y, WESF, NS, Bestimmung, of illness to be the buffer number one of the crises in capitalist economy and to contribute therefore necessarily to STAB1LLZE. This system, Illness though includes also a movens, moment. Here, something like tendency, which objectively is counter-revolutionary. This connection of exploitation can't be broken WLT.HL in the sectors of industry and administration. That is why within those both sectors there predominates this counter-revolutionary factor of illness, as far as it is determined to work as a 151. Buffer of the crises. That movens, moment, of illness, which otherwise at any rate is the goad of pushing forward, Weitertrolbendes moment, namely the IIIPE0 pi to be wit H0 ut rig HTS, in this context is completely inhibited by being masked because there are the trade unions to do so, the social welfare tribunals by T.R apparently favoring the workers and other institutions like that. Being determined by this constraint which is T.O signify as a such of D0 UBEEXPI0 eta T ion, D0 P pel T USB EU ton G, there result. S the necessity for patients, who under those conditions indeed are revolutionary subjects to form patients' organizations. D0 UBEEXPI0 eta T ion means, the ill person results from the surplus value producing product. Ion process, the surplus value is divided into profit and into the preventive capacity to buffer crises. Being a patient, the three person is functionals to serve both as a means of production, Produktionsmittel, and as a buffer of crises, Krisenpuffer. 5. Dialect.ics of decentralism expansionism. Centralism and equals multifocal, MFE. Before there is done reference to the organizing form of the patient's self-organizat.ion and its fart.her looking out, here some comments on principle about the democratic centralism, DC. The demo radic matter of T.He DC consist. S of pronouncing decisions, done by a majority of votes, what means, that all qualities are established on the category of quantity, Qualitäten aufgebaut auf der Kategorie der Quanti, A. Just like it is done in T.He evaluating process, Verwertungsprozess, of capitalism, in which all quality is reduced to and measured by nothing but by the quantity of T.ime, called working hours. The CENTRA list T matter appears as a pyramidal organizat.ion with a falling scale of competences, thus as a hierarchy HY. All activities of the everyone's, der Einzelnen, before their beginning at all both in appearance and in efficiency are already organized activities, again a rigid SYSTM, totally corresponding to the CPE, KVP, capitalist evaluating process, which produces all the demands and tasks, Erfordernisse, to which the every persons, die Einzelnen, must orientate their activities. The person has to serve the economy, but not on the contrary, instead of organizing the activities according to the concrete demands and tasks. 152. Erfordernisse, orientated to the special matter, which is just to do, that. Means that the organization can be variegated in connection with the just being worked out matter and doesn't need to exist any longer, if the every work with the present matter is done. The dialectics of subject and object, the polarization between leader and rank and file, T.He being determined, being spontaneous, spontaneity as a constitutive moment of an organization, also to think of T.He revolu.ionary productive force, force of production, of the biluckix soild revolud.ionary inst inked, T.He difference between being produced, and producing, represented, Vergenstandvelcht, as the contradiction bet.wien passivit.y, act.lvd, those dialectic contradictions never can be developed within the DC, Democrat.ic, centralism, just as little as the dialectics of needs, Bedürfnisse, and production. From caring for T.He needs in lonely ones or in IIT.tle groups which work together by controlling each OT.her there follows as a specific mark of organelles@ion, organisat.ion smerkalal, T.He principle of MFE, multifocal expansionism. There has to be developed in each member the consciousness based on the political identity.y, Polt.lsha identitiet, that is the union, Elnheit, of needs and political struggle. Within a non-centralized organization EACH product.ivd, EACH initiative has to find prominently a whole of it.s organizational connection by means of the permanently being worked out of the respective productivity. Everybody can express herself and himself, and everybody ought to do so, in order to get influence upon the common work and T.Herefore nobody can evade from the consequences of T.he work, because T.hos consequences have artate from the needs of everybody. For the class enemy it will be impossible to break definitively an organization of multifocal expansionism. In order T.o coordinate those ACTV ties, during their going on being developed, the centralist part. In this dialect LCS will represent the structure of a collective memory. The members make use of this memory, which itself quite on the contrary is by itself, memory, excluded to make use of the masses, non-centralist part. In an organizat.ion which is determined in this way, T.he centralism therefore is dialectically removed, dialectal Schaufgehoben. 153. 6 His Tor Y and FUTU Rio F the patient's self-organization, GESCHICHTEUND per SPEKTIV. The curriculum of T.he SPK may serve as a truly good mirror for what there is meant by the formula of the dialectical abolition, Dialektische Aufhebung, of centralism. There did exist several periods. The first per I0D was marked by preparing the patient's self-organization under the conditions of capitalist hierarchic Centralism. Only because the SPK started on the level of the university's medicine there could be worked out very neatly what T. Here is called above the contradiction of the D0UBEEXPI0 eta T ion. For the workers it is practically impossible, praktisch unmöglich, to insist in that what should be the 0 RETI cal IY their bas IC rig HT0 FHEA1 ton H, LHR erstes GE sun DHE its RECHT, the right, related to the fact, that which kind of work the workers have to do after having been associated for this purpose by their employer, to preserve this common work from all evitable, unnotigen, conditions by which the health of the workers could catch any damage, the employer just being obliged to do this prevention as best he can and on his own costs, and that, the workers themselves indeed not being able to force from their employers this sanitary justice, sanitaire justice equals care for health, the workers just as little can expect any true help in spite of the presumed intention of the legislator from those 0 FFICIAIS, B. Earn 10, whose duty should be to apply those laws by which grievances, Abelsolnda, can be abolished, Capital 3, Mu 25, P 106, C. Zion. Now, just this kind of confrontation between workers who W. Pat Len T. San 0 FFICIA is happened in the beginning of the SPK at the University, and the working out of the contradiction in that what is double exploitation there has found a very suitable occasion, in spite of their being exploited and in spite of their paying the social contributions the Patlent.s got no legal claim for medical treatment there. Of course in this connection it can't be the question, that the legal claim on medical treatment is serving for nothing but to continue the exploitation in consequence, whether this treatment is given or refused. But what is important in T.his connection is the fact, that, confronted to the mass of the patients the medical representative of the university, for example the assistant physician as an official in the beginnings, Beamter auf Wiederov, who also has the task to abolish public grievances, can and must care about, that the university's 54 privileges which are at his disposal are applied in favor of the masses of the patients. By doing so he connects the masses to the university by caring about the contradiction between the pretension of the university as an institution which has to realize the liberty of science while being based on the basic rights on the one hand and the function of the university on the other hand to serve realizing capita HSM, delivering patient.s to the exploitat.ion, Zuliefer, preparing them for evaluation and for their being consumed by capitalism, Verwertungsbetrieb, and as a legitimating a genie, Legitimationsdienstens, of capitalism. By T.Reating this contradiction the Reilical doctor in office at the Universität can't but make transparent the class antagonisms, for example, if he works out collectively with the Pat.ent.st. his kind of science which they need. By that at the same time he can't but abolish the violence of disposal against the three people, the violence of disposal which is defended and assured by the science of the rulers, Herrschaftswissen. By his total commitment to all basic matters he has to stimulate a situation which in T.he view of the ill people equals the abolition of his role as an object to which the ill person has been damned as being conditioned by the constraint.s of T.he system. Regarding the abolition of this being conditioned, the ill person by means of conscious awareness of the situation now will act against all influences which formerly he had taken for unchangeable symptoms and phenomena of his illness. But as long as organization, administration, and the being kept, Verwirrung, of the illness continue working in a epitalist centralist manner, the crisis can't manifest itself, but in its form of, as it seems, non-directed lack of violence. See nur bis zur Skellenbar Ungerechtheiten Gewaltlosigkeit. As examples in this connection there may be taken firstly the SYSTM as a whole in its functioning as the buffer of crises. Secondly, there can be done reference T.O the hunger strike in T.he beginning of T.he SPK, T.HLS hunger strike, which indeed was in the eyes of some of the enemies nothing but T.he manifestation of a weakness, demonstrat.ed by some disturbed people. The quiet result of a such seemingly undirected lack of violence is the compromise, the development and the realization of which produced within the SEC0ND per I0D a new polarization. This polarization didn't take place on the level of the Universität.ys medicine, as did the first period, for its representation now consists of the confrontation bet.wien immediately represented by the patients, and power, immediate.ely represented by the university. 155. During the THIRD per I0D there results the deneutralization as an INT erna ion E, NHE north-northeast N, by socializing of the therapeutic functions by means of controlling one another, Wechselseltiger Selbstkontroll, done within the personal and group agitation, Eltensel und Gruppenagitation, the decentralization tot HE0 UT SID E, NACHAU 13N, happened by the foundation of more patients' collectives, which have been stimulat.ed and produced by the work of the SPK. This decentralization gets help from the permanently objectivating of themselves, word untersteht.zt Dirkstetundige Selbstobjektivierung, which predominantly, Schwerpunktum.L3IG, is done in the study work groups. From T.he process of decentralization and self-objectivation results the political identity being the formula, Begriff, of the ident.lty, Identität, both of needs and politics equal struggle. Marked by the attacks of the reaction which uses the judiciary machinery, eviction sentence, prohibition of scientific work by the refusal of the instit.ut lonal and also of the immediately material means of production, there results the F0URTH per I0D Kant.al the deprivation of the patients both material and juridical, now completely realized. From this 4 periods development, there follows T.he for TH per I0D, marked by the release of violence, this violence totally separated, Gewaltenteilung, starting from the capitalist hierarchic central 1 SM which formerly and until now consisted of illness which was tied by keeping it under T.he capitalist and hierarchic control, the state's machinery serving capital 1 SM now working as a perfect mass murderer against his most vulnerables, Verwundbarsten, products, both being the same and the T.roost mirror of what is capitalist destruct.lve force. Das Kapitalvermittelstaatsoperat als Perfekter Massenmörder und Selnen Verwundbarsten und Beldezuglich im adäquatesten Ulderspiegelnden Produkten. Thus in this FLFT.H period capital 1 SM and its state machinery, now being occupied with the abolition of the patients, find themselves within T.he direct confrontation with illness, which is their essential product, representing their totality, thus being confronted with themselves. In the SIXTH per I0D the self-organization will divide itself into a militant activity on the one hand and into a propagandist part on the other. The first for the purpose to insert an efficient self, defense against the reaction, of capital 1 SM and the new fascist machinery of the 156. State, the latter in order to start APR 0 DUCTIVETACK against the revisionist left in T.HEFRG, Federal Republic of Germany, especially in order to socialize the SPK experiences with.H regard T.O its manner of organelles at.ion and agitat.lon. While in the sixth period the projagandist element, moment, the section, parte, that is the unit of collective memory and coordination, gets its progressive signification by extending the mass basis, Erweiterung der Massenbasis, in T.He perspect.lves eventh per I0d. This section, part, which mainly will have to do with .H the class antagonisms as T.He will represent themselves in the People's War, then only will be occupied yet with the conflicts which start from the reactionary forces, reaction, because the propagandist section Ltnaha refers to the past. The primary form of the propagandist section manifests itself as the political identity. Which is, starting from the processes of decentralization, expansion ild selfobject. I Votlon at the same time its most perfect accomplishment. Hoke Saint Vollendung. It is only because of the inimical violence against the patient's self-organization that this heing functionally divided into the poles of the militant and propagandist momentum will become a question of survival. Socialist Patients Collective at the Universität of Heidelberg Rarbeher Str 12. Heidelberg, den December 6, 71. 157. This text is but a beginning. 82 correspondences / 2 comparisons. 39. Correspondences I. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. To expose all the cruelties to the eyes of the world's public was a task, which because of its seriousness could not be done, for all people in the world then would see nothing but proofs against the medical establishment as a whole. Regardless of our being rather hopeless that we could reach an improvement by our publishing those facts, we nevertheless, following our Kommission, did this work. Thus we sent 10.000 books to the work circuits, Arbeitsgemeinschaft, of the medical boards, art. Documents about the university's authorities and its proceedings in order to liquidate the SPK. To expose all unveiled issues of violence to the public eyes of the university, which have to see by that the incriminating documents against the institution and its responsible functionaries would have been too directly rather hopeless to change something by having published our contribution against the liquidation of the SPK titled Documentation about the Proceedings of the University's Administration in order to liquidate the SPK we finally published. Arranged but not by practicing prepared by the formerly SPK patient AA who then had preferred the emigration instead of turning leanness into a weapon further on, he who is in fear is watchful. 158. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. Kammern, of Western Germany, expecting that the named boards would distribute our books to the medical establishment, Arteschaft. But there resulted nothing at all. Almost nobody ever got knowledge about this book, no sort of review, no sort of letters from the readers. Nobody of all people we met during the next 10 years had any knowledge about this K as existing. We know only about one institution, which has seen this book, the World Medical Association, Weltlehrverbund, which, especially regarding our document.s, took it for a proof, believing now, that the German medical establishment meanwhile should have reached some distance regarding the criminal dictatorship and that therefore the German physicians by that now had got He dignity to get welcomed again in the World Medical Association. A. Mich Ehrlich, 1960. With regard to the document.s. Angrily I answered in addition, that if those proceedings, experiments against human beings being damned to death, should be imitated, we as well could put our doctrine in the hands of the hangman and in documents about the university's authorities and its proceedings in order to liquidate the SPK, those documents on March 17, 1971. 500 books addressed to students interested in those matters, and they bought them in the university's cant.ines, Mensa, and also in the SPK. No sort of effect at all. 57, _ The Medical Board of the region of North Baden, Die Bezirksleiter Kammer Nordbaden, felt itself besides of her possibilities to bring into action T.Angst, Kampfpanzer, against T.He group of armed. 159. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. Future could establish schools for hangmen in our institution. Professor Drive Med. Gerhard Rose, Protocol P 6231 FF, 1946/47. Because it is necessary for a planned economy, Planwirtschaft like Erfassung, to register all ment.lidlst.erbt persons. J. Ask you to fill in urgently the enclosed forms according to the instructions enclosed and T.O. send it back to me. Drive Med. Conti, document number 825, 24.10.1939. As we can take from the both letters, 25.11.40 and 29.11.40, there were needed for the working by the expert for 300 cases 3 days at the most. Comment by Mielke and Mich Ehrlich 1949. Documents about the Universitäts Authorities and its proceedings in order to liquidate T.He SPK. Madman, Geisteskranker, there, where the tolerance had made out of a group of lunatics, Verschraben, an armed revolutionary brigade group, ready to go to extremes. Monica Fuchs in the official newspaper of the Medical Board of the Stadt.E of Baden-Württemberg, September 1971. Caused by T.He inquiry of T.He Dean's Office of the Faculty of Clinical Medicine to it. The Universität of Heidelberg from August 31, 1970. I deliver the following report about the Socialist Patients Collective. The questions put to me I answer as follows. Professor Drive Medh Thomas, September 9, 1970. SPK Documentation I, p. 36. As there is to take from the Dat-E of the inquiry, 31.08.1970, and from the report, September 9, 1970, T.He working of 151 cases, numbers of T.He patients in the SPK on July 20, 1970, by the expert took 8 days at the most. 160. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. The juridical masters told us that this task was a legal one. Had it was a law by Hitler, or a decree like a law, Gesetzkräftiger Erlass, a lawful decree, and we were told that we at no means could be liable to prosecution and quite on the contrary, we would be punished if we should sabotage his command of the Führer. Oberarzt Drive Med. Walter Schmidt, Protocol P 1858, 1946/47. In order to keep He action under secret, there were used oily expert.s and leaders of institutions who were reliable National Socialist.s and s leaders. Statement by Mielke and Mich Ehrlich 1949. Documents about the Universität.ys Authority.ies and its proceedings in order to liquidate the SPK. For the case of the SPK there is in no account to expect any agreement. The SPK could be continued as an INST on at the university, because of He decree of the cultus minister, Hahn, from 18 September 1970. The Faculty of Clinical J Medicine. To urgently recommel TLLNDS to refuse any becoming associated of the SPK to He Universität.y. Professor Dr. Rnedu Schneider LLND. Drive Medh Cret.z, Senate.e session, November 24, 1970. The argument which follows will prove, Hat all He 6 reports, Richter, Bruckner, Spazier, Drive.Med Thomas, Drive MEDV. Bayer, Drive Med. Bochnik, only in 3 reports, Tom, V. Bayer, Bochnik, there are the prerequisites for an Expressionalj sentencing, Voraussetzungen zur Gutachtelker Urteilsbildung. The 3 report.s, which have been ordered by the Faculty.y of Clinical Medicine to agree in THLLT. The SPK is no / allowed to become an institution at the University. Drive MED1I. Schneider, Drive Med. H. Cred.z, Secret Senate.e session on November 24, 1970. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. A master named Blankenberg explained to us that the Führer had worked out a law about euthanasia. It was absolutely voluntarily for all persons who took part in this assembly to assure their collaboration. None of them who took part had any argument.s against this program. Affidavit of a nurse, P. Nulsler, Doc. Number 863, 1946/47. The murderer continued to explain to this point, that the refusing of nourishment should not be done promptly and at once, but by diminishing by the daily meals. Affidavit by Ludwig Lehner to the question put to him who indeed was the personality in the hands of whom there was the responsible sentence about life and death of the patient. Doc. Number 863, 1946/47. 161. Documents about the university's AUT.Horit.lay and its proceedings in order to liquidate T.HESPK, The risk of suicides, Selbstmordrisiko, of SPK members indeed should become somewhat higher, but it should be overlooked anyhow. Therefore the sentencing members of the Senate.E would have no special medical or moral responsive 1L1 tie. For the latter should care the treating physician at any rate. Drive Med. Hafner and Drive Med. Kretz during the Secret Senate's session on November 24, 1970, as quoted on December 28, 1970 by a participant. The Senate is of the opinion that the SPK can't become an institution at the university. The sentence is done against 1 vote, whole 1 vote more has been refused. After this decision it should be the task of the university's chancellor to execute his sentence by means of the administration using the helpful means of the state, unter Anwendungsstaatlicher Hilfsmittel durchzuführen. Sentence officially done, OFFI Zieler by the Secret Senate's session on November 24, 70 in order of 1 Fi. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. Each physician himself has been responsible for that what he had to do within he frame of hos issues, which ended by the euthanasia which was the end. Professor Drive Med. Karl Brandt, Protocol P 2436 FF 1946/47. Now my condition in this moment was a such which, say, could be compared to that of a jurist who for example on principle is against executions and against sentences of death. In occasions, when he has to deal with people from the government and in public sessions of jurists who are concerned with this question, he will use all his power to carry through his opinion. If he doesn't succeed he nevertheless will remain in his profession and in his environment and occasionally he can feel himself forced to pronounce a such death sentence, in spit.e of being on prenelkalpi an opponent. Documents about the university's authorate.ies and its proceedings in order to liquidate the SPK. T.He Dean of T.He Faculty of Law. Drive Jur. Lee Friends. Therefore the sentencing members of the Senate don't have any special medical or moral responsibility. The responsibility.y anyway belongs to the physician. Who makes the therapy? Professor Dr. Rnedh Hafner UND. Drive Medh Kretz during the secret session of the Senate on November 24, 1970. Giving a summary I can't but ascertain that all my efforts done in his question, with respect to the SPK, have failed. The resistances of all sides against a solution, as I took it for justifiable and for possible, were too great. Professor Dr. R. Rentorf in his Statement.s of Accounts to the Public Senate.e, Grol 3R Senate, on February 8, 971. 163. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg, October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. Against this issue, Professor Drive Medg Rose, defending himself in front of the American Military Tribunal 1947, Prot.Ockel, p. 6568. Professor Drive Med. Gerhard Rose, found guilty and sentenced for life because of his crimes against humanity, De Verbrechens gegen die Menschlichkeit, 1947. Professor Drive Med. Karl Brandt, sentenced to death by hanging, 1947. Because of T.He crime against humanity and because of being a member of an organization which was sentenced by the International Military Court as a criminal organization, criminal conspiracy. Documents about the university's AUT.Horities and its proceedings in order to liquidate T.He SPK. Professor Drive Med. Hans Thoma, Director of T.He Sector for Psychotherapy at the Universität of Ulm, 1972. Professor Drive Med. Walter Ritter von Beyer, Director of the Universität Psychiatric Clinic at Heidelberg, 1972, bearer of the Order of T.He Federal Republic of Germany since 1970, Bundesverdienst Kreuzträger seit 1970. Professor Drive Medhj. Bachnick, Direktor of T.He Psychiatric and Neurological Clinic at the Universität of Frankfurt, 1972. Documents of the proceedings against the Nazi medical doctors at Nuremberg, October 25, 1946 to August 20, 1947. Adolf Hitler. Führer and Reichschancellor, presumed death, 1945. 164. Documents about the university's Authkrittels and its proceedings in order to liquidate the SPK. Professor Rnedlirs Schneider, Director of the university's Hospital for Dermatology at Heidelberg, 1972. Drive Med. Helmut Kretz, boss of the Universität Psychiatric Poliklinik at Heidelberg, 172. Professor Drive Med. Heinz Dopfner, Director of the Hospital for Social Psychiatry at the University of Heidelberg Mannheim, 1972, later on, Director of the Zentralinstitut für Gesundheit at Mannheim =CI. Drive Med. Österreich, Assistant Medical Director of T.He University's Psychiatric Hospital at Heidelberg, 1972. Professor Drive Jur. Liefrenz, Professor in Chair for Law and Criminology at the University of Heidelberg, I-972. Professor Dr. Rolf Rentorf, again elected Rector at the University of Heidelberg, 1972. Professor Dr. Wilhelm Hahn, Kult.us Minister of Baden-Württemberg, CDU, 1972. 165. 40. Correspondences 2. For 4 years, until August 1971, the psychologist Lawrence A. Newberry, engaged by the Pentagon, has studied and researched the methods of indoctrination and the psychologic techniques of the Viet Cong. Newberry worked as a team leader of the RAND Corporation, thus of an organization, which has been established on the initiative of the U.S. Air Force, in order to do pure research, Grundlagenforschung, to develop strategies of oppression against efforts and movements for liberation. Besides that, Newberry is psychologist and therefore his methods of research, of which are determined his results, deal with the subject-object relation, a relation, which determines both the relation between psychologist and client as well as it determines the relation between the researcher and his object of research. Therefore the language of his report lacks any adequacy to the very matter which he researches, moreover his language represents the manner of saying, common to all psychologists, who are educated for brainwashing, indoctrination, and therefore both the language and the activity of the Viet Cong essentially remain excluded from being understood by him. He therefore can't but characterize the Viet Cong's language and activity as the most modern psychologic and sociological methods of indoctrination, brainwashing, psychoterror. This enables Newbery to defame the methods of the Viet Cong, as a consequence of his own misunderstandings as characterized, despite his efforts to mask his intention behind a ostensibly scientific and neutral representation in his report. To some passages taken from the Newbery report we will confront statements of the SPK in order to give an impression about the difference between a defaming report and a true, authentic, representation. Because the authentic structure of the Viet Cong's organization, even in spite of the distortions, done by Newbery, remains recognizable, be it only for the Marxist reader, there will result from the comparison a correspondence between the structures of organization of the SPK and of the Viet Cong. This follows from having applied the dialectical method in both cases, a correspondence, which nevertheless not only should be taken for a simple mechanic comparison. For what the Viet Cong is for the left movement in the BRD and what the work of the SPK is within this left movement for the struggle of the 166. People of Vietnam can't be answered by theories, but rather has to be done in a practical way. The smash, Zerschlagung, of the SPK in the Federal Republic of Western Germany, BRD, by violence of weapons shows that T.He capitalist agents here will use the same T.Ols against revolutionary movements as does T.He US government. In Vietnam Nam, the government, being det ermined by the profit interests of T.He big business, Proflotinteressen der Großindust.re. That means, that T.He agents and the advocates of capitalism in the Western European Indust.re all nations will not at all meddle with the means of democracy taken for being suitable elsewhere, as there are argument.s and scientific discussions, if T.He will see T.Hemselves challenged by conflicts which rise from their adversaries, that means, adversaries against this system, which has damaged them. The adversaries of the U.S. War of Annihilation in Southeast Asia make use of the Democrat.lc fair play in our country, exercising peaceful prot.est manifestations, liberal public work and beneficial helping actions, *it.iflfsaktionen, for T.He Vietnam people and limit themselves to activities like those, but quite on T.He contrary the collaborators of the North American war criminals in no way think of using the same rules if they are dealing with T.He Western European states. It is the question, how long the lefts of this country will continue rating besides T.'er own needs and besides T.He necessities of life of the population in Western Germany. 167. Viet Cong according to Newbery. The Viet Cong has worked out a totally new language about political and military concepts. The correct meanings of those concepts have to be discussed and learned in the groups and in the cells of the Viet Cong again and again, until each soldier has become able to use them perfectly and until T.Ho's concepts have become an essential element of their everyday language. In each unit of the Viet Cong there is a political cadre, whose task is to indoctrinate the soldiers continuously in order to assure that their ideologic mentality can't be shaken, that their morale permanently remains at a high level, that their relation to the people can't be disarranged and that in the right moment they will summon up a war spirit as best as possible. The cadre is T.He prot.acting mother of the partisans. He detaches the T.Enslins in their inter-human relationships, negotiates if there are differences in their opinions and counsels if there are personal problems. He has to care about those whom he prot.x like parents do for their children. But SPK. The patients of the SPK, in their treatment of illness, have developed a total new language of politics, and economic concepts. The correct meanings and the context are developed and realized again and again in the personal agitations, group agit.atlans and in the scientific work groups in order to enable every patient to use them and to apply them in all situations. In the agit.atory practice of the SPK, SBIL1Y in the scientific work groups, the patients are reproducing their political identity based on cooperation and solidarity again and again by means of continuously need-orientated political work in order to stabilize the identity of needs and political work. Their political identity is the thread of life, Lebenszielment, of the patients. As a COL1 actively done emancipation, it is the dialectical abolition, Aufhebung, of conflict.s, which are caused by matters of competition and authority. One could say, for the SPK patients. 168. Viet Cong according to Newberry. In this case the children are fighting adults. During their education the recruits learn that the political power of the movement forms the superiority of T.He Viet Cong. They are permanently asked to remember in all their activities the meaning, Bedeutung, of the political struggle. The political education is necessary for many purposes, in order to mobilize the fighting spirit of the ranks, Mannschaften, in order to release them from their anxiety in front of the destructive violence of modern weapons, in order to encourage the soldiers to endure all sufferings serving to the revolution, in order to strengthen the morale of the troop. That means the Viet Cong, when he says that the processes of politicalization is all. But if there has to be applied force, regardless of the purpose, its necessity is explained to the men by convincing SPK. Their political identity is the thread of life, like it is the womb for the embryo, but it makes an essential difference, that the patients themselves have produced and permanently reproduce their thread of life. During the processes of agitation each patient realizes that the dialectical unfolding of the reality by means of their doing and thinking is He most powerful political weapon in order to change the social relat.ions, political identity. The occultation of the SPK is necessary in order to release us as patients from the laming anxiety in front of the modern methods of treatment as they are in the established medicine, electroshocks, pharmacotherapy, psychot.error, deprivation of 2-bird.y, forced work etc., in order to mobilize the progressive moment of illness, the protest, and in order to turn it into resistance. The permanently growing extern constant rain.s and the permanently escalating menacement from outside. 169. Viet Cong according to Newberry. Arguments. The people learns a new vocabulary, the vocabulary of the revolution, and therefore finally even a citizen with the most modest degree of development will possess the mental equipment in order to distribute his new political ideology, but also to defend it. The ultimate object of this systematic process is the becoming incorporated of new socialist norms by the people, thus that the new social order by itself gets rooted in and by itself will become fruitful, done by, or even without political cadres. We have been tough to open the eyes of the South Vietnam people to what is reality, being suppressed by the Tota Utarlan SPK, which have worked against the SPK from its beginnings, were perceived by all patients quite clearly as the identity of Leninist and capitalism. In the scientific work groups in the SPK each patient could learn the method which was necessary to agitate each other. By that the nat.ural differences in education between workers and students were progressively compensated, aufgehoben, being replaced by the qualities of cooperation and solidarity. Consequently there results from He SPK's work that knowledge, being worked out by the patient.s and their political activities related to their needs, is spread out in the sense of the multifocal expansionism, principal people's university. The ultimate lookout cannot be collectives, but only collective to which are connected and which embraces all human beings. In the SPK the patients have learned that Leninist is the result of the existing relations. 170. Viet Cong according to Newberry. System, regime, the most of the Vietnams live in poverty and misery. The Americans have corn to replace the French imperialists. If they wouldn't have corn here, here wouldn't have been a war, no corruption. The Americans who brought their money in our country used it in order to bribe the people. Because the people is poor they surely had to sell their lives to the Americans. The Viet Cong struggles for honor and won liberty, not for money. The People's Army struggles in order to return to the people its rights, to abol1sh the rich. SPK. The Americans Carn 1945, to replace the Nazis. The Americans have carried with them their money, Marshall Plan, investment of capital, to buy the labor force of the German population. To those Americans, the functionaries of the Nazi system who until now and without being diminished are present in the Indust.Re and in the administration were rather good helpers and agents, which were able to Germanize, Germanisieren, the Kapital war of competition and submission made by the Americans in Europe, quite in correspondence to their striving for Vietnamization of the Imperial 1JST. Class war done by the American monopoles of the war, oil, electronic and chemistry industry inserted against the Vietnamese population. In the agitation of T.He.S.P.K. there was worked in order to liberate the consciousness of human beings from the rulership of the exchange value, Befreiung von der Herrschaft des Tauschwertes. The patients of T.He.S.P.K., by self-defense, have released themselves from their total Viet Cong according to Newberry. Persons in order to give freedom, liberty and independence to everybody. 171. An incredible lot of time and energy was used to end the arguments which seemed T.He best to mobilize the people. They preferred the personal contact. From person to person, von man zu man, to give informations, instead of written down T.exts. Against the irresolution of village inhabitant.ant.s they use social pressure. If a lot of village inhabitant.s show enthusiasm, Begelstertzelgen, for the one or for T.he.her matter, there is caused a feeling guilt.y in others, because those indecisive people seemingly draw advantages from the revolution, but without doing something for it. Regardless of his perhaps being poor and uneducated, each native of Vietnam knows how the Frenchmen have governed. SPK. Lack of rights, they struggle for T.He retuberation. In T.He activit.ies of SPK the needs of every person were of central importance, T.He needs were starting points and motors of agitat.ion. In the scientific work groups T.He didn't care about abstract book knowledge, but rat.her how to produce a reference between T.He written on the one hand and the needs of certain patients on T.He.her, and about the references of the SPK as a whole. Some Pat.Ens experienced feelings of being guilty, skuldkful, if they on the one hand regarding their illness made attempts to draw advantages from other patients in the SPK, WHLCH worked together with them, but on the other hand in their opinion they themselves didn't apply enough time and energy to the working together. Regardless of T.Er being young or uneducated, many Germans know about T.He Nazis which have governed. 172. Vietong according to Newberry SPK. His land and exploited the people. Now in the eyes of the Asian the Americans exactly look like the French, and therefore a Vietnam peasant believes immediately that it is true, if somebody tells him, that T.He Americans are just the same barbarians like T.He French. The Vietnams did not get many democratic rights and liberties. Therefore it is nonsense to suppose that the Amer clans the land and sent the people to the bat.plefields and to the gas chambers. Rut. Nowadays the new masked.ers, Heron, don't any more appear being dressed by S and SS uniforms, but masked by fashionable salt.s, and because of T.hat many German people have some D.difficult.lay T.o realize T.hat the helpers and the agent.s of capitalism from nowadays are exercising just T.he same overkill, exploitation equals retarded destination ruck.ion of life equals krankheit, by more sophisticated.f, dmet.hods, mit subtileren methoden, than their pred-cf, sirs in uniforms. Bill. If a permanent T-growing group gets aware of T.hat, and Huygens T.o fight against it, then of course for T.he von Bayer, Osterreich, Schneider, and Hahn, T.he main enemies of the SPK at those T.ims, remains dearly nothing but to insert a heavily armed police army against those patient.s and to imprison them. Echoes of danger of suppression of evidence, equals danger of bringing to evidence equals Aufhellungsgefahr. The sick one is totally deprived of rights. Therefore it is nonsense to suppose that the medical men and the 173 Viet Cong according to Newberry should have come in order to protect something, which for the common citizen doesn't exist. Nobody comes from 20,000 km distance, nobody spends every year billions of dollars, nobody will sacrifice thousands and thousands of lives of the youth for something that doesn't exist in the eyes of the Vietnamese. Therefore there must exist other reasons. Nearly all Vietnamese who came together with Americans have made bad experiences by realizing that the Vietnamese were submitted, hurt, and killed by the strange invaders, commonly because of nothing but their sadistic pleasure. SPK. Judges would protect or repair any health or invulnerable 1L1 tie, which even doesn't exist for He proletarians determined by illness. Nobody spends every year more than 80 BLL110 NSDM, budget of the social insurances 1969, nobody inserts an army of medical men and nurses for a health, which indeed doesn't exist, except for only a few capitalists at the expense of millions and millions of ill, suppressed and exploited proletarians. There must therefore exist another reason. Almost all ill persons, who met medical men, especially confident Lao, Vert physicians, AMS medical officers, industrial, works, physicians and hospital doctors, had made bad experiences by realizing how patients were submitted, labeled by diagnoses, put under T.utilage, hurt, operated, injected, shocked, amputated, impoisoned by P1LLS, or were killed, malpractice, Kunstfehler, refused aid, Unterlassene Hilfeleistung etc., commonly caused by 174. Vietnam Cong according to Newberry SPK. He who is in fear is watchful and doesn't become victim of an attempt very easily. Unfortunately, this anxiety makes the American soldiers more joyful to shoot, they prefer to shoot instead of asking questions. Nothing but by scientific interest. He who is in fear is watchful and doesn't become victim of an attempt very easily. The anxiety of the rulers, thus the IR persecution man la Verfolgungswahn, is the thoroughly reality adequate reaction to the latent and permanently by force being suppressed power of a collectively and solidarity acting population. For the anxiety of the rulers, their T.000-fold anxiety is thousandfoldly watched, ear tausendfach Angst. Word T.000-fach bewalkt. Only a short time ago it became evident that the German police in T.air paranoid hysteric issues of persecution against ill people rigorously and successfully uses their firearms. Benno Ohnesorg, George von Rock, Berlin, Pet R.A. Skelm, Hamburg, Thomas Wiepbecker, Augsburg, Richard Eppel, Tilbingen, Ian MacLeod, St. Utgart, R. Schreck, Easter 1968, Alois Rammelmeyer, Ingrid Reppel, Munich, moped riders, car drivers, so-called criminals, cold-blooded shootings against 175. Viet Cong according to Newberry SPK. They encourage each recruit to ask questions, regardless if they seem ridiculous. Those discussions on the level of the cells probably are the most prudent and the most efficient methods of learning in the pedagogic arsenal of the Viet Cong. Most of the recruits formerly had never spoken to a great group of persons in their life, therefore they are timid. Most of them come from the most simple, N environment and are from a narrow cultural and political level, so that they don't like to express themselves in front of a great group because of anxiety to be blamed. But it is for them thus much easier to express their opinion within a group of 3 persons, first of all, if the 2 other persons work together with them at day and night. As soon as the newcomer begins to feel better in the discussion of his cell and feels somewhat surer, he easier will begin to talk in his group. Later on he has to defend his point of view in his platoon and finally he will explain his opinion to 300 or 400 pupils. Hostages and Palestinian liberation fighters at He Olympic Games 1972 in Munich. In the personal agitation, Elmsalagi Tat. Ion, First of all, there is dealt with the difficulties, with the symptoms of a patient, regardless how ridiculous they may seem to him, and regardless of the feeling guilty, he combines T.O. his conflicts, since he firstly has tried T.O. get. Along with those conflicts and feelings, Tn the personal agitation, those who take part also will experience to jet. Her the being conditioned by social relations, especially of T.Ho's actual problems getting effective during agitation. And so the patients will experience being socially determined both those problems and moreover illness it. All. The being blocked to express something by using words is realized and shall be diminished in favor of liberating the protest which illness contains. Soon or later there will disappear the anxiety of being blamed because the next step will be done in T.He group agitation, occultationsgruppen, and later on in the scientific work groups. 176. Viet Cong according to Newberry SPK. They take care that none of the concerned recruits can be humbled, they punish the. Finally more and more patient.s become able to express their opinion in front of hundreds of persons who take alert. In T.He and also for example they will be able to express their arguments against the representatives of the university, rector, senators, et.c, very resolutely, and it doesn't matter at all, T.hat. The representatives of the university.y are apparently unable to get along with the argument.st.he are confronted with. Then they very helplessly try to reject T.Ho's arguments, defending themselves by saying, for example, you didn't take part in T.He SPK from the beginning and therefore you can't have any idea at all. Rector Rentorf, our patients behave like Patlent.s indeed, but quite on the contrary you yourself are ably T.O speak, and in addition you also are quick at repartee.ee, v Bayer, chief cyclat.rlst, or simply criminal conspiracy, Verbrecher Banda, Leif Renz, headmaster of the Institute for Forensic Psychiatry. If a patient derisively laughs at another patient or if he disregards the behavior or 177. Viet Cong according to Newberry. Person who laughs at the other, but never that one is punished who makes a fault. It also belongs to the learning method, that the supervisor always has to explain and to unfold both sides of an object, both the point of view of the liberation front and the point of view of the enemy. The supervisor immunizes, immunislert, the recruits against the hostile arguments to which they could perhaps be confronted later on. By collect.lng the arguments of the enemy, the arguments being analyzed by the recruits themselves, supported by the supervisor, in order to falsificate the arguments, the recruits will develop a mentality, Elnstellung, by which opposite arguments automatically are rejected and finally each argument against the Viet Cong's opinion is rejected promptly, whatever it would be. This method is successful in nearly every case and the recruits become dogmatic T.O and extend, that in future they won't accept any argument against the doctrine of their ideology, how convincing or how reasonable the opposite argument ever. SPK. The expressions of the latter, both these reactions and their cause have to be object of group agitation together with the group member involved. Practicing their daily agitation, T.He patients have learned by Marx and Hegel, that to each matter of fact there are belonging two sides, a progressive and a reactionary one. But they also experienced, that being in a society, das Gesellschaft like Sen, of the persons determines their consciousness, and that in every case of an argument the question is to be asked, what is the social interest and what are the needs T.O which this argument may serve, and that the so-called sound and healthy common sense, being acquired by the training of education normally works in favor of the interests of the rulers against one's own needs. By experiences like those the patients have become sensitized to a high degree against so-called reasonable arguments. Our pulse was always associated to properties, by which the discussion with the opposite side finally evoked the 178. Viet Cong according to Newberry. Should be. There exists another point in the political and ideologic preparation of the soldiers before their fight. And this point is perhaps the most uncommon one. If they work out the plan of a fight by discussion, the cadres ask the soldiers to express their proposals in order to improve the plan of attack and to get yet better chances to win the fight. In our own land you nearly can't imagine that an officer will allow to a simple soldier to join the discussion and to join the decisions about the strategic and tactical plannings of a war expedition. But this SPK quest.ion of power, mocked phrase, by itself, that is to say, that ostensibly reasonable propositions of our adversaries very promptly were unmasked as being nothing but attempted extortions and tricks, shaks gge, within the destructive strategy of those who for themselves are claiming T.he monopoly of power, mocked monopoly. In that way it could be achieved also a high degree of immunization of the patients against T.he plump attempts of corruptions of those who represent the ruling ideology of destruction and the ruling economy of murder. To the medical enemies of the SPK it seemed to be uncommon, unimaginable, irresponsible, that the treatment, therapy, was socialized. In our land it can't be allowed that patients themselves should determine and form their treatments themselves. Well-protected profit interests, and even the whole of the existing social relations by that are attacked and menaced. Therefore socialist patients are wild growth, old wooks, which can't be tolerated any longer and must be eliminated as soon as possible. End 179. Viet Cong according to Newberry SPK. Method in the case of the Viet Cong fulfills a carefully calculated purpose. It agrees to the dogma of the Viet Cong, that all persons, mens chen, are equal, regardless of their rank and status. The political ideology of T.he Revolutionary Liberation Front, being a special come-in-at lawn of political philosophy and experiences taken from lit.erat.ur of different nations, was replacing the religion of the people by all means available. CULTUS-MINIST.ER Han, November 9, 1970, Wild Wooks, der nicht hingergeduldet werden kann und schleunigst. MIT Allen zur Verfügung stehenden Mitteln bestätigt. Werden MUJ3. Half a year later there followed T.he ordered raids and detentions by the police. This Met.Hot agrees with T.he dogma of the agents of EBIT.ALISL T.hat. There always must continue to exist exploit.ers and exploited persons, regardless of the loss of men and 2 and so on, for all eternity, Amen. The political etivit.y of the SPK, being determined by T.he needs of the patients and nourished by the knowledge of Hegel, Marx, W. Reich and many others, represented for the patient.s the abolition of their systematically having been made stupid by T.he ideology and by the reasonability of capitalism. 183. Notes. 1. Nosology description of phenomena, done in a mechanistic way. 1a. It is because of an agitative intention, if in this text for agitation the words dialectics and dialectical are used that often, these words should be understood as a challenge to produce those conditions, in which their permanently being applied as an aid for the human needs firstly can become a reality, a use which has to be done by intensive studies close to practical matter, the dialectics of Hegel and the political economy both complementary to each other. The realm of dialectics is the revolution in permanence. As well emphasizing of dialectics and informing against denunciation, science, which as a whole is infected as a ruling science by the BAC1LLUS of positivism, should work as a radical critique against this science in order to become the germ of its overcoming and abolition, socializing. If we again and again are asked whether it should be necessary to study Hegel at all, we have to call attention to the fact that every understood ending of Marx remains superficial, except if it has been realized that it was Hegel who has developed the method of dialectics, which has been applied by Marx. It is much easier to learn dialectics by studying the philosophy of Hegel, instead of picking it up from the texts of Marx. The classic authors of Marxism pointed that out again and again. Thus Lukács writes in The Young Hegel referring to Engels, and while during the last years of his life he, Engels, wished the young Marxists to be instructed by studying Hegel, he always cautioned them not to waste time by cav1lling at or thinking too long about the constructions of Hegel, but to be very attentive where Hegel correctly develops a true dialectical proceeding. The first should be easily done, but the latter should be an important finding for each Marxist. Thus the matter never can rest there to look down on Hegel and to put him aside as an idealist, just like many lefty groups used to do. The most fruitful method therefore is, to take as 84. An example the classics of Marxism and to read Marx using the glasses of Hegel and to read Hegel through the glasses of Marxism. Marx himself has written in The Holy Family, but T.Hen Hegel within his speculative explanat.ions very often gives a true represent.it.ion of how T.he object is to he grasped as a whole and at all. This true explanat.lonwit.hin the speculative developmel nt can mislead T.he reader to T.a T.he speculative explanation for real and T.he real explanat.ion for being only speculative. In the scientific work groups, if T.he spk Hegel's dialectics were studied intensively and close to practical matters. As an example, when reading Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit T.he procedure was approximate.ely as follows. After reading T.Ogathar a section of this book, one of the pat.ents read out loud, the others list.end while reading T.he same section ion, we T.ride to jet.her to find T.he connection bet.ween T.he cont.ent.s of T.his paragraph on T.he one hand, and between T.he actual slt.nation of needs and T.he collective on T.he ot. her hand, and in the same way we tried to produce a connect.ion between T.he situation of a certain patient and what was just read to them, for example, if there were problems with .h the place of work or just in T.he family relatlo tls. This method of proceeding firstly resulted from the fact that most of the participants of the work groups were not accustomed at all to be concerned with scientific text.s and also because there is a socially conditioned difference in education too, Bildungsgefühle, between T.he student.s on the one hand and T.he workers on the other. By that we experienced, that, after having overcome the initial difficulties of being blocked in their abilities to articulate their impression, starting from T.he text, just those participant.s who, according to the conventional and outdated scale of classifying the educational level, Bildungsgefühle, were on the lower end, were the ones who produced the most fruitful and advancing comments in the disjunction, while many of those who were students had a strong T.tendency T.o present and interpret.it.ion which followed only T.he academically required steps combined with the constraint T.o present nothing but that knowledge for which they had been trained until they came to a dead stop. Just those fixations, being caused by an orientation tied T.o the social structures of consuming and believing in authorities, could be worked out and overcome in the scientific work groups in which we dealt with scientific matters always close to practical. 185. Questions and which stood in connection with the personal and group agitations. This all the more as especially T.he Phenomenology of Spirit offers in each of its sections superabundant examples therefore, suppression and servit.ud. In the beginning there had been a plan T.o present only those cont.ents to the collective for discussion, which according to the opinion of anybody in the collective were completely incomprehensible. This challenge had been caused by the concrete.e situation of need, which again and again had been expressed in T.he personal agitation. We have read a lot of Marx etc. but never .helis we can't get along with the dialect.ics and therefore our understanding of Marx also remains incomplete. Then also read Hegel. For heaven's sake, this guy for sure is idealist and can't be understood at all, and all the worse, Schopenhauer, who never could be impressed except by those who were positivist.s, was seriously convinced, that anybody who has at his disposal even a tiny amount of sound common sense easily could be turned into a completely stupid person, if somebody lead him to an intense studying of Hegel. Now, just concerning ourselves there is no danger. Okay, for in any case there is no doubt that for Marx, Lenin, and Mao reading Hegel doesn't seem to have produced any damage for their mental health. Besides, we had best reasons to believe in the creative power of the negative, Skoferisk Kraft des Negativen, or in what else? Thirdly, there should have remained T.O.S., presupposing the worst of all possibilities, to experience by the help of the text are personally being wrecked by the T.ext as something which was reasonable for the collective as a whole, and by that we at least should have broken T.he barrier bet.ween the collect.lve and Yule personal crete.ivity, productivit.lit. 2. K. Marx, Economic Philosophic Manuscripts, Mu EB1, p. 536. 3. Some quit.e clear explanat.lon to t. His matter is to be found in Alfred Sohnrethel, Intellectual and Manual Labor, Chapter Reproductive and Non-Reproduct.I Values, Frankfurt 1971, p. 144. 4. K. Marx, Basic Outline of the Critique of Political Economy, Eva, p. 14. 186. 5. David Cooper, Psychiatry and Anti-Psychiatry, Frankfurt 1971, p. 55. 6. If a worker of nowadays visits his daughter and talks to him about a lot of symptoms, to say feelings of nausea, headache, feeling dizzy etc., then T. He does all he can to isolate T.H's symptoms from T.er historic and biographic connections. He measures the blood pressure, T.he heartbeat, and finally diagnoses some vegetative dystony, disturbance of T.he autonomic nerve SYSTM. What about the relation and the situation at the plar.e of work and in T.he family? T. Here will be no int.arist, except as a side issue. Treat. Meant as a business of exchange, Tochjeskieft T.he symptoms have T.o be rigged up in such a way, that T.hey, as a demand, knock frage, will fit T.o some supply, but of the RNDOT.ec nickel pharmacy EUT.lc industry, corresponding to each OT.her. 7. K. Marx, The Holy Family, Mu 2. 8. Different. El euthanasia means T.he well planned, systemat.ic destruction of life on a mass scale, which by its sophistically and scientifically done execution escapes mostly from being noticed high, one realized because of its, scientifically, being chosen of those who shall be killed, and because of T.he well controlled, gestuert, speed and velocity. Of this process of destruction, quite suitable T.o the definition diffrntiaiut.hanasia. For the patients of the SPK there were many occasions to experience the T.reals and attempts of this kind of killing human lives at the university's Psychiat. Hospital.al of Heidelberg, especially by T.he doctors von Bayer, Blankenberg and Ost. Erich. 9. We are aware that illness existed sine long ago before there was capitalism. The Miss. Re is older than capitalism. W. Reich. Illness result.s from domination, violence of men against men, a domination which starts with private property. W. Reich by the researches of Malinowski has pointed out the transition of T.he met.relarchal social order to the patriarchal one, the latter being based on private property. W. Reich the invasion of compulsory sex morality, oder Einbruch der sexual moral. In this book W. Reich explains comprehensively how there were developed the drive-suppressing, Treibenskrankend. 187. Mechanisms, LSR sui of the origin of private property. And by that therefore then, in modern speaking, there rise neuroses, perversions, and other body phenomena of illness. Tn epistemological view, Erkenntnis theoretisch, the concept of W. Reich firstly is of most huge importance, because it falsificates quit.e striking every genetic theory, genetisk theory, of the neuroses, LND of the psychoses explaining their connection with the social relations of property. To change illness, die Aufhebung der Krankheit, is the same as to abolish the private ownership, private property. Of T.he means of production, Aufhebung des Perlvatbesitzes und den Produktionsmitteln, see Marx, Theory of Alienation, Entfremdungs.hierla. It was not by contingence and by accidental. That we have defined illness elsewhere as youth being broken in it. Self. Io. Buffer of crises, Krisenpuffer A, expenses for one illness. At the universities of Yale, Berkeley, and Harvard there were calculated the costs of single diseases, respecting the lost work days, the expenses for medical treatment and also respective to the expenses in favor of the related family members of the sick person and also regarding the change concerning the behavior of consumption, specially for any involved person, thus the expenses for all persons who directly or indirect.ly had been struck by the 1L1s. There resulted that in the year 1954 there was a loss of $222,000,000, caused by 734,669 cases of cancer, thus $3024 for each case. Loss of course means a loss for the economy. Concerning tuberculosis there were caused by 94,984 cases a loss of $724,000,000 equals $7,622 for each case. The here mentioned numbers have been taken from Jean-Claude Pollack, La Médecine du Capital, Paris 1971, p. 36. From T.He Researches of T.He mentioned author Pollack there also follows, that the American civilization can't afford to extinguish complete tuberculosis without bearing a risk for its economic structures, see in the same book p. 36-37. B. Connection between health section or and pharmaceutic industry. The chemical pharmaceutic industry is a sector of production and the distributing sector, zlorculations far, of this industry is situated in 188. The institutions of the health section or sales crises in this sector of production consequently are followed by the necessity to augment the sales by addressing to the medical insurances and to the doctors, for example by making advertisements in the corresponding technical journals, or the chemical pharmacer.ic industry addresses directly to the patient himself, thus eliminating the medical sector, by means of a huge offer of publicity recommending medicaments which are available without prescription, and so his industry will carry the patient.s into dependence, the industry itself replacing the physician. C. Turning the commodity labor force into its optimum of ability to be exploited. D. The contributions to the social insurances paid by the workers for the State are serving as a fund for investment. Help to the economy. 1. The fascists are used to pervert and to corrupt all revolutionary matters, see also our Reich, Sexualität und Klassenkampf. Therefore in their eyes illness as a revolutionary force of production must be eliminated. The need for life of a person thus is turned into a biologistic principle of life, to he healthy, word.h living life, a proceeding which indeed represents a perversion, because there is only the question for a life which seems to be good for evaluation. Each life which doesn't correspond to this demand get.s reserved for the Massenilotlan, Massenvernicht.ung, formed by differential euthanasia, oopharyngeal euthanasia. This perversion is expressed by this, that hell it has a nab lit. YT0BXPI0ITED appears in T.He consciousness of the respective person as a good feeling or at least is expected to appear so. There are perhaps inner constraints and antagonisms by which occasionally in crises psychiatry and health.h sector as a total see themselves obliged, together with the capitalist machinery of state, to condemn the ill persons calling them superfluous gluttons, because of being obst.acles for research and t.echlung, lazy bones, evil-doing fools and dangerous to the public, wild growth, wild wooks, nourishment for clink and gas chamber, thus preparing the patients to get t.hem market.able. If t.hls is t.ru, t. Here follows that. Also. 189. Must exist the phenomenon of its opposite. What means that the three persons are welcomed and well recommended from time to time, denoting t.hem as good people, d1l1 gent people, in short as the better people, identity of the opposites. 12. Self-abandonment. Selbstpreisgabe. Schneider and his accomplices made use of this word, see Correspondences I, page 163/164, following the tendency in the explanations of the psychiatry professor Bochnik at Frankfurt, who in his report about the SPK first used this word. The cont.ext as it follows from Rochnik in the own words of the lat.er, the psychiatrist Ernst Kretschmer is said to have said once, that the psychiatrals.s are sentencing, begut.achten, the psychopaths if t.he times are good, but if the times are bad there are governed the psychiatrists by the psychopaths. Shall we wish t.o get bad times? Der Psychiat.er Ernst Kretschmer soll gesagt haben, de WLR Psychopathen in gut.n begutigt.n, warend sieuns in schlechten Zelt.n behersken. Soll man sich schlecht.ezeit.n wiensken. CSBK Clockumentatio JLI, p. 82/83. L3, see Correspondences T, p. 163/64. 14, see SBK Dokumentat.ion T, Report.s of Drive Med. D. Spazler, Heidelberg, Professor P. Bruckner, Hanover, Professor Dr. H. E. Richter, GIEN. 15. Excurs.ions of extermination against objects by installed ware, Eingebaut.er Verschlei, included immediate destruction of wares, the permanently becoming old-fashioned of the wares, permanent.es motiviralten, and annihilating excursions against every kind of human nature by means of pervert.ing.he human productive energies of life to the totality of alienated and methanic work and greedy consuming t.o excess by means of the violent maintaining of those relations of production, in order to make t.he cash box agree, that's what we call imperialism to the interior, illness. L6, see Correspondences I, p. 163/164. 17. See for example the arguments of T. Hedin Liefrens, Faculty of Law at the University of Heidelberg, in the session of the Senate on November 24, 1970, when he 190 demanded the competent agencies, Zielistandolga Organi, of the University T.O execute as promptly as possible the Celt.ne of the Senate, T.hat. The SPK cannot become an institution at the Universit.y and therefore prompt.lymllst be eliminated. You seen all executive means of the state, shy, viline of police, see also Correspondences T. L8, see Correspondences I, p. 163/164. 19. Formula belonging T.O T.he Oath of Hippocrates. 20. Drive Med. Blankenberg, Assist.ant Medical Director at the University's Psychiatric Hospital at Heidelberg. 21. See Correspondences I, p. 163/1164. 22. Professor Roltigol, Director of the University's Psychosomatic Hospital at Heidelberg. 23. See Correspondences I, p. 163/164. 24. Demands of the Socialist Paddle, Tit.s Collective T.O Uhl Reuters Office, SBK Dokumentation I, p. 19. 25. The Experts, Professor Dr. Drive. H. E. Reed P.R., Direct.ol of the Psychosomatic Hospital at T.he University of GIE, 3N, Professor Dr. Peter Rickner, Director of T.he Seminar of Psychology at the T.Technical Universität.y of Hanover and Drive Med. Dieter Spazier, Medical Specialist for Psychiatry and Neurology and former leader of the Universilot.y SPSYCH1ATRIC, Polyclinic at Heidelberg. Besides of that the SPK made a scientific report about it. S.act.ual work and a lookout for Corning T. Asks. Those 4 works have been published in T.he document.it.ianahout. The SPK of Heidelberg by the faculty and of the Hussik Group of Medicine at THP. University of GJFN. 26. The child of a SPK patient was taken high the poli as a hostage ill order T.O enter as the first person T.he house in which those pigs supposed to stay people ready to defend themselves high start.ing a shooting out. Detained persons were subrenelt.ted to extortions like the following: we just will do a search of your alls, Hausdurchsuchung, if you continue refusing. 191. To give a statement. Here can be shot. Dear all persons who perhaps are innocent and who perhaps have confidence in you. The responsibility then will be on your side. 27, September 1972. 28. He who takes the word poisoning treatment for an exaggeration should be told that he professor in ordinary and second president of the World Organization of Psychiatry and Neurology. V. Bayer, for socialist politics surely unsuspected, again and again recommended to his assistant doctors he advanced of electroshocks, because, as he told, the danger of damages of the central nervous system by applying a treatment by medicaments would be certainly greater than the perhaps bad effects being calculated in the case of a treatment high electroshocks. Both treatments, as everybody knows, are causing the destruction of nerve cells, the latter being unable to regenerate themselves, quite in contrast to the other cells of an organism. 29. V. Bayer, Heiner, and others in Psychiatry of the Persecuted, Psychiatrie der Verfolgten. Again and again, in few or in many cases there are very skillful scientists, who, influenced by political power, leave the way of uncorruptible objectivity, thus representing a behavior which in most of the cases must neither be caused by a direct order nor by material corruption, bribery, but being caused more or less indirectly atmospherically, indirect by the unconscious want. Unbehuajelsbedürfnis, to float in the mainstream of their time, im Grajalen Strom der Zeit mitzuschwimmen. V. Bayer in The Affirmation of the NS Ideology in He Medicine in special refer to euthanasia. 30, has been dropped. 31, see documentary chapter, about the POL1 TLCAL economy in the identity of suicide equals murder, p. 134. 32, on Sunday, March 21, 1971 at 6 o'clock il.m. Unknown persons announced by telephone call to the Socialist Patients Collective, SPK, their intention to kill the SPK member Wolfgang Huber, founder, leader. 192. Chief ideologist and chief activist of the SPK. H, who called up, announced to shoot dead Huber in He following week, if the SPK should not agree to fulfill his only condition, to make his SPK member, leave the SPK and return to her family. This malice with murder includes a progressive and a reactionary moment. Because of its protest, it is progressive. Protest against the existing cannibal mode of product lawn, principle of rivalry and competition, the great figures devour the little ones, as we could find out the little factory of He death threats out. Just had gone bankrupt last week. The reactionary moment of this threat consists in directing He prot.est against those who permanently attack the illness-producing cannibal relations and who have organized themselves in the SPK, struggling against those who are responsible for the named relations. Last not least, by such threats and their execution it can be understood how ruling ideology becomes material violence. Everybody who uncritically reads the RNZ press, Rhein-Neckar-Zeitung, He Bild press, or who uncritically watches television thus becomes a POTENTIAI assassin who, following the ideology instilled in him, can be seduced to an activity of hat kind. See SPK Documentation 2, p. 108-110, Patients Info number 33. 33, in particular all those relations which have to do with the psychoanalytic way of interpretation, relations as so-called transfer, retrotransfer, Gegenübertragung, projections, inhibition, Widerstand, etc. and so-called Authority. Conflicts, if He became manifest during the course of the agitations between two persons or in the group agitation were solved and finally complete. Eliabelshed during process and preceding course of emancipation, cooperation, and solidarity by applying the categories of utility. Value and exchange value, Gebrauchswort Tauschwort. 34, see also Listen Little Man, Reden den kleinen Mann, by Wilhelm Reich, 1946. 35. During the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, there always T.OK place 3 Grolp agitations and 3 study work assemblies, because there were many people in the SPK who were occupied with work or f.tmally from Monday to Friday. 9:36. Spinoza, Ethics, Ethic, Chapter 3 about the emote.lons, von den Effekten. 37. The agitation repeatedly was ailed thoroughly into question both HSPK internal and in the public. For example, one day, during a study group meeting, 2 patients decided to abolish complete all medical functions together with the connected persons. By a newly started detailed discussion of T.He-SPK methods, it could be realized that those 2 patients had been generally noticed because of their permanently asking and calling for the doctor. This contradiction promptly became evident, also in the group situation which just took place, but not at all, as it could have been expected in all probable y, in the way of a critique against the foolish opinions, or against the mistaking behavior, Felverhalten, of the bot hpat.ent.s, or be it concerning the concoctions, Machwerke, transfer or fixation. But T.HL's contradiction became evident by raising the problem warehouse which concerned indeed every person in the SPK. Even during personal and group agitations from time to time, all of us were reproducing one another JLLST as if we were dealers, consumers, and cheated cheats, Betrogen Betrüger. This because just that had been the only input into ourselves by the society we formerly had lived in, lacking any kind of consciousness about. This matter of fact see well eben mehr und anderes nicht in uns reingekommen ist. Caused by experiences like those He general interest of the agitation was directed to the behaviors of consumption and dominant ion, as connected to the social relations of a commodities producing society, einer waren produzierenden Gesellschaft. 38. The wrong tracks of Freud, die Weg des Freudschen Denkens, consist in that, leasing a simple formula, T.hat. He for all the questions, which from all of their beginnings were present ing T.hemselves to him as materialistic problems, doesn't find any solution, except spiritualistic idealistic answers. In spite of all his critical attitudes, which he seemingly establishes against the bourgeois society, he finally remains tied to the bourgeois ideology. His thinking staggers between a mechanistic materialism on the one hand and a metaphysical idealism on the other. Besides of that, he is turning Hyposlow.Asirung equals Enberhohung, the bourgeois order of society, quite simply into the 194. Principle of reality, Realitätsprinzip. There is completely in Hiat.ed any working out of TTLL conditions of development from which has resulted the present bourgeois society, die historische Menschenheit Verdict. Just in the latter there are situated the epistemologic prerequisites and conduct.ials from we follows the pessimism of Freud, which all comment.aters correspondingly have found in the works of Freud. 39. From the expulsion of Wilhelm Reich from the Communist Party there followed, besides of being isolat.ed, that he didn't go on to develop his starting from a materialist kd.electilt.heory of sexual.y. L. Rom T.Hatulaire also becomes underst.endable the relapse to AH1 Ehanister materialis flow, as 11. Is represent.ed in the last years of Reich's life concerning his Explalietlunds given T.ot.Hier developed by him. For the communist part.ies, Frollo the .I refusing T.O accept the sexual misery in any ion with H.T.air politics, there resulted a false sense of shame and a puritanism in the organizat.ions of T.He parties, which then became the base of a doctrinarism and a bureaucrat.ism just like that, which we find nowadays again in T.He founding programs of communist parties of UIP lefties. In their groups T.Here now are apparently T.He same structures of doctrinarism and bureaucratism, which formerly were liat. Therein T.He preceding anti-authoritarian movement of protest of the 68th, now smashed. 40. TNT.He primal societies, Urges J.L. Schaffen, the organization of the social units is determined high the necessity to struggle against the powers originating from nat.ur. The findings of W. Reich in the invasion of compulsory sex moralit.y, der Einbruch der Sexualmoral, based on the findings of Malinowski are, if accept.ionalipist.etymologic import any in this in text. 1. JT demonstrates the connections between the forces of nature and the violence he int.orla of he social units. In the int.orla of a social unit, for example at the nat.lves of the Trobriand Isles, who nevertheless are an exceptional case, there are no total constant Reinspiels nature in no way is opposite e to the people. 2. The economal development as a SNCH north-northeast, transition o agriculture, leads to the development P+. 195. Property and therefore to the monogamy, the spouses regarding each her as healver property, and it results from that the social constraints suppressing he drives, Trebiensren Kent Folgen. It is of great importance to notice, that there might he embedded in his paradisiac primal situation, paradisiskam Urzustand, an impulse to develop into another situation which is higher from an economic point of view, a transition which, for the inhabitants of the Troberland Isles, came automatically, that is to say without being induced by outside influence, for example trade exchanges with a more developed other tribe, exchanges, which in other cases, but not in that of the Trobriands, commonly produce changes in a society like that. 3. The work of W. Reich presents the suppression of drives, Trolleybunterdredekung, as a result of the development of private property. As well as a prerequisite to maintain and to augment private property. The book of W. Reich, The Invasion of Compulsory Sex Morality, Der Einbruch der Sexualmoral, also represent a consistent falsification of all those theories which try to prove the so-called ment.al disturbances her pseudo-philosophical as a fact of human existing, Grundbefindlichkeit, or as a consequence of genetical determination, the latter being taken for a biologically true argument. Those symptoms which scientifically have been classified as mental illnesses indeed have nothing to do with anthropology, because they are nothing but dependent variables, moment, equals abhängige variable, of the ant. HR0 polo gy itself, this latter anthropology being nothing but the totality of all the experiences which he human species ever had, totally der menschlichen Gattungserfahrung, which has to be det ermelnd in he Marxist way as L1 Entlohn, Entfremdung, and as abolition of alienation, Aufhebung der Entfremdung. 41. Using the Libertlan st Ruggle of the people of Algeria as an example, Frans Fanon has explained in his book The Wretched of the Erd.h, Die Verdammt and Diese Erde, how by taking part in the revolution of the formerly colonized people not only especially psychiatric symptoms disappeared but also physical. 9h. Grievances and troubles, Beschwerden. Hler Austral Klickel N1 CHT symptom, like damages of the int.ervert.ebral discs, Bandscheibenschleiden, chronic Ugears, if the Stomachen of the intestines, Chronisk Darmlindmagengesweir, rheumaticol and other cramps of the muscles also disappeared. These somatized grievances and troubles had, in former times and without the taking part in the revolutionary proes, successfully resisted any treatment and any attempt to remove rubles and who suggest the person who suffered from them owing to the way of life during the olodalization. 42. For the understanding of terms like part.el drives, partial trieb, genitality, genit.altlit, etc., we point he book H of Wilhelm Reich, The Invasion of Compulsory Sex Moralit.y, Der Einbruch der Sexualmoral, The Sexual Revolution, Die Sexual Revolution, The Funkt.ion of Orgasm, Die Funktion des Orgasmus, The Mass Psychology of Fascism, Die Massenpsychologie des Faschismus. Within the scope of this book it is not possible to develop the whole of a connected theory of sexuality in a mat.arealistic view. Nevertheless, regarding practical matters it seems to us to be of special importance to point out, we have tried the best we could to reduce, erst Zuriagafeiert und dann ersetzt, quite consciously T.O. dialectic materialistic categories, all psychoanalytic terms which nevertheless still are appearing even in the progressive works of Reich. 43, K. Marx, capital I, p. 381/382 and I 384, mu, 1971, space type by T.He editors. 44. Besides all the functionaries of the American health system realize quit.e exactly T.hat. The SLT.uation on T.he Iabur market influences the T.therapeutic level, the former DET ermining work and development in the hospitals. RF the unemployment grows, chronic diseases are allowed to expand, because T.here will be no danger for the economy by an increasing number of patents. This sit.uation exist.s in Amerie since the Second World War, and this was the situation during the World Monnaie.Ari crisis in 1929. J.C. Polak, La Médecine du Capital, Paris 971, p. 35. 45. In this Kant.ext the definition of ill people to be deprived of all rights is an important coefficient in the 197. Whole development. How this deprivation of rights manifested itself during the development of the SPK can be found on pages 37 to 51 in this book. 46, taken from a leaflet which was distributed by the Comedal d'Action Santa in February 1969 at the doors of the car factory Renault at Funds. 47, K. Marx, capital I, p. 384, mu, 1971. 48, J.C. Polak, La Médecine du Capital, Paris 1971, p. 35-36. 49, Mural slogan during the May of Parts 1968. 50, Hegel. 51, compare also what judiciary issued against the so-called ringleaders of SPK, described in the historical section, p. 26 ff. 52, not the protection of territorial frontiers but protection of the borders between exploiters and exploited people. 53. Here we have quoted the paragraphs in order to point out that the organs of the state permanently violate those very laws, which they pretend to protect. What there is to be protected cannot be protected otherwise, except by violating it. 54. Beck Texts, 1 LH edition, May 1971, DTV. 129 Criminal Conspiracy, Criminal Organization. 1. He who founds a union, the purpose of the activity of which is aiming at committing punishable activities, or he who takes part in such a union as a member, or he who wins a person over to this cause, or he who supports it, will be punished by imprisonment up to 5 years. 2. Section, has not to be appued, 1. If the Union is a political party which is not sentenced by the Supreme Court of the Constitution, Bundesverfassungsgericht, as an unconstitutional, Verfassungswidrig, party. 198. 2. If the Committing of punishable tct.ivat.ies only represents a purpose or an act.ivlt of subordinate meaning or 3. As far as the purposes and the ties of T.he union represent punishable activitips under 84 unt.lj 87. 3. Punishable is also T.he attempt to found a union such as mentioned in section 1. 4. If the perpetrator belongs to the Reinmaltklers or to the rear-rank men, hint.erminer, or if there should be another special heavy case, then the imprisonment has to be from 6 months to 5 years. Besides of that, T.here can be PTSSED an additional sentence permitting the being put under Polyobservat.ion, Polizeaufslogt. 5. 3. The ease of members who are not T.hltt guilty and whose involvement is only of subordinate ijaleportance the court can mitigate the punishment asserting to its own estimation, 15, or it can refrain from T punishment. Corresponding T.o the sections, 1, and 3. 6. The court at his free discretion can mit.agat.e the punishment T. 15, or it etn following t. He named regulat.ions waive any punishment, if the column 1. By free will and earnestly takes pains t.o inhiat, that the union can th. Ontinute or can emlet the criminal acts according to its aiming at, or 2 discloses his knowledge in time to tn office, in order thtt criminal acts of which he knows the plans yet can be inhibit. Ed. If t. He cornmitter achieves to inhibit that the union can continue, or if this purpose also will he heaved without his efforts, he shall not be punished. See therefore also Police State, p. 103-105. 81 High treason against the Federal Republic. 1. He who starts high violence or high meaning wit. H violence 1. To impair t. He being eontinute of t. He feder tl Republic of Germany or 2. To change the constitutional order which is based on t. He Basque law of the Federal Republic of Germany. 199. Shall be punished because of high treason against t. He Federation by lifelong imprisonment or by imprisonment of at least 10 years. 2. In cases of less import any t. He punishment WLIL he an imprisonment from 1 to 10 years. 55. Northern Ireland fighters without depressions. Since the civil war in Northern Ireland is raging, the number of depressive illnesses and also the rate of suicides and of attempted suicides has fallen to a flabbergasting degree, being now only half of their former levels. This can be found with men of the lower social classes, who are the persons being most engaged in those struggles. Men of the upper classes and in some of the culture parts of Northern Ireland on the other hand are now suffering more from depressions than before. So Dr. H. A. Lyons from the Pittsburn Hospital Belfast. Frankfurter Rundschau from August 21, 1972. 56. The same applies to the dialectics of accusation and defense in the so-called state of rule and law, state under the rule of law, SOG. Rex Stott, except the difference, that the defense, being defended by a lawyer, because of being constrained by the juridical formalism can't proceed but to the turning over into the accusation again and again, as long as the tools of the defense, namely the lawyers themselves, are still joined to the power of the monoponists of the law. 57. Those document.s mean white UE were published in the SBK Documentation 2, Gloylan, p. 148 until 170, repeatedly published, last time in an edit. Lawn of several 1,000 books, to be acquired in the usual bookshops. 200. The bibliography of the WRITN GS0FLNESS, Crying Schriffen Verzeich Nels. WRLTLNGS of Linus in German language, published by Karim, Selbst Verlagrohr Krankhelt, P.O. Box 1034646 69024 Heidelberg. SPK/PF/Huber. Ober OAS Anfangen. Zur Vorgeschichte des Sozialistischen Patentenkolllektiv, I970, UND der Patentenfront, I973. Joel Aus der Krankheit Elnwat Fe Wordy. Heidelberg 1993. D1 ESES Book First Die Wiedergabeins Interviews MIT Huber, W.O. or .med, Das M. June 11, 1992 Stattgefunden hat. ISBN 3-926491-18-3, 168s, OM 18-0 Argumentation zum Sozialistischen Patentenkollektiv, who, under Universität Heidelberg, Tel 1. GIEL 3N 1971, 5. Auf. MIT Elnam Vorwort von Huber, SPK/PF, WO, or .med. Heidelberg 1980. ISBN 3-926491-02-7, 130s, OM 13-Dokumentation zum Sozialistischen Patentenkollektiv, who, under Universität UI.T Heidelberg, Tel 2. GIEL 3N 1971, 4. Auf. MIT Elnam Vorwort von Huber, SPK/PF, WO, or .med. Heidelberg 1980. ISBN 3-926491-03-5, 318s, OM20-Dokumentation zum Sozialistischen Patentanten Kollektiv, who, under Unverslohet Heidelberg, Tel 3. ML1NCHEN 1977, 2. Auf. Heidelberg 1988. ISBN 3-926491-04-3 222-S, OM15-Patientenfront, who, SPK4. UND Wieder, Iatroklasse, Iatrokratie 1M Weltmastab, Macht, Iatrarchie/Krankheit, Gewalt. 4. Auf. Heidelberg 1990. ISBN 3-926491-14-0, 184-S, OM19-Klonverleg gegen Patentanten. Dokumentation zur Verfolgung des Sozialistischen Patentanten-Kollektiven der Universität Heidelberg. 3. Auf. MIT Enum Vorwort von Huber, SPK/PF, WO, or .med. Heidelberg 1987. ISBN 3-926491-00-0, 176-S, OM20-Socialistisches Patientenkollekt.1v, who SPK, AUS der Krankheit in Watt FE Machen. In Agitatlands Schulreit des Sozialistischen Patentanten-Kollektiven der Universität Heidelberg. MIT Enum Vorwort von Jean-Paul Sartre. ML1NCHEN 1972, 5. Auf. Heidelberg 1987. ISBN 3-926491-01-9, 144-S, OM19-. Huber, SPK/PF, WO, or .med. 201. Patientenfront, who Krankheit die Ganzheit mit Zuckenfeet. Ansitze zur Pathopraktike, Glopathelke und Utopathel der Revolution in der Neurorevolution. Heidelberg 1988. ISBN 3-926491-13-2, 452-S, DM19- Der Begriff Einzelhaft. Vom Front Patentanten Wolfgang Huber. Ludwigsburg 1975. ISBN 3-926491-05-1, 13-S, DM5-Iatrokratie 1M Weltmapstab. Vom FP Wolfgang Huber zum Collettivo Freudiano Semiotica e Slokina USI, Milano 14.12.1976. ISBN 3-926491-06X, 30S, DM5- Gerard Offener Brief and Dr. Hutter. MIT Elnam Grundraster der Patentantenfront, who? Mannheimer Zeitung NR 6, Sondernummer. Mannheim 1977. 16S, DM4- copy. Patientenfront, who Krankheit BRLCHT Mittelslohn. Experimentalpathopraktisches Protokoll Elner Aneitlon. Zur Bedingungslosen Freilassung die Kapitulatlen zur Erklärung in der Krankenakt des Ärztlichen Direktors Dr. Hutter del JVA Wittelsche. WITTL1CH 1977. 16S, DM4- Patentantenfront, who Patienten in der Front, ELN Leitfaden. Göttingen, Kassel 1978. ISBN 3-926491-07-8, 107-S, DM15 Patientenfront, who Protokollerisches zum Prozelnax M4.3 UND 15.3.1982, ein Prozelbericht. ELN Occultations UND Actions Protocol FILREININTER, Nationales Krankheitstribunal. ISBN 3-926491-09-4, 90S, DM8- Patentantenfront, who Verwild Prozess. Heidelberg, September/OKT. 1982. Material 1 and Zern Ulderstreltzwisken Elner Belstanden im Krankheitswesen und Arztgechem Denunziantentem. ISBN 3-926491-10-8, 150-S, DM20- Patientenfront, who AUS Krankheit stark Patientenfront. 1 Arbeit des Internet Lohnallen Krankheitstribunals, 2. SPK, Patientenfront, Tonbandkasse.te, Rundfunksendung von Radio Dreieckland M21. UND 31.1.1983 Soe von Radio Montmartre, Paris, im des. 1982. DM 10-. Patientenfront, Hu Profschrift und Pathe Protogrammkritisk Willerdigung durch Meltarbalter des Internationalen Krankheitstribunals Belgische del Recherchenval Ortsiedens einer Delegation Europäischer Menschenrechtsbeauftragter. On la und Gegenstand del Enquete, die Arteverbrechen gegen Patienten in del HEI Landstalt die Artepoltische Verfolgung del Krankheitsanweit.lte und wie der Glelchen in Bonges hen Word. Heidelberg 1983. ISBN 3-9264991-11-6, 160s, DM 20-202. Patientenfront, Husum Heils Fall Landeskrankenhaus, Vler, Dolesloch. Tradition und Geschichte, Angrolfa und Zia Konstanten des Patienten Widerstand, Reanite.insmechanelkinderarst.e. Heidelberg 1991. ISBN 3-92649, 5-9,66s, DM 6-Patientenfront, Hu K ran Khe its Rat Krankheitsrat First Recht und Billig, Knock, 38-2 STPO, USW, Cybermachen, Abskol 3 Pria Fung I Herfielig. Oni Kut, Nebenbei, Drillich, Nachtemd, Einerlel. Heidelberg 1985. ISBN 3-9264991-12-4, 150s, OM 20-Patientenfront, Hu I Atromathematica und Delslotens. Enthernungsanschlag gegen Mathematiker. Experimentalpathopraxisches Protokoll einer Aktion. Ober das Handwerk Dalingen Leiters Leier Festungsklinik Hohennesberg Drive Med. Meckler, in der Nachfolge des SS Arztes Dr. Mach. HND im Selbluges Handwerk Gelegt Sif, he auch seine Verantwortungsvernebelnden Kapitulation Circai. Rungen 1 Folger. Muchler Monographia und Spiegel NR 32 VO in June 8, 79. Hohennesberg 1978. 10s, OM4, Cole. Gerard Hoff, Hunde Wout ihr Uig Obersetzung und Nachwort von Huber WD, Dr. RNED, Vorwort von der Patientenfront, Hu. Munchen 1976, 2. Auf. Heidelberg 1993. ISBN 3-92649-20-5, 2J5s, OM 20-11 Writings of Linus in Other Languages, published by Karim, Selbstverlag FDR Krankheit, Heidelberg, Interview des Front Patienten GS. He, Krankheit bricht mittels Lohn, MIT der Tageszeitung Il Lavoro M25. Mai 1979. Helmtergrund, Sartre MIT SPK, D. Cooper gegen Medicaldemokratie. Se vuol vilvera devi amalardi. Passa dal camisai bianchi la st oria violenta del podera, un patient.et.edisco, perscatato e tort.urato nel suo paese ha t.rovato aslo a Genova, rna la sua battaglia ontinua. DM2-copy Patientenfront. Hu testi del collettivo socialista dei patienti, SPK, e del front dei patienti, PF. Estrato del libro del front dei patienti J, Hu Krankheit, die Ganzheit MIT. Zukunft, Malatia, la inte Rezakon un future Euro. Huber, SPK/PF, WD, Drive MED, Tu concetto della Elmzellhaft, detens loan e segregas loan in isolamento, sulla questione, perci rifiutare della por la propria firma? Sulla quest loan, perci rifiutare la visita medica, comunicas loan solo cio pero della fame del June 11, 75 dal front del patienti, I atro crazia su scala mondleo, podera, I atrarchia I maladilla, violenza, iatroclastia, Namiri resti. Transmislone radio del front DEIPAZIENTL, who, in 01. 203. Labraslone con radio Dre Ekland. SPK, who dialettica della sessualta del collettivo socialista dei Pacienti. Amsterdam 1989. ISBN 3-926491-16-7, 84S, DM15, L11000 Patient in front, who overziek tolenst en patient onverzet. 2. Auflo, Amsterdam 1989. IDS, DM4 Patient in front, who letters concerning the cooperation WLTH a patients group in Canada during a campaign against electroshock, strike declaration of patients fighting against medicine, especially against psychopharmaca, etc. Amsterdam 1989. 16S, DM4 Colectivo Socialist de Pacientes, who SPK, Hacer de la Enfermedad Ana. Un texto de agulticlón del Colectivo Socialista de Paclans en la Universidad de Heidelberg. Con un PR6 elogio de Jean-Paul Sartre. En preparac 16N, Collectif Social Saint de Patients, who SPK, Falra de la Maladie un an. Un texte d'égultation du Collectif Social Saint de Patients 2 I Universität de Heidelberg. Nouvelle traduction autoral C du Front de Patlens, who, dans une édition complètement révélée, maintenant avec la préface de Jean-Paul Sartre. En preparation, prices are subject to change without notice. 3 Writings of Linus in Genin language, published by other publishers. Berlcht und Erklärungen von Gefangenen. Huber, SPK/PF, WD, Drive Med. In, Kursbuch 32, S 158-167, Berlin 1973 Nach Word des Informationszentrum Rot Volksuniversität. In, M. Gaglio, Mittelslohn und Profit. Milnchen 1973. 4 Writings of Linus in other languages, published by other publishers s.p.koyyx/ineii in Anfia 1 to Keklaio. No etapa a.we.lt, ttlv apwada oe, in ao. Rekoyi outlo I koivhda to idle/lara 4 Greek version of, SPK, AUS der Krankheit Elnwait Machen. Athen 1984. Cyclotrol Politik. Lai Talra de Heidelberg, SPK. Librairie Frank, OIS Maspero, Paris 1972. SPK, Faire de la Maladie un an. Editions Champlebree, Paris 1973 out of print. In preparation by Karim, new translation authorized by the Patalin Front, who, in a completely revised Edvald.lon, now with T.he preface of Jean-Paul Sartre. 204. Procès du SPK. In, Collars de Recherches, Paris, Mai 1973. SPK, Faire de la Maladie un an. Collettivo Edvald Torlil, Genova 1978. Sosla Ilstilches Patalantan Collective, Hudlalidolxa della Sessualta. In, Sessuaj1 uepolit.ica. Documenti del Congresso Internazionale del Slocanal 1 SL. Milano, 25–28 November 1975. Introduzione e cura del Armando Verdiglone. Venezia 1976, Patalan Front, who la trocrisla su scala mondiale. In, La Foglia, Documenti del Congresso Internazionale di Slocanalsi, Milano, 1–4 Decembre 1976. Introduzione e cura del Armando Verdiglone. Milano 1977, Patient. In front, who podera, iatrar ja/malat.tia, vilalanza. In, tu politico e el consclo. A cura di Armando Verdiglone. Venezia 1978. Asterisk, Patalan Front, PFAQE Tejan Mel Shandung SPK LLD. Experimental Pathopraktisches Protocol einer Aneitlon. In, Gekenkrant NR 28/1978, Amst.erdem. Kohl, Patient Front, Hongerstockung als Pathopraktal JK. Hall Hindisk Schrift NR.9/1979, Leeuwarden, copy, Patient Front, Pathopraxels contra iatrokraten Praktal JK. Nafal Dr. Meckler. In Tienarenskip NR.4/1980. Utrecht. Copy, Patient Front, Hu numerali Resl. Onel Democrazia e infin del Conti Latro Democrazla. Monopoio dell'Amelcadlo Medico. In Altsato Adamelnio del Popolo. In, Cont Aroinformazioni No. 18, Glugno 1980, Milano, Patient Front. Hu iatroclastia. In, Assembly No. 7, Dicembre 1984, UND No. 8, Fabitrolo 1985, Rom, Estrato del Libro del Front dei Patienti, Hu Krankheit die Ganzheit mit Zuckenert, Malatai la tot.alta con un futuro. In, Varlanti No. 7, AUT.UNNO 1988, Rom. This bibliography deliberat.ely omits the secondary literature on the SPK, both as extensive as partly superficial because of the proved life hostility, racism against patients, of its authors. See also, Iatrokratie im Weltmaßstab, Iatrocracy on the World Scale, p. 2 feet. Also published in, Patient Front, Hu Tesla del Collettivo Socialista deip Azienti, SPK, e del Front dei Patienti, pf. 205. Comments on the Socialist Patients Collective, SPK, and on the Patients Front, pf. Ingeborg Derwitz, J. 986. The conception of oneness, Krankheitsbegriff, as it was worked out by the SPK and by the Patients Front, shatters all the basic foundations of the Bulletinuding, which is rotten as a whole. People's University at GL Jadalgan, J. 985. The Patients Front is the radicalized SPK. The Patients Front attacks the ruling system as a medical power, that's to say, it attacks every power, als Ardulch. David Cooper, J. 982. Indeed, J. have welcomed the following statement of Huber SPK: doctors need patients, but patients don't need doctors, but nevertheless I took it for impossible to be carried out in reality. But meanwhile, realizing what the Patients Front has achieved by doing, I can't but confess that the named statement indeed is fulfilled and that by proof. Felix Guattari, J. 974. What there was the Parisian Commune in 1870 was in 1970 the SPK, the latter in a way more ripened, L00 years later, anyone can do that, 100 Jahr später, kein Kunststück. Jean-Paul Sartre, 1972 SPK, the only possible radicalizing which can't be done by any anti-psychiatry, illness, the only possible form of life in capitalism. It's quite true. ABOL1TION of the relation between doctor and patient. Illness being now a revolutionary force. Senegalese Uberation Movement, J. 983 SPK inalienable foundation for every successful revolution in the Third World and for every revolution yet to do there. Selection of the annexes from p. 205 to 216 by the redaction Collective VE Karim. 206. Comments from other continents. Death is omnipresent in the LLFE. SPK doesn't fetishalize the situation, but it unmasks this cat-hedral of death. SPK, music group in Australia 1981. Liberation struggle of the Patients Front in order to abolish psychiatry and medicine. Madness Network News, San Francisco, USA, Autumn 1986. Strata. For comparatively naive relations like ours too much SPK, FLLR unseer luchen. And also, Vieler unseer Varietnissa. Rap, I 974. Let's learn from the revolutionary experiences of the Socialist Patients Collective. Curdo/Valentino, Brigade Ross, Red Brigades, Italy 1984. Times. The most important, Das Insgeldende, Akif, VLNG changes by doing, die verandernde praxis, but NF, wird helus we prefer politicizing the workers, Betriebsarbeit, drawing advantages from their existing hierarchy, BRLNGT Stihierarchy, Failed, hat's nicht ge bra cht. Ex Labors Matters, ex Arbitersach, Munich. 1972, finished since 1973. Shouldn't have made compromises but SPK, many release HD/HH 1971, finished since 1972. In order to learn from the mistakes of the SPK by now making clear distinctions between what is politics and what is psychoanalysis. Student Help Center by Dr. Spachelbop, Heidelberg, HD, 1975, finished since 1975. Alternative newspapers, Andere Zeitungen instead of Socialist Patients Collective, Socialist Patients Collective. Equals Signs of Discrimination, equals Entfillerungszeichen, 1970 to 198 7 ff. 207. Universes, within the world system, not Rebisjades are, mittendrin, nicht nebena. By illness and warmth I am immediately able to understand the matters of fact in occultism. If I had known about it before, then I should have made patients front, and if I would have done so, they never should have had any cause to call me religiously mad because of all the bhagwans and orablundos I had met just before, and they never had been able to imprison me in mental hospitals for years. During the period of the last 12 years I had to go through and to suffer from those terrifying experiences in those times long ago, if we all together. Ex Sannyasin, Public Communication 1987. Interviews. Question, things, which not, yet, had existed during the SPK. Pf. We are in the resistance struggle for illness, and from there it follows quite automatically that we are against the doctors and the Nazis, Faschisten, and against everything which has to do with overkilling sick people, Krankenhausmers. The way by which such things are made happen, the means and the methods to use, which are not those of occultism and not at all the methods and the means of therapy, but nevertheless occult means and methods, because they are the means and methods of pathopractice, which we use, and they consist of what we mentioned repeatedly during the two discourses we just have done. Mittel und Methoden, kein Okkulten, erst recht kein Therapeutisken Methoden und Mittel, sondern okkult, aber als Pathopraktisk, Devon war in unseren Belden Vorter gentler mehrfach die Rede. Patience Front to the Question of a Swiss Newspaper Man 1987. Repetitions. You will need to struggle by all means, for the rulers of our society intend to stop you continuing your PR Act ICAI work. Jean-Paul Sartre 1972, c. Preface p1, within this book. 208. Through illness, strength, the patient's front, AUS Krankheit stark Patientenfront, clipping of a radio transmission by Radio Dreiecksland on 21 and January 31, 1983, c. The Bibliography of the Writings of Illness, Kr. Scrolfen Verzelknis. Nowadays there is nothing bungled round more than at LLFE, Oberhaupt Word Hutsudig Nirgendwo so viel rumgepfuscht alsm Leben. There can't be any doubt that he, who has the most direct access to every kind of life, is the medical man. For, what there appears in the fashion of life, is illness. It is under the pretext of illness, that the medical man's active lodies expand into all regions, bungung llfe, destroying and killing it. That's what the medical man primarily and finally does, verpfuscht, vernelchtet, ausmert. The state, which indeed is nothing but an organized form of capitalism, gives him the legal pamatlon to bungle llfe, the bungung being masked behind the aureole of hell, compare, heal, sanctuary, health, integrity. Think also of the German salutation from the days of Hitler and of the greetings of the old Roman gladiators, Ave, hell. Imperator, morituri te salutant, and it is the medical man himself, who represents by the hell, associated to him, the constellation in the center, governing all over into heaven and hell, in Himmel und Hölle Hellnonreglert, and in all world periods, Zu allen Zelten, in all societies. But there also exists an explosive mixture of bungled LLFE and consciousness, a mixture, which does not keep hidden illness any longer, but quite on the contrary starts expressing it, making it go beyond its personal limits of the particular single life, defending itself against the therapeutic terrorism, for he, namely the medical man, because of being unable to heal at all, so much the more needs to learn how to terrorize best. Within this warfare, Kampfesgeschichten, starts an interdependence of effects, Wechselwirkung, and an interconnection between the formerly isolated persons, who until then hadn't been able to do more, than to care only about themselves. To those formerly lonely persons stillness now by leaps and bounds, sprunghaft, enhances the consciousness, the initially being empty, leer, of this consciousness now is turned into the lesson, lair, of the necessity of learning anew Ernelm by learning, deum lernen lernens forming future by producing future, making use of nothing but of one's own activities, expanding oneself beyond one's own limits, growing towards everybody and everything. Becoming skillful for the 209. Cosmic Social Revolution, Tilchtgzia werden zur Kosamelch Soslalen Revolution. Illness rather doesn't mean suffering, but quite on the contrary illness has to be taken as the formula of producing the whole of reality liberated from doctors, Krankheit. Herstellungsskade Gorelderner Arst free Mach Baron Gesamtwirkelwunschkeit. Exactly because this REAL1TY as the really whole seemingly is marked by impossibility, exactly because of that this reality as a whole neither is an utopic reality, nor can it be regarded eschatologically as if it were tied to any doctrine of hell, heal. It is the utopathy as a permanent proceeding, that means as long as there exists illness on the one hand, and as there exists on the other hand the task to form out of exactly this illness, understood as if it were the whole object as a common object, Krankheit Gesamtgegenstand, the one and only mankind, den Elnen, Elnzigen Menschen, compare, Adam Cadman, who yet has to be produced, sie first utopathal and permanens, dh Solange es Krankheit gibt und den daraus als Gesamtgegenstand erst nach sie Mach enden ihnen und eins logen Menschen. Thus, 1. Instantly kick the medical men out of all existent groups, which have to do with illness, resistance groups which act as patients' collectives. 2. Make that an increasing number of doctors get Berufsverbot, prohibition and exclusion from profession, but not because of boozing, murder and slay and because of malpractices like those, but because of so-called deficiencies of character, character defect, and that because of resistance. Think about who can be taken in consideration for that, even today. 3. Keep your illness from being stolen, rest awareful. For within every body of us there putrefies a piece of medical doctor. Hurt, cranked, in order to live, LLVE in order to hurt. Join the tribunals of illness, mocked mit Belm Krankheit Tribunal, but be quite sure, only the last judgment of illness will be the beginning of your own true history, das Krankheitsweltgericht erst ist der Bagel Neurergeskelcht. Until then your own life, which of course is the LLFE at all, will remain to be medically bungled. For problems about surgery operations, the problem what todo if someone has broken HLS leg, apply patient's cont.roll, Patalanton control, and you'll get along with this problem, and 210. The rest is to be done by iatrocides, latrozide, Pathenzist force, that means the power taken from Leonis, Kraft aus der Krankheit. And things like prostheses, if they are there, bring in action those crutches against the medical men, if you have hesitated too long, all being too late now, as it may seem, crutches, pills, syringes, prostheses etc. It is now in the 7th year, that we do so. And it works. Proved in so-called gravest cases. There already exists the first patient's front paradise. There since 3 years the biologic and the psychopathologic old age death, which was prescribed for the hit person by the physicians, quite on the contrary is permuted by us all around the clock into an increasing life of consciousness. Do start, now, at once. make many patients front paradises. In due time we then will tell you, how to do it. For the time for prescriptions is over and now all depends on efficient knowledge, boiled knowledge, aus Jacokets, high carrot knowledge, ill knowledge both in the distance and close by, hoka r, hijas, fern und nach ranks, tella, and sympathic knowledge, t.eleund sympathisches, brand new knowledge, brand new, hut well prepared by thermomimetics. No medical terror factory, but dlopethlks, and all about and always proved by experience, und immer und überall die Probe darauf. Last year we had to work on 3 trials against medical men, trials which were directed against the HEI Lanstalt, mental hospital, Wiesloch, and in the course of those trials were sentenced as well some 7 judges and lay judges. And the sentences were done by 10,000s of persons and again and again. Again and again those judges and doctors were sentenced by a mass base of protest and resistance all about in Europe and far away including other continents, an increasing lot of corresponding interdependences of effects, el Europait und noch viel weitere, correspondierend mass en basis. Those aforesaid 3 trials against medical men, trials which themselves are to be understood as just that, what they indeed are in reality, and that is to say, t.hat. They are provincial, peripheral events within the whole of a society, which itself is hit by its superstition for hell, heal, and health, the whole of a society being itself pulled to the latro-capitalist offside of its madness. In einer, in Zyatro-kapitalistisk Abseits verwirkten Gesamtgesellschaft, but this kind of dissidence nightmare had been over and indeed had had no future since 1976. That's to say long before some governing state psychiatrist had instigated those from the 211 talking machine, Quasselapparat, and from the cudgel machine, Nilpalapparat, in our particle state, Landel, to prepare on a high scale their attacks quite gloriously against 2 lawyers among some thousands and last not least also against one of their female counsellors at illness, und dazu noch extra gegen ihn Reichstandeln mit Pocken und Trumpeten mobile machen. Maybe persons from the outer world, or persons who believe in the medical men were flabbergasted, when illness in the mental hospital, HEI Lanstalt, made use of T.he hunger strike being its weapon now, that because of that the number of patients, closely tied together by their resistance, was increasing from 30 to 70 within the year, in which the named processes against medical men took place, that the women in the HEI Lanstalt, mental hospital, joined them starting riots against the doctors and the nurses, and that the front of the enemies, influenced by the protests from foreign countries, at least begins to split into jurists against medical men. But there are people who wonder and want to make us believe that results like those were impossible without being based on a large support from outside and especially being managed by an academic intelligence, thus by an elite disposing of every kind of medically formed and normed know-how. Only the refutation by practice being done and proved can serve against this false opinion, a refutation by practice on which the future of the patient's resistance depends, be it the most isolated and the most atomized, Vereinzelt, resistance, done within the walls of a bang hospital of the hell, Nullberg des Hells, whatever it might be. Indelible orientation remains the hunger strike TN 1975, not combined with any conditions at all and unmelted in time, done in the prison's hospital of Hohenasperg, and always between surgery and psychiatry, an orientation thus, because of being a past matter of fact on the one hand, but nevertheless even more efficient regardless of its obstinately having been hushed up both all around outside and in the inner of this fortress at those times. To this hunger strike there had preceded a strike against every kind of privileges and benefits, which the physician in the prison takes for good enough to deceive a prisoner by the impression of health, and this resistance had been started 4 years earlier with an increasing intensity by stages. No examination, no treatment, absolutely no talking to the medical men or to their courts or to their police, no single step or movement towards them if they came or if they begged for something, of course no calling them by the bell push of the prison cell, no shutting the door if they 2 opened it, no signatures, no visits, no letters, no receiving parcels, no fresh air, no walking, nor move in the prison court, because all privileges or benefits like these having been censured. The answer to this resistance behaviors was the medically prescribed embargo of all contacts. Long ago, before there existed the so-called Kontaktsperrigsätze, law against contacts in prison, also concerning lawyers, but inversely there resulted for the first time, that there took place meetings with the lawyer and with visitors, which were totally free of being watched, for the visitors from outside more and more enslost.ed on having a glance at the prisoner to see whether he was yet alive. And the guardian governors suffered more and more from being worn out. Which finally was all the more intolerable for them, because fortunately they lacked any possibility to transfer the prisoner to another prison hospital far away, and because in the meantime they had also exhausted all their possible 1T1Es to break the prisoner by going on ordering one quarantine after another, and T.Hos finally for them there remained only the one possibility to keep open the door of this prisoner's cell. Renouncing also their intention to revoke his due liberation because of the end of the sentence under the pretext of punishing him once more because of his resistance behavior just mentioned, thus confirming by practice, that torture must break down and come to its end one way or another, if the tortured prisoner does nothing but keeping his obstinate silence. Only from those forms of resistance, developed by an isolated prisoner who was exposed to extreme conditions of detention, there has resulted the possibility both for doing and studying, which delivered the foundations for the now permanently done mass riots in the mental hospital of Ólesloch. From this it follows that, murder and manslaughter therein you can't inhibit, except by starting permanent attacks against the medical men, while at the same time enforcing control of the hospital conditions from outside, but nothing gets going therein, nothing continues working without referring to the exemplary written history, written by the intensified and increased consciousness, Gest Elgerts Behu Oldseln, formed by using under total risk and efforts the pathopractics of the impossible instead of politics, disregarding all disadvantages and refusing any compromise, refusing also every kind of politics defined as art of that being possible, Politics Kunst des Mogl1chen, but doing what seems to be the impossible and joining that which truly is front. Huber W.D., SPK, is he. 213. Whom we deal with here. For it was he, who attacked the medical men instead of remaining himself a charismatic therapist and an ingeniously practical man of philosophies, systematiker. For if there doesn't exist any machinery of healing, there also will be no war, no nuclear power state, Atomstaat, no fascism. It was Wolfgang Huber, who never hesitated, not even for a moment, to make front against the prisons, Knast, and hospitals, Claps, and who gruffly refused the career of a political prisoner offered to him not only by the prison governors, but also by other comrades, Genossen, in order to find out, if one could rely on illness yet quite beneath an isolat.ed in a torturing cell, thus proving if illness keeps its promise given to all who in any way ever had been contacted directly or indirectly by the SPK. For without the healing machinery no torturing fascism can function, no iatro-capitalist pseudo-democrats society, no nuclear war. The former Polish minister at Bonn recently has brought into circulation a big study of a psychiatrist's spouse, in which there is dealt especially against and with Dr. Wolfgang Huber. For T.Hos who are joined to him in friendship are lacking not only the words because of favoring the weapon illness, but also they are lacking both time and sense for personality cult, whatever should be the premises. The big thing is exuberating with spelling mistakes and with all kinds of other errors, but also it is bursting with superlatives, which partially even are mitigated, gebremst. In short, the big thing is at the whole nothing but a flicker chest, flimmerkist, out of gallbladder and socklal police green, flimmerkel saint aus gal /eund socialgroln. Just like the Greenmals, ole Grinen equals modernist political part.y, in their platform the psychiatrist spouse explains using the present police ministry that health has to be regarded by everybody as the most important demand in all policies, and that she herself should be the competent person for the patients, because they were a many-foldly suppressed minority. Just as the Greenies and all the others who she herself calls terrorists, she also prefers what she is calling in her words a sound stress, even then if this kind of stress should be in some cases the starting point of an illness, to the Cosmopolitan so tremendous complex definition of illness, Krankheitsbegriff, especially as the definition of illness, Krankheitsbegriff, represents the revolutionary subject, especially as it represents illness as a weapon of knowledge and change. But different to the Greenies, she herself takes a summary against us, regarding us as if we were, as she writes, a disagreeable question to the future, for in our eyes, we just 214 mentioned it. Illness in this view one's not at all summit.hlng, which could be taken for being questionable, but quite on the contrary, illness for us is the productive formula, Herstellungskategorie, to form future by most radikalized love, in Radicalster Liebe, most cordial solidarity, allerherzlichster Verbundenheit, and Kommunism adverse community, Kommunismuswidriger Gemeinsamkeit. A chieftain of the Greenies in the state parliament of Baden-Württemberg 1 year ago there made use of much more distinct expressions, when he told to us point blank clear, you are not meant to exist, ihr gehört weg. Those who go too far, must be selected. What we, the Greenies, need, is not you with your illness, what we need are those who are healthy, who wish to remain it, and those don't vote for you, but quite on the contrary for us. Why this chieftain is not yet explicite a victim of the July 20th, day of the fought assault against Hitler, just as the same explicitly he named faculty spouse and Christian Democratic town councillor you'll never know, but perhaps this chieftain of the Greenies for that again is too green. At any rate we for our part always knew very well what about those guys. But he who knows by himself what he has to do certainly never will vote for the Greenies, but we ourselves are not eligible, for he who has got the pain, doesn't need to vote again, den wer die Qual hat, dem ist die Wahl geschenkt. We ourselves even take the word power as a word for a pleonastic word of abundance, firstly and especially if this power is joined to the feinted and blameful reality of a parliament, thus nothing but another component of the iatrarchy, Heilsgewalt, which by all means is to be abolished, just like any other medical thing. We as patients confront it with the last judgment of illness, Krankheitsweltgericht, and call each power iatrarchy, because every kind of power follows the rules and the norms of the medicine, and saying so, we prove that we even could achieve being understood by the doctors, if we ever should be fond of being understood by them. But what we truly want is, what almost everybody wants, to get along with their illness. To all those we pose the same requirement, do something for you, make the patients front yourselves. You don't need at once, beginning to put us aside, not even by doing nothing, auch nicht beaufsies mittels Untätigkeit. Do quite simply nothing but making us replaceable, macht uns /überflow/Zeig. For you now you are bearing and transferring illness instead. 215. Of the new man, who is bought a unit and truly an individual anstelle einen einzigen Menschen. But all responsibility is on our side. What you bear, is a heavy load, but what is easier? Get down to the birth of your illness, get down to yourself, in order you finally may rise yourself, unseparated by reinforced concrete, Stahlbeton, poison, surgery knives, scalpel, articles and particles, rising wholly, what means completely, perfectly, and in all the future vollständig, die Ultigild nach Haltog, inside and out. Sloda, WTTH, and without Heilanstalt, hospital, but never again hell, heal. Through illness, strength, the patient's front. The whole world upside down? Utopathal knows very well how to offend dying disappear. We overcome hell, bread, and money. Awaken in pain, not tame nor fever berries light and night. Only completeness constructively. Catastrophe the most in grammatically parliamentarily praising health. Pat TTRILT. Earl Rewe.T. A.L. Erbrakelt.